left there. A nice touch on the kick that got worked up. Is that through Adams again? Rob Adams on the ground, we think. We got to double-check that number, but I don't see him standing, so that might be him on all fours.
Yeah.
A little bit stiff after that contest.
Might have been a little knee in the lower back.
He's sore. We'll check on him in a minute. Ball on the far side. Arizona building up the wing. Ball in flight. That's 28 on the intercept mark for Columbus. Dennis Steinbeck. So they seem to have cracked the equation here, Columbus. Better bit of play. They've taken
guys open.
Taken the effectiveness of the bigs for Arizona out of the game. Columbus having numbers around the ball. They've been able to move the ball around the ground and intercept any of Arizona's rebound chances. Ball inside 50 on the ground. Bodies flying at it. 27, Columbus mucks it out. Finally, that's Martin, but the handball ineffective. Goes to Arizona, who now has opportunity to go forward.
That's a good kick into the center square.
Gutsy kick right into the guts there. Colin Murphy on the other end of it. He, however, kicks straight into the mark. Ball on the ground again for Columbus. That generally plays to their advantage. Held to him, the umpire says, and we'll have a ball up. No goal scored, but this one's right on top of the center circle.
That was a good idea. Trying to handball forward on the 45 would have broken the line, but they just Columbus got a mid out there to knock it down.
Clyde Simpson crashing through. Not much space as he puts it to boot, so that gets smothered almost immediately.
Another high tackle called.
Clyde catching a breather. It's going to be a Columbus free kick about 55 meters out. Was that Murphy again?
Stork took an easy
excuse me,
grab
Evans.
there.
Evans awarded that free kick.
He did a little pop-up, and Stork flew high to get that one. Made it look easy. Now he's going to take his time.
Jason, that's where Stork is so effective. He isn't necessarily the guy that's going to wrestle the ball like Wilhelm in a ground contest to create space. But if Stork has a meter or two of space, he is so fleet-footed for his size. And what an effective, tall target. He jogs immediately back after slotting that goal. He's down to business. He thinks they've got enough time to claw back into this.
No, and we've seen Nick Rewalt do that, where he helps the team link out on the back wing from full back, and then Stork's done that plenty. And now he's taken an easy grab from Evans. Big hands, takes the grab, and then he's got a huge boot that was right down the middle. So he's doing it at both ends.
Charlie busy typing in scores here because there's been a rash of goals lately. 6-2-38 on the Watch AFL scoreboard to Arizona. Columbus 2-2-14 trying to claw back into this game. They've got 2 straight goals, Jason, after not achieving a straight kick while Arizona put 6 up. So Columbus showing some life. They may have figured out some of the tricks Arizona was using and been able to shut some of that down to their own advantage.
Yeah, probably not a lot of time left, maybe just 30 seconds, but Stork's truly up and about now. You saw that last ruck tap right into the lap of Clyde.
Big rebound there, 41. Alec Dooley's been really effective for Columbus, taking a few intercept marks across halfback now. Arizona chooses to rush the behind. He actually manages to rush it out on the full.
Yeah.
That was off the side of the boot. I'm not sure I've ever seen that play happen.
No, in AFL level, they would have called that deliberate,
Yeah,
but it's not in this league, not in this tournament, so he's
both,
allowed to do that.
We're both sort of peeking over at Steve if he's jotting a note on that one for probable deliberate, because I don't think a rushed out on the full is a thing, but no matter, it results in a free kick for Columbus either way. I'm hearing some sirens ring on other fields.
It looks like we've got a kick after the siren here from Rob Adams.
That might have been cut a little bit too fine. Nope, the umpire's coming in the middle. So that was a great kick at a tight angle.
This is the field to have a terrible angle and a perfect kick.
So we are 100% from tight angles in the pocket today on this field in this game, Jason. We saw 4 of them kicked from that angle. Rob Adams gets the last to cut the margin a little bit. That may matter percentage-wise as the tournament plays on. Charlie's typing in the last little scoreboard damage for us. So this one's going to finish 6-2-38 to 3-2-20, Arizona's favor on the Watch AFL scoreboard there.
And if you do have a sheep of sheep on a farm, and they happen to pass away in the wintertime, you just can't burn them. You got to wait till winter's over to deal with them.
Now you know.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Yep.
So an exciting match here. Quite a bit of the contest played in between the arcs. Started to open up a bit more in the second half. We got a lot more play in the forward 50s. Both teams effective going both ways. Wrap-up thoughts there on what we just saw, Jason.
Yeah, Columbus, a lot to be happy about. Just too little too late, but a lot of positives from them at the end. Is from the usual suspects, the names we called out at the start of the game, linking up at the end. but again, too little, too late. We are seeing a little bit of a breeze pick up as we from left to right now. So from pickleball to the right side of the freeway there, you see the mountains in the distance. And so looking ahead to the next games, there may be more of a scoring breeze as the afternoon continues on.
Yeah, the afternoon, the lunch break, so to speak here, it's only a break in terminology, not in practice, because there are more games going on over the next hour, although a few of the fields get quieter. But let's look around as these other games finish up. I think we've got finals in all of them now. Again, what you just saw here on the Watch AFL scoreboard, Arizona Hawks 6-2-38 defeat the Columbus Cats 3-2-20. The Cats valiant in the fight, managed to close the gap a little towards the end, but Arizona too strong. Bit of a comeback on the Division III game next door on Field 2. Chicago Swans were in control there, end up winning 4 goals, 8-32, but Nashville mounting a furious comeback, 3-2-20. So 32-20 the final there. On the women's field, everybody's probably on the edge of their seats since that was a comeback affair. Bulldogs put their nose in front early in the second half. Iron Maidens end up going down in the end, 2 goals, 2-14 to the Denver Bulldogs, 4-2-26. Men's Division 4 next door, St. Louis Blues, 5-4-34, go down to the Orange County Giants, 7-6-48. There's a heap of scoring opportunities there in that game. And then the Division 5 game, North Carolina and Des Moines Combine, 0-2-2. Maine Cats 4-2-26. We'll have to double check that one. I'm not sure there were any scores in the second half, either not being updated or actually no scores. So from the 2025 USAFL National Tournament in Tucson, Arizona at the Keno Sports South Complex here. You're watching on AussieRulesUSA.com. We're going to take a break here, but come back a little this afternoon. There's a women's game coming up. Jason, I've got my vintage 2009 Women's Tour jumper on. You're wearing your USA Freedom polo. Exciting year this year, anniversary year. You want to touch very briefly on the women's comp and the excitement around that this year?
It's 20 years since the women have had the competition at the USAFL Nationals, and quite a bit of pageantry going on about that. We'll get to more of that
more of that later, but a women's game coming up here next. We're going to take a break. Brian Barish, I think, will be back on the mic for the next one, so look forward to seeing him here at the 2025 USAFL National Tournament. From Tucson, Arizona at the Coopers Field, Dan Sarbacher and Jason Becker signing off from this one. We'll see you back here shortly.
2025 marks the 20th anniversary of the women's competition at the USAFL Nationals. In a way, it's fitting that we're here in Tucson, Arizona, because it is the home state of one of the 3 teams that were there at the very beginning in 2005 in Milwaukee, the Arizona Hawks, a team that has had many ups and downs over the last couple of years on the women's side, but they have shown out in force as they take on the Portland Sockeyes and friends in this women's division play-in game, and we'll explain what that means in just a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. Back here at the Keno Sports Complex South, I'm Brian Barish. Jason Becker, the longtime national teamer and former Minnesota Freeze player, joins me in the commentary position. And before we talk about this game, 20 years of women's footy at Nationals. I know you were there at the very beginning of it, especially around women like Kat Hogg, who is the matriarch of the USAFL. And Bex, it's great to see how much the game has grown in the last 2 decades.
Yep, credit to Kat, very La Victoire. Back in the day, I think Marie's here this year. So she's been doing this for 20 years, not just started it, but still going.
And Marie is actually on the field with the Arizona Hawks. They have players with them from the San Diego Lions, the Orange County Giants, and the North Star Blue against a Portland team that has players from the Seattle Grizzlies and the North Texas Devils. I think both teams really have talent up and down the field, especially the Sockeyes having players from Seattle, players like Amanda Bowe, who is a sharpshooter around the front. Danny Bridges from the Portland team has impressed here in the early going. And Arizona, their side, Leilani Cordoba-Silvio, who's been around a long time, a former national team player. She is good around the front. Melissa Armstrong is good around just about everywhere on the field. And Jason, or Becker, I don't know what even to call you in this. Bex? Hi, Bex.
Hey.
Bex, you know, one of the things about this particular format, for those of you who may not have seen it, this is a different format than what we've had in previous years. It is not a pool format, but it is a bracket format. And so at the end of today, there will be 4 teams playing for Division I, 4 teams playing for Division II. These 2 teams, Arizona and Portland, are in a play-in game. And what that means is that if they win, they will play the loser of, I believe, I'll check in just a moment. We'll find out. It's those games are at 4 o'clock. They will play the I thought I had it here. It will be the Golden Gate Iron Maidens who they play. The Maidens, a surprise loser to Denver a little bit early on, perhaps a little bit of an upset. And the loser of this particular game will play in Division II. They'll have a challenge match against the loser of the other game on the other field, the Austin Crows and the DC Eagles, a little bit later on. And the other qualifier game, Minnesota and New York, is going on right now. This is in some ways, it's a little bit of a baffling, you know, if you're not familiar with it, but it's the AFL format, and that's a pretty good format.
Yeah, it is a good format. I'm glad you explained it to me and our broadcast audience. And what it really means is there's going to be 2 sets of hardware being given out by the end of this.
Absolutely, not only the trophies but the medals as well. So we should mention that the Denver Bulldogs they have a bye to the semifinals in Division I tomorrow. They will be joined by either the Minnesota Freeze or the New York Magpies. We'll keep you in touch with that game as it's happening today. And then, of course, these 2 play-in games. The winner of this game, as we say, will play Golden Gate. The winner of the Austin DC game will play the loser of the Minnesota-New York game. So
yeah, but we called that Denver Golden Gate game as one to watch, and like you said, a little surprising. And while we do this game, we'll also keep an eye on that Minnesota-New York game.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye, thanks to Watch AFL, on all the matches, and we are underway here. It is Carly Schoenhoft, who is the ruck, and talking to Leilani Cordoba before the match, she said keep an eye on her. She's really done well in the ruck, and getting taken down picking that one up was Indigo Ao. Ao has been a big pickup for the Portland Sockeyes. She had been playing in the forward line, but she's been playing more in the midfield, especially in this setup. It gets moved forward, and the ball is kicked out. One player, as that was Eileen Yoon, Silvio turns around. One player you need to watch is Danny Marshall, number 6 from the Arizona Hawks, a former AFLW player, the only American to play in AFLW so far, also the only USAFL alum to really the one to come up through the USAFL to come through, as she is back after not only being delisted by Essendon, but also giving birth to twins a couple of months ago. So it's great to see her out there. Well, I know that little Piper and Aurora are watching as well, so we were talking to her earlier, and it's great to see her back. Meanwhile, for Arizona, they play this one up on the far side, and it's knocked down in front, and then going to try and clear it out, but a big tackle was put in by the Sockeyes and getting taken down. And we'll have a ball up. In fact, no, it was a free kick. This is Tracy McLean, a USA Freedom player from the Transatlantic Cup, and I know she was very impressive. She was generally saw her play more on the defensive side, but can play well offensively as well. Handed back around and up on the far side. It goes out of bounds in front of the late arriving Lauren Williams. No score on the Watch AFL scoreboard a couple of minutes in.
And the wind is just starting to swirl a bit. If there was an advantage, I would say it's moving a little bit from left to right on your screen. So that's going against the breeze at the moment.
That was Sarah O'Halloran who had the ball earlier for Arizona as the ball comes back in the play. This is, I think, of all the games, of both games, this is the one to watch. O'Halloran with a weird-looking handball, but it came off. Big tackle put in there as Haley Duffield had it. She was put in there, and then we'll have a scramble, and we'll have the ball is held in. We'll have a ball up. Ball goes back in the air once again. Going after it again was Schoenroff. Or rather, that was McLean who was in there. And McLean is battling for the ball.
She's been active early. She didn't connect the ball to her boot on the previous kick, but she's staying active and making things happen up forward.
Ball goes back in the air once again. A number of, we said, just about every team except for Golden Gate is a combo team. And that is Rebecca Choate, who's in there for Arizona. They turn that one in towards the goal. It rolls home, and Arizona has drawn first blood. The Hawks on the Watch AFL scoreboard go to 1-6. Portland no score. And that was a broken play, and it is almost indicative sometimes of what we see here in Division II, but Division II level for the women. But they found the nose for goal and they scored.
Yep, that just squeaked through, but you take them how you can get them, especially against what little breeze is starting to pick up.
And you don't, and I'll tell you what, you don't say no to goals like that. So Arizona on the board.
Yeah, when things are going your way, you don't ask too many questions.
And as we said, the home team in this tournament, AO picks her off. Big tackle. Armstrong runs her down. No call. It was awfully close. And Williams able to spring AO. Ball gets knocked out. AO again leaves as a tackle, and she's gone. Great tackle.
Not right now.
That
they can't do it right now.
that tackle Melissa Armstrong just did, she may have hit her head on the ground.
Yeah, that's what it is. And it looks like we have they're calling blood rule, but I think this is a concussion. And that is big.
It's probably going to stop the clock, right?
They should, and in fact, well, they did the blood rule, so that would do it. And
yep.
Melissa Armstrong, who is an original Arizona Hawk, has been in and out of retirement, and she came out of retirement to play in this tournament. She was, for a time, registered with the Golden Gate Iron Maidens and played for them as well. Former USA Freedom National team player.
Looks like she's going to stay out there and play it on. She was making a wonderful tackle. It looked like the opponent just barely got a fist to it, but then her head may have hit the grass.
Danny Marshall able to bang it out with the left foot. Tell you what, she still plays at a high level, and she still can let it ride off that left foot, and that ball traveled maybe about a good 50 meters before going over the boundary line and out of bounds just to our left.
That was a great left-footed kick. It rolled out of bounds. At AFLW level, that would have been a lasso rule and a free kick the other way, but not in this tournament.
No, not here. They also had that tournament in the Transatlantic Cup last year. Here is Armstrong, who seems to be feeling okay, sends that one out on a line, and I think taking the mark in the field of play was Allie Boyd, and in fact she did just barely. Here is Allie Boyd for the Portland Steelheads, who trail 6-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Drops in front, and it's marked by AO, who takes the mark on the wing position commentary side. AO looks, booms down the ground, over the head, and just out of the reach of one of the North Texas players. That in the 14 who we don't have on this roster here, but one of the players wearing the green.
You can see Danny Marshall just pointing and talking, organizing her team. She's just so smart.
That shows the leadership that she's gained over playing overseas now since 2019. When she went over, she was signed ahead of the 2020 season with the Western Bulldogs. She played for Aberfeldy and then ended up playing in VFLW for the Footscray Bulldogs and was an instant hit. Ball gets taken down. Ao is there, just got it away, but the pressure applied by Danny Marshall makes the kick go out of bounds on the full, and it will be a free kick going the way of the Arizona Hawks. Again, watch AFL scoreboard 6-0 to the home side.
So it'll be a free kick from out of bounds after that out of bounds on the full.
Around the grounds for watch AFL. Austin leads DC 2-0. Big crack in there, big in there as Marshall's able to get it away. Just getting it up high and now kicking out to the near side was Michelle Collins. And now big tackle again put in there on Duffield. Tried to go through, picked up and dropping the pill there was the 86 in O'Halloran, and she was claimed. It'll be a free kick going the other way. 2 20-minute halves. Again, the winner of this game will play Golden Gate in essentially a quarterfinal match in the Division I side. The loser will play Division II and will have a game tomorrow. They'll have the Division II semifinal tomorrow morning. Out of the reach of, I believe that was Amelia Carr, who's wearing number 13. Yeah, you can't miss her. And Amy Carr from the Seattle Grizzlies, another player to watch in the defensive side.
Apart from one uncontested mark, it's just been a super hot footy. Everything's under pressure.
Ball goes in, one-on-one contest. Big swing, no contact. That's Gretchen Galbraith, one of the Seattle women. Big tackle again put in there.
Good grab.
Yep.
Keep the ball going forward. Playing some tempo footy, trying to find an open player.
Yep.
Biting off a lot in the center square.
Annika Smith was in there defensively for Arizona. As going to pick that one up. Again, that was Lauren Skonechny, the former New York Magpie. Banging it out on the far side was Lindsay Hestand, another Arizona veteran who was involved in the early days of this team. Going to get picked up, tackled, dislodged the football. Carr's with it, she picks it up. That was a very cheeky looking handball. Kicked that one up on the far side. That may have been Ricky Lee Buxton, the number 7. She soccers that one on over into the pocket. There now is Skonechny, who was trying to put the hammer down on Eileen Yoon, one of a handful of players from the Orange County side who's here, and the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds on the far side. Watch AFL scoreboard says 6-0, just the one goal to the Arizona Hawks here in the first half.
As we go between our reading glasses and the binoculars, that ball could not be farther away from us.
I was going to say, around the grounds for Watch AFL, Austin 3, DC nothing. That's the other play-in game. Still awaiting a score from Minnesota and New York. It looks like that game has started. It's 0-0. And be interesting to see. These are really good conditions, Becker. I mean, there's a little bit of a wind now blowing to our right towards the highway end. Arizona, again, leading one straight 6 to no score over Portland and Friends. So we could call it Arizona and Friends. Ball is in a mess of people on the far side.
Yeah, nothing's easy right now, Brian.
Literally. As the ball gets picked up, keeping vigilant there was Armstrong. And going to get picked up, soccered along the ground. Now picking that one up finally was Ruth Mendez for Arizona. And big tackle put in there, soccered off the ground, picked up, turns that one inside was Ao, looking for someone inside 50. As Portland trying to tie it, there's Amanda Bowe, shoves her opponent down. Big tackle put in there by Marie LaVictor. And then again, Bo staying after it, dragged down and then sandwiched. And I don't think the human body was meant to contort in that way. Or if you are, you should teach us some yoga, because that was just very interesting.
Good work by Amanda Bowe. They got a good bounce and ran it out, finally breaking the half-forward line. And Bowie with good hands to keep it moving forward.
Team USA's leading scorer in the Transatlantic Cup. And picking that one up is Indigo Ao, who goes across the face. And it's going to be picked up, and it is banged out of there quickly. One-on-one contest. That was Lauren Williams who went after it, sending this one down the line, tracking back and over the top, taking the mark was Amy Carr, who is living in Nova Scotia. She's been playing for the Halifax Dockers in AFL Atlantic, and Danny Marshall with an easy-peasy mark. And Danny, whose husband Ryan is back here too. He's playing for the Hawks men's side, out to the near side. Good spoil in defense there. Trying to pick that one up again, believe was Mendez, and then she just plucks that one out. Able to get away from Ao, off the hands there of Amanda Morup, who goes back in. Sending that one back there was Allie Boyd once again, or check that. That was, it was the 27. But in any event, Ao sends that one into the pocket, drops in front. But there is Marshall once again. When in trouble, when in strife, holler a bloody Marshall. And she's able to gain meters and gain a boundary throw-in. Just to the right of our commentary position. With the score on the Watch AFL scoreboard, 1 straight 6 for Arizona, no score for Portland.
Yeah, we talked about Danny Marshall keeping things organized and staying behind the play and kind of keeping the ball in front of her. Carr is doing the same thing on the other end. And here she is on cue. Chasing the ball to the other side. Now she's behind the ball, so we'll see if this can actually get up forward.
Watch AFL scoreboard around the grounds. Austin leads DC 4-0. It's a scrubby game over on that other field as they move through, getting that one out and getting that one up high and tracking back and taking the mark once again was O'Halloran. O'Halloran with the football now. She looks to send this one inside the 50-meter arc where the pack forms. This one tails off to the right. Marks!
Couple of good marks. O'Halloran knew where to be. The ball landed in her lap, and then she found a teammate up there in the right pocket.
So she'll go back.
The goal umpire did not move, Brian.
And
that's
she has it.
Sign.
Second goal for the Arizona Hawks. They go to 2 straight 12. And Portland no score. That's for Watch AFL. And for Watch AFL, here's Jason Becker.
And that ball ended up in court 3 in the pickleball arena. So that was a wonderfully connected goal shot.
And get them connected with a better sport over there, as that was Olivia Devia. Although I think there's a penalty right here for talking badly about pickleball here in Arizona. And we should say thanks to Visit Tucson for their sponsorship of this year's tournament. Same thing with Cooper's, and also for Tasmanian. What can we say about Tasmania? The cool maritime climate of Tasmania, moderated by ocean breezes, allows grapes to ripen slowly, developing refined and delicate flavors ideal for sparkling wine. And there is some wine here, so I've been told. Here it is, Jan's. Jan's sparkling wine is actually here, which is fantastic. So go get some Jan's. If you're here at the ground, you should go get some Jan's sparkling wine.
You got my attention, Brian.
Yeah, now I think I got Charlie's down on the end there with the wine.
So 12-0 in favor of Arizona at the moment.
And we expected this to be a tight game, I think, Bex. I think the way that these two teams play over the years is really just it's good football. And I think right now there is very much a feeling out phase, especially considering that these teams are mixed up. I mean, Arizona has played with the San Diego and Orange County women a fair bit over the course of the season, but you know, Portland and Seattle, too, they know each other pretty well, playing both with and against. So I think there's a little bit of a feeling out period as this one is sent down the ground. And it will roll, it'll skip, it'll hop, and on about the 15th hop, it's going to get picked up by Isabel Barter. That's a new name. Barter will turn around and try to send this one up as Portland looking for their first score of this contest as the ball drops in and going to get picked that one up on a hop and sending it back. Big boom kick up on the far side, up in the far wing position, through the hands of Carr. Picking that one up was Ao. Ao walks back, now looks in front of them and sends this one down. It'll skip. Stopped in front by Here's Bo. Bo had it smothered by Marila Victor, who stays with the football. She'll go after Bo, tries to drag her down. Did she get her? The question is whether she got her legally or whether it was a low tackle, or the third option, which is a ball up.
Let's throw it up.
And that was no prior opportunity. She didn't have a chance. There is Marshall, who gets it the heck out of there, and it is marked in the middle of the ground by O'Halloran. O'Halloran right in front of the Tasmanian logo, sends it out to the near side. Good contest there, but Mora was second best. And now up the far side, Mora, the captain of this team, a lacrosse player, has started with the other Arizona team, the Outlaws. Big tackle thrown in, and it's a free kick. And it's a great tackle, and again, it is O'Halloran, who right now has been the player to watch for the Arizona Hawks.
Yep, Portland and friends, and that time Portland didn't find any friends, so she got caught with the ball. But, Portland, Seattle, North Texas, they do seem to be about equal. They just can't seem to break the half-forward line, and things get mopped up, so it's all Arizona on the scoreboard so far.
Gretchen Galbraith, who took the defensive mark, is playing over in Germany, where she's living at the moment. Played as well for the Basel Dragons women's side over in Switzerland. Ao has a bounce. It was about I'll tell you what, that was very close to being 15 meters, but Ao got away with it. Handball up over the top, looking in there and just getting it away, and good pressure there is going to force the ball going out of bounds, just missed the chalk, as a great job by the 28 for Portland, who I don't have here on the list, but they were able to get it out, and we'll have maybe Maddie McHugh, I'm not sure. No, Maddie's 16.
And Marie LeVictor's been doing this so long, she's explaining to the opposition that it's her kick.
Yeah, pretty much. Marie, one of the founding members of the North Star Blue Hawks, but finds...
Danny just knows where to be.
Yep. Danny, of course, started with the Western Bulldogs, finds a teammate, and currently still, I believe, on the Essendon AFLW list as Michelle Collins comes out, and they'll probably be keeping an eye out for her next season, and it's amazing. She just gave birth to twins a few months ago, and here she is playing in the national championship as the ball is turned over and sent down. The last time that Danny played, as she finds Armstrong in the middle of the ground, the last time Danny played, they were in a combination with Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore, and I want to say one other team, and they won D2, holding off DC/Des Moines in a thrilling grand final.
You mentioned the Twins a couple of times, and 20 years, as we've talked about before, goes by in a flash. So not just Twins. Another word for Twins might be the future of footy. So we'll see
absolutely.
Where that goes.
Well, you know what I said when I announced to the USAFL board in 2019 that we were going to have a daughter, is that the best way to recruit is internally. Marcus,
if you can't find enough players, just start making some.
Yeah, I was going to say, out to the near side, but everything in moderation, as the ball will go over the boundary line and out of bounds in front of Collins, and we'll have a boundary throw in just to her left. Again, on the Watch AFL scoreboard, it's 2 straight 12 for Arizona. No score for Portland. Around the grounds, Austin has kicked 9 behinds in their game against DC. I'm wondering if that's a typo, but they have kicked. It is 9-0. That is the score, and we're still awaiting a score from Minnesota and New York. So
that might be a lack of updates.
It might be a lack of updates, but
we'll see.
But we have 9-0 as the score. I'll tell you what, DC is good, has good pressure, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was 9 behinds. But my goodness, Austin, it's a DC side that I think is coming in very hungry, trying to get the ball and running down and taking it with Schoenhoft. She was taken down, and then the whistle being tackled without the football, and we'll have a free kick. It will go the other way, and it will go the way of Arizona.
Yeah, she had a bounce while she was being tackled, and that's always going to go against you. And Portland is threatened, but just Arizona's been able to mop up all the pressure.
Cordoba sends it out to the wing position, and that one goes over the boundary line and out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw in once again with the score of the Watch AFL scoreboard, 12-0 in favor of Arizona. Brian Barish and Jason Becker, glad to have your company wherever you're watching us. We appreciate your patience as we get things going here, and our thanks to our great crew led by Jerry Long, who is running between both fields, making sure all is clear, calm, and copacetic.
I think that siren may come at any moment.
I believe so.
There it is.
I think there it is.
Right on cue.
And that'll do it. So halftime in this, well, she's going to get a kick anyway, because why not?
I don't think she's got the distance.
I don't think. Rexy, I don't think this one's got the distance. And at halftime here in this women's play-in game here at the 2025 USAFL National Championships. My God. It's the Arizona Hawks, 2 straight 12. Portland, no score. And Portland, as you said, Bex, I don't think they have a lot to be ashamed of. I think they're getting their chances. But when you have Danny Marshall in the back in the back like that, and some of the other players back there, we mentioned Collins, they're playing extremely well in the back line. It's been very difficult for them to get any penetration.
Yeah, Carr's moved up the ground a bit. Bo has threatened to get it in the forward end, but it just keeps that pressure just keeps getting absorbed. So it's still zip for Portland, Seattle, North Texas on the scoreboard. 12-0.
Yep,
Arizona.
and around the grounds for Watch AFL, Austin at halftime leads DC 9-0. We'll try and get an update on that Minnesota-New York Magpies game for you as well. We're going to take a break and be back with the second half of this exciting match. You're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson, Arizona, here on AussieRulesUSA.com. And we're back at the Keno South Sports Complex in Tucson, Arizona. The 2025 USAFL National Championships presented by Cooper's Tasmanian Visit Tucson and Friends. This is the Arizona Hawks leading the Portland Sockeyes. Combinations by the score of 12-0. In this play-in match, the winner will head to the quarterfinals of Division I. The loser will be ticketed for Division II in the semifinal game tomorrow morning. Brian Barish alongside Jason Becker. Glad to have you along as we get set once again. And we'll just get the timer set to go. The Hawks in the yellow jumpers with the blue trim. The umpire holds the spirit of this great game aloft. The Hooter hoots. And we are underway here. Again, Arizona. Let's see if Portland has any ideas in terms of how to break down the Arizona defense. Of course, things will get a little bit more difficult for them because they are kicking towards the Bob Seeger end, which is against the wind.
Armstrong just fell a little awkwardly there. I thought she might have got an ankle rolled up on. She looks okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Melissa has in her career taken a lot of bumps. But you know what's funny is, as we talk, of course, we're commemorating the 20th anniversary of the women's competition all this weekend. You know, she told me when she first played for Arizona back in 2003, they didn't tackle. In fact, the first year in Milwaukee when we did this, they didn't tackle. And there's a great video or a picture of her tackling Cat Hogg with the not forgetting completely that there was the wrap rule. So here's a chance for Arizona. They're looking for their third. Kick is up on the way, and did it sneak inside? It did.
That happened quickly, didn't it, Brian?
Within the first minute, and give that one to Olivia Devia, who has now kicked her second. And Arizona has kicked 3 in a row. They go to 3 straight 18 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. No score yet for Portland. And I'll tell you what, in a game like this, especially with the wind, that's a huge goal. And now things are going to get much more difficult for the Sockeyes.
Yeah, you just mentioned it. A tackle in the middle of the ground, a nice kick downfield with the breeze, and a quick goal. This may get away from Portland if they're not too careful. It's 18 zip at the moment.
Ball went down, and we have a free kick coming back the other direction. And it will go the way of Indigo Ao. And I think Ao's coming out party was in the Western Regionals a season ago. As the goes looking forward, long pickup attempt. Williams is in there for the Sockeyes, and we'll have a ball up just inside the 50-meter arc. Sockeyes attacking. Picked up, tried to dance away. Ball comes down. They work it around. This is Carr out into the pocket. And now there's going to be a big race, but tracking all the way back to get there was Kira McGuire. McGuire, one of the Irish imports, one of Irish recruits, we'll say, from the Orange County Giants side.
Get a throw in at the forward end finally for the Portland, Seattle, North Texas team. We'll see if they can break the seal on the scoreboard.
Sockeyes looking after it. Ball comes back into play. They won 3 straight D2 national titles, and very lucky to get away with that, I think, tackling without the ball. They ruled it was incidental contact. But the Sockeyes, the first year they had Division II, which oddly enough was 10 years ago, they were combined with Calgary to go on and win D2. The following year, they hooked up with Seattle and Tampa Bay to take out Division II. So they are used to playing alongside Seattle as Portland. And then in 2017, they were combined with Erica Sacchi and the Philadelphia Hawks. This one gets sent in by Barter, and it's marked nicely. And this is Amelia Carr. Carr waits, now dances forward, gets over the player on the mark. One-on-one contest, big tackle put in, and Bowe was held up, and she gets a free kick, and here is Amanda Bowe. And this will be well within her range. It's just a matter of kicking straight, and I'll tell you what, the Sockeyes will need this. There is her normal goalie stance, where up, and it was a 50-meter penalty. The player came over the mark, and now this should assuredly be a goal. And Bo, a former college goalkeeper for Washington University in St. Louis, she has the same thing where she always stretches it out over her head, brings it down, and splits the middle. And Portland gets their first major score of the game on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Portland goes to 1 straight 6, and Arizona 3 straight 18.
They've bounced back. That was mostly Carr being very active, kicking on both sides of her body. You wouldn't even know if she's left-footed or right-footed until she has a free kick, and that time she got it up forward to Bo, who then got a 50, and then had a free shot to the pickleball court. So they're finally on the scoreboard, 18-6 now, in favor of Arizona.
And I want to go back to the Western Regionals. Golden Gate won the Western Regionals over Minnesota, but the strength, I think, as well as the Golden Gate women played, you had the Seattle and the Sacramento women when they were combined. Bo was in there. She had a fantastic tournament. Carr wasn't there, but you saw her action there. Sacramento, of course, they're playing alongside they're playing alongside Denver, and you saw the results there. So it's been an absolutely it's great to see what they can add in any team.
Yeah, they also played together for the Freedom in Toronto last year. Connected there quite a bit as well.
Ball comes, that's knocked up, and it will have, as it looks like that was Skonechny who was in there.
But Brian, you mentioned the rules were different. The wrap up 20 years ago, and I guess that was people trying their best to do the right thing. But this is full-on football now. A lot of the stuff that was previously criminalized is now fair for everyone. So it's great to see real football being played in the last decade or two.
Absolutely, and the skills have gotten better and better, and I'll extrapolate on that in just a moment as the ball is up on the far side once again. The ball gets knocked free, and they go after it. Big tackle put in. Mora was tackled awkwardly by Carr, but got up okay. Williams is in there, and looked like Mora pulled the ball in. They won it. They got it around. Big tackle put in. But there is Danny I don't know if it was Marshall, but that was sent in towards the sticks. In fact, it may have been O'Halloran. And it has just gone off to the side for a behind.
I thought that was going to be a goal. But
I thought it was very good. In fact, you may have heard some of the boo birds come out, or at least some of the groan birds. So a point to Arizona. 3-1-19 is now the score. Portland 1 straight 6. But here comes Arizona stealing the ball, and they'll get it again. Drops in front. Going after once again to get it is Haystand. And Lindsay Haystand, who is, as I said, former national teamer. Player has been around the Arizona side a long darn time. Boundary throw in.
So that was the first point scored in the game, and now it's a long way for Portland to go from one end to the other. So I anticipate Arizona might lock it in here for a bit.
If they can, you would tend to think that would lock up the victory. And again, a date with Golden Gate and the possibility of getting into the Division I bracket off of one step, sails across the face, but it has gone out of bounds on the full, and it'll be a free kick to Portland.
So yeah, a point keeps it up there, and then out of bounds, and then out of bounds again. The clock is in the favor of Arizona/Blue Ox.
The other game in Division II, Austin has finally kicked a goal, 1 of 11 scoring shots, 1-10-16 for Austin, and DC yet to score. We're still waiting to hear an update from the Minnesota-New York game as well. The winner of that game gets a bye, and the loser of that game will play what looks to be the Austin Crows in a quarterfinal match. And then the loser of that game, if it is DC, they would play the loser of this game in a challenge match that really exists to make sure that all the teams get at least 2 games in on the week, or 3 games in rather, on the weekend.
That is a lot of points over. They should come play on this field.
I was going to say
more goals than points over here.
I'm interested to see, and of course, Pat Machado is over there calling the game. Be interesting to see what exactly they have had in terms of. As the ball comes through.
Uncontested possessions are hard to come by in this game. The pressure's been strong right throughout.
It has been, and it's amazing, and I think it really shows. There's a couple of players who I feel like were really good at reading that. as the free kick goes to McLean. When you think about a player like Marshall, Page kicker with Minnesota is really good. When you think about somebody like Brett, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of I can picture her face from Golden Gate, not Brett Brower. I'll remember it at some point. She's from Charleston, South Carolina, and she played for the Iron Maidens. And I'm sure somebody out there is screaming at the stream as to whoever that is.
I'm sure you're going to yell her name out a couple games from now.
Probably. Going and picking that one up, though, is Ao, who is desperately trying to get it out. It pops up in the air, going all the way back, and then here and going to pick that one up was Yoon, who was met by Ao, and they share a little bit of a bear hug, and we'll have a ball up.
McLean made good contact on that free kick that she just centered, but it did not get any further than that.
Halfway through this second half, it is still 19-6, and it'll be scooped up. Big smother put in there, and it's dropped, and then getting spun around, and that was good enough to be called tackling without the ball. As that is Barter who got called for not releasing. And here is Melissa Armstrong, the other number 24. So Armstrong sending this one down. It is taken down and then tried to clear that one out. Good opportunity here for the Hawks. That one's going to dribble through. They are rushing all the way back, and just keeping that one in play was Galbraith. And I would say you'd have to be very careful on something like that because there's a non-zero chance that would be called deliberate. Look at me pull out $10 words like non-zero.
Fancy words like brunch.
Yes. Fancy. We have fancy as the ball comes spinning back in the play. And going to pick that one up and getting held and wrapped up.
We talked about it a bit ago. Once the ball got up to the forward end and the goal wasn't scored, we wondered when might it come out, and it just hasn't yet.
Watch AFL around the grounds. Austin 111-17. Does DC no score?
It's a super hot footy.
It is. It is a super hot footy out there. It's starting to warm up a little bit. Temperature at last check was 77 degrees. It's not going to get too much hotter. 81 is the high. It is going to get hotter tomorrow.
And I can feel the breeze picking up as the day goes on.
I will say there is a situation where the humidity is pretty low, and when that is, the breeze is a little bit more pronounced. So it should cool things off a little bit. Tried to go out for the snap. Oh, Halloran was in there, and we'll have a ball up. Ball goes into the heavens, and Barter knocks the ball forward. Going to get picked up by Amelia Carr. Carr gets sending this one down. It'll have high up in the air. Going to get picked up. Turns around on a dime. Believe that's McGuire. Right-footed kick inside. Going to drop it. Oh, that took a awkwardly big hop. And then going to pick that one up again and getting held up once again. And it is the 11, who is Ryan Sotelo.
If you could zoom out on your television, you'd see there's only about 3 or 4 players outside of the 50-meter arc. So when Portland try to get it out, it just comes right back because Arizona's blocking those exits so well.
And you could hear from here in her half Colorado, half Melbourne accent as that one sails off to the side for a behind. For Denver, for Arizona rather, you could hear Danny Marshall screaming instructions and in her measured way. She doesn't carry as much as some of the other players. She doesn't need to. She leads in her own kind of measured way. Watch AFL scoreboard shows Arizona now go on to 3-2-20, and it's one straight 6 still for Portland. Brian Barish, Jason Becker coming up next on this field. We have a Division II match on the men's side as the San Diego Lions playing their first game of the day take on the 0-1 Austin Crows reserve side.
Yeah, and Danny Marshall's just playing center field right behind the 50-meter arc. Amanda Bowe just behind her. I imagine she'd go make a contest if needed, but right now if it popped out to the 50, it's going to come right back through Danny.
It is, and I think Danny, with no offense intended at all at Amanda, I would say that you would probably tip Danny to at least be able to put pressure on Amanda if it does come out that way. Now the players are kind of backing up on that far side. We've seen a lot of play. I don't know about the one game that you and SARS did, but we've seen a lot of play on that opposite side of the ground. They haven't come over towards the commentary side too much. That's been essentially been the thin side of the ground. They have not led, and we see this a lot, especially in games outside of Australia. Players need, I think, to have more of the awareness, and especially in the women's game, to be able to look up and make leads. We see a lot of players standing around here in front of us.
Yeah, that's right. And we blamed part of the play on the far end on Dan's deodorant or lack thereof, but he's not here now, so the theory goes out the window.
I was going to say fresh grass and deodorant, we said that may have been his deodorant. That's maybe why they weren't coming over here. Ball's up on the far side. As we have less than 5 minutes to go in this match, and it looks like it's going to be a Arizona Golden Gate quarterfinal match in the women's division.
Yeah, this isn't over yet, but it's just been locked up here so long, it's hard to imagine the Lee Matthews rule being met. A goal a minute.
I was going to say, it's probably, I would say, the last 10 minutes or so that it's been like that.
And the breeze just keeps picking up from left to right.
Kick is up on the way. It'll drop in short off the hands of Duffield, who was involved more in the first half, but is swarming over the ball here in the second. And again, they're honestly just hacking the ball out of there, are the Sockeyes team. And there's a lot of loose players at the top of the 50-meter arc.
Portland's just got no options to even get it out of there, even if they did make good connection. There's just nobody there.
Ball goes in, and it looks like that did just stop in front of the goal post, and so it'll be a boundary throw-in. And Arizona, again, knocking on the door here. And we'll check the score on the other game in a moment of Austin and D.C. The Crows look to have that squared away. O'Halloran
around the corner,
across the face.
Good idea.
On the Watch AFL scoreboard, another point. And that takes them to 3 goals, 3-21.
No, I don't even think that's registered, Brian.
Oh, did it? Hang on.
The kick came back in
quickly. Never mind. Still 3-2-20. Still 3-2-20.
Well, good tackle from Portland.
Great tackle. Ball comes spinning out loose. And it goes out into the pocket once again. And again, taken down was Devia, who has 2 of the 3 goals. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Arizona has scored in the first minute, and they have held on ever since then. As we go around the grounds for Watch AFL and take a look at the scores as we have them. And Austin, we now finally have an update in division in the other women's game, but we'll give to you in just a moment. Ball gets taken down high, and it squirts out. It goes around. They pitchfork handball that over. Tello able to get to it, dances away, handballs it back. This is Pfeiffer, who goes off to the side. Pfeiffer, one of the San Diego recruits, gonna get picked up. 2 Sockeyes were there, and the ball will get locked in.
You could see Arizona trying to do the extra pass, change the angle, come in from the left side, and it's just so congested up there with 30 out of 36 players within a kick of the ball.
Around the grounds for Watch AFL, Austin 2-11-23 leads DC 1 behind. Minnesota 7-2-44 leads New York 1 behind. So all the thoughts that maybe Minnesota would be having a down year this season at Nationals, well, that apparently is going out the window. So it looks like the Freeze and we're going to join the Bulldogs in having the rest of the afternoon off. And the rest of the bracket would be Austin would go and play New York. while Arizona is going to go and play Golden Gate.
Maybe the Freeze will have some of that sparkling you were advertising earlier.
I was going to say, we're talking about that Tasmanian sparkling, which name I'm looking up. It's a Jan's. As we said, it is available here today. As the ball goes across, stay and play, big tackle. That looked like a, it looked like it was like one of those stand-up tackles. Almost looked like a rugby maul situation.
Yeah, and like we said, that since the first 5 minutes after that first Arizona goal, it's just been locked in up here the whole time, and I don't imagine there's more than about 10 seconds left in this game.
Not at all. In fact, there's probably about that. It's marked. Comes in short. It's marked. And that will do it. And that is it. And the Arizona Hawks, on their home turf, have advanced to the Women's Division I quarterfinals. And there you see a big hug right in front of us between Danny Marshall and Amelia Carr, two teammates for the USA Freedom, and some hugs from Amanda Mora as well. But a game played in the right spirit, but the game in the end, Arizona's defense led by Danny Marshall and led as well in the forward line by Sarah O'Halloran was the difference. The final score, it's the Arizona Hawks, 3 goals, 2 behinds, 20 points. Portland 1 straight 6, and it's just a tale of pressure leading to the victory.
Yep, just didn't give Portland a chance to get anything going. We talked about Danny all day, talked about Carr a little bit. Obviously, you just mentioned that they're friends and teammates at the national level, so good players going at it, but Portland just could not get it out of their defense in that second half.
They really couldn't, and that was a struggle, I think, for both sides, and eventually Arizona. I mean, the ball didn't really leave their forward 50 for the last, I would say, the last half of that second half. It really was just suffocating deep pressure, and that was enough to get them over the line. The score of the other game has gone final. Austin 2-11-23, defeating DC 1 behind, and Minnesota, as we said, last check, was leading New York 44-1. So it looks like the Freeze are going to get the bye into the semifinals of Division One, and they will play the winner of either the Golden Gate. They'll play either Golden Gate or Arizona in the Division One semifinals. The loser of that game will go into the Division Two semifinals against I guess it would be the DC Eagles. I'd have to double check. Austin, meanwhile, they will advance to play New York, and DC will go down into Division Two. So that's basically this format, and we've seen it here, and so really, Portland. They'll have another game. They'll have a chance for them to do some stuff a little bit later. It will be an opportunity for them to get ready for tomorrow morning when they'll have a semifinal game.
Yeah, lots more footy to be played, and I'm glad you explained the format again because I quite simply could not.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they pay me the big bucks. All right, well, of course, coming up right here, we have a men's Division II match here on Cooper's Field as the San Diego Lions take on the Austin Crows Reserves. We'll be back in just a moment for that one. I'll be joined by Dan Sarbacker. Thanks so much to Jason Becker for his work on the last 2 games. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships presented by Tasmanian from Tucson, Arizona, here on AussieRulesUSA.com. From the Keno South Sports Complex in Tucson, Arizona, it's the 2025 United States Australian Football League National Championships presented by Tasmanian. We have a men's Division II match as the San Diego Lions play their first games of the day and of this tournament as they take on the 0-1 Austin Crows. The Crows falling to DC Eagles by 20 points in the game earlier today, and they would love to finish out pool play in this 6-team round-robin format with a split record and hopefully a chance at the semifinals. Good day, everyone. I'm Brian Barish back here with you. Pleased to be joined you once again by Dan Sarbacker. And Sar, San Diego, a team that almost reminds me, and this is a deep cut, of the Hanshin Tigers a little bit. And they always seemed like they were right behind the Tokyo Giants. They always seemed in that decade like they were right behind the Denver Bulldogs. Here they are again. They're steadily making their way up. They had a spell back in Division I. They're back in D2. They're the second seed overall, and they really are going to come in with a fierce against a team an Austin team that generally has a lot of depth, but it is going to be tough.
Yeah, good side here. Maybe a little bit of an emotional boost for them. Heard through the rumor mill, Justin Valley, a longtime stalwart of this team and former Revo player, might be retiring after this season. So maybe the guys get around him and do it for him in this one. So yeah, we'll see how the Lions come out.
I was going to say all things must end in as George Harris. I was going to say George Carlin. My goodness, Justin Valley, as you had said, he's been a stalwart in this competition, and it'll be sad to see him go, but he has put in so much hard work in the renaissance for the San Diego Lions.
Yeah, watch for him on that half-forward line.
We're underway once again. The Lions are in the maroon jumpers, and in a season where the Brisbane Lions won yet another championship.
Sorry to cut you off, Brian. Justin Valley just getting awarded that free kick. I don't know if it's a throw or what, but he's getting into the action straight away.
Absolutely. They're kicking to the left of screen as Austin is in the white jumpers. They're wearing what looks like the old Austin Crows throwback jumper or alternate jumpers. And I would say in some ways I like them more than their regular ones. But there is a mark taken there by the vice captain and Lucas Golson, and he's one of the players that we highlighted in the preview.
Dangerous to give Justin Valley the ball, that early in the game on a free kick. Golkus with a great lead out. I think he caught his defender completely off guard because he might have had like 6 meters of space by any time he took possession of that ball off of Justin's boot. The shot on goal here coming.
As Golson lines up and sends this one on the way, and it was a Wilbur post. Hello, I'm Mr. Ed. And on the Watch AFL scoreboard, the San Diego Lions draw first blood. They lead 1-0. Just a quick trip around the grounds to see the other games that are being played. The Minnesota Freeze taking on Philadelphia and Boston over on Men's Division 3. Men's Division 2 is happening over on Field 3 as Seattle takes on the LA Dragons. And in D4 play, it's the Denver Reserves and the Wasatch War Goals. So plenty of action going on here, not just here in front of us on Cooper's Field.
Pushing the back. There's some nuance for those that aren't familiar in pushing the back calls. You can go into contests with straight arms extended, no bend in the elbow to keep your space. In that instance, the defender that gave away the free kick for San Diego pushed with bent arms, pushed in the back of the defender.
Out to the near side now, going after it and trying to go and pick that one up. Almost couldn't pick it up cleanly as it went off of Andrew Bell's knees and able to come out to the near side. Going to get picked up there by Lindner, and Lindner throws this one onto the right foot. Contest upcoming off the hands of Valley, who got high and is slow to get up. I don't think he realized he could still jump that high, but by God he could as the ball gets taken down, and that'll be wrapped up for Hanukkah, and the umpire crosses his arms like the Monsignor. Will have a ball up as Quincy Hildreth puts his hand up to nominate in the ruck for San Diego. Ball comes to ground, and it's over the top. Goes over now into the pocket. Ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. And on the Watch AFL scoreboard, it is still 1-0 in favor of San Diego.
Big Justin Valley, number 29, doing a bit of everything. He's going to ruck now. He just picked up the ball off the ground and ended up sliding off the side of his boot. He was in that last aerial contest, and he had the Ford 50 entry goal scorer involvement already. So he's getting leather poisoning at this point.
Ball going to get picked up, going to get sent in. Ball goes up on the way. It looks like a goal for San Diego. Picked up and put home by Hunter Gallagher. And Gallagher, Hunter and Gallagher and Hunter, yes, sure, why not? And on the Watch AFL scoreboard, the Yians go to 1-1-7, and Austin reserved yet to score.
Gallagher clever there with the little sidestep, little salsa dance move, maybe through the hips one direction, as you'd expect him to go to his right side as a right-footed player. The defender bit hard on that, and he just shuffled the hips back to the left to clear up that shooting lane again for himself and slotted a really nice goal. That'll go in the highlight reel.
Around the grounds for Watch AFL, Seattle leading 1-0 over the LA Dragons. Seattle playing their first game of the day as the top seed in Pool A. The LA Dragons losers earlier today against the Baltimore Dockers, and in a game that was our first game of the day. And Baltimore, after what it seemed like it was going to be a tussle, ended up being a relatively straightforward Baltimore victory. Austin with it now, trying to get it out of there. They do. Out to the near side, looking and through the hands. Going after that one was Christian Hogan, and the ball gets taken down, lines this one up, and he was affected by the tackle, and that one has gone over the boundary line out on the full, and it has bounced 3/4 of the way down the the pickleball courts.
Good again from Gallagher. A quick turn after collecting the ball. He didn't square up his hips. Maybe still a little too much salsa in him from that last trip down the field, but didn't square up his hips and ended up spraying to the left of the sticks. But really positive signs early for San Diego.
You got to put down the salsa and pick up the pico de gallo. You ought to give it a tryo, especially if you're from Ontario, as the ball comes out to the near side. Who thought I was going to work a trout fishing in America reference into the broadcast as the ball gets handled down on the far side now. Going to get picked up, and it goes around, and lots of things happening, and we'll have a free kick, and we'll go back the other way. San Diego, I just noticed, they have the word San Diego. It looks like the Lions, the Brisbane Lions jumpers, but they have the word San Diego written above the lion. That's a great put in there by Hogan, who was able to smother the ball but not affect the possession, as this was Lindner who sends this one down. Ball pops high in the air, going to stay with it. There was Loper. Loper stayed with it, now tried to center that one in, ricocheted off of somebody's head, tried for a gazelle-type gather, but not on this day. Punched out to the far side, turn and fire. Filippo Soronis, one of the two brothers that we spotlighted, alongside Iason, which I think is just Jason but in Greek. But for Philippus Soronis, it's a goal, and on the Watch AFL scoreboard, they go to 2-1-13. No score for Austin, and we have played 6 minutes of this opening turn.
Yeah, Brian, as you're working through your Greek letters, a bit of iota kicked, iota smothered, iota whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of chances there for Austin. Seven Hogan had that smother here in the middle of the ground. He actually chased up and nearly had another one. If he did, that would have prevented that entry into forward 50, but the determination of the Lions at this point shining through. There has hardly been an ounce of play in Austin's forward half of the field.
And we've seen that a lot, and I think that might show you the strength of the Lions in this team as he gets knocked down. Ball comes out to the near side. We'll tell you about a permutation in just a moment, but here is a kick forward by Daniel Ruiz and a nice mark over in the pocket. And setting that one up nicely was Curtis Bileski. Bileski sends this one in towards the sticks. It's going to curl back. Marked! Woo! He was one of three in there, and he took it.
There, Brian, the counter example from that penalty that was paid earlier for pushing the back. In this instance, from the moment that ball was in flight, he was holding his space with his arms outstretched, creating that opportunity for him to collect that ball as it dropped into his basket.
And Lucas Golson makes no mistake from 15 meters out. Third goal for the Lions. They go to 3-1-19. And Austin reserves yet to score. Brian Barish here with you alongside Dan Sarbacker, the USAFL International Program Head and a former member of the USA Revolution, a former coach with the USA Revolution, former Chicago Swan, former St. Louis Blue, former Milwaukee Bomber, former Wisconsin Wombat. Did I get all of them?
Former Mansfield Eagle for my my tour in time in Australia. Yep.
Mansfield Eagle?
Yep. Yes, sir.
That would be Mansfield, Victoria, not Mansfield, Pennsylvania.
Correct. A little further away. Shout out to the Mansfield boys in the Goulburn Valley League. Made finals again this year. I think we're third on the ladder going into finals.
Nice.
So, yeah, I had another good season there for the lads.
Ball back in the middle once again. And a big tackle, a big bump put in there. Trying to get it there was Ryan Milne. And he Winnie the Pooh-Poohed that ball up on the far side. That was terrible, Brian. Why did you say that? Up on the far side now as over the top. Again, going after Loper, not able to get it. And the fall up on the far side. And Loper tried to lope the ball forward, does, in front of a lot of people. There was a lot of people gathered in between, and as you can see, Field 2 is on the other side of that field. And, of course, we have Troy Thompson and Patrick Machado going back and forth between the two games. And there's a lot. I'll tell you what, that is a busy corridor on that side of the field.
Yeah, you talk about up the guts on a footy ground. There's definitely an up the guts between the ovals here at Nationals, as all the teams have set up tents in between that space. There's the Field 2 broadcast, the scissor lift to get the cameras gone over there. So that is like the main alley that we can see. It's a little quieter.
Golson around the corner. This would be a goal and a half, but it's off to the side. And Golson is up and about. He's got it going on early, and on the Watch AFL scoreboard, it is a 3-2-20.
He's a big unit, isn't he, Brian?
Yep.
He's got a commanding force out in that forward line. And then with somebody like Justin Valley on the half-forward line, makes a ton of sense because that's got that tiered attack then for Brisbane. Two big-bodied forwards for them to target.
You just called them Brisbane.
Oh, I'm sorry. San Diego.
That's funny. Well, I'm telling you, they look exactly like it's the same pattern and everything.
Yep, exact same jumpers.
My
apologies.
That's funny. I was like, listen, right now they're up like the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Lions fans. I'm sure there's some Port Adelaide fans out there that love to see the fact that the Crows team is getting whipped. But we'll see what happens as this one goes up onto the far side and now sent down the ground. It's a big high hop. That's about the second or third one we've seen, but getting to it nicely was Coffey. And Coffey sends this one back the other way, out to the near side, right through the wickets, and we'll have a ball up.
Justin Valley really clever there. He is so fleet-footed and dynamic of a player. He was second to that lead, but as the defender fumbled it and didn't take a clean intercept mark, he just snatched it right out of the air in front of the guy's face and played on.
For a man his size, that he is fleet-footed, especially.
Incredibly nimble. I loved playing with him. We were roommates in the 2008 International Cup. He's always been really cerebral about his football. Really smart guy, coaches this team, and he's got him in good nick.
He's a nice guy, too. Bielski sends this one deep. This is going to be awfully close, but it's going to be marked on the line by the Crows. We haven't really talked about a whole lot, but they really have been second best on the football so far, and right now they haven't had much of an opportunity on their offensive half of the field, but there's a chance in front, and their gulf has gotten a little bit wider as San Diego adds another score. Watch AFL scoreboard, San Diego 4-2-26, and Austin yet to score, and we have about 8.5 minutes to go in this first half.
Brian, I don't want to read into it too much, but we've seen Austin's reserve side win championships in the second division in the past. Obviously, it doesn't look like the team on the park today is going to do that. So you start to ask the questions, do they not have the depth they used to? Maybe is this a year that Austin gets beat at Division I? Who knows? But we start to wonder.
Well, I also feel like as good as they are, I think Division II is a lot stronger than a lot of people have. I don't know that they've won nationals in Division II, but they've won at the reserve level. So we'll see it is. I mean, they're definitely not getting embarrassed. I think they're getting outclassed right now by a very good San Diego Lions team. And we should mention, by the way, that if the Lions do win this game, they will secure their spot in the semifinals. They'll play the winner of the opposite group, which includes Seattle, LA, and Baltimore. So 2 of those 3 teams will make it to the semifinals. San Diego has it again in the middle of the ground thanks to Milne, who sends this one out to the far side, and it's going to be taken by the Crows, who trail again 26 to nothing, and have the ball in the center of the ground. Setting this one up on the far side, it will go through. And dog pile on the rabbit. We'll have a ball up on the far side.
Yeah, it's worth remembering, Ryan, with 3 team pools, so a 6-team division, that there would be a couple of sides out of Division 2 that in an 8-team format would be in Division 1. So the quality is obviously there at the top of this division, and we may be seeing one of those class sides now. You said San Diego with the opportunity to qualify for the semifinals here with a win this afternoon and secure that. I think we're looking at a really good football side this afternoon.
Yeah, the runners of each pool will play the runners up in each division. The 2 teams that come in 3rd place will come in. We'll play that crossover, right? Yep. Sorry, I'm sitting here thinking about more than one thing at once, which is dangerous.
Well, there's a lot going on at once.
There really is, and it's also
you're managing scores around the ground and scores on this field and broadcasts and not. It's a lot of action.
Yeah, we're getting like some comments from folks that are watching the stream. So there's a lot of things that are happening. And the ball's up on the far side. A ball comes down to ground, and now they have it up.
Big tackle.
Great tackle. And here they come once again. Sent that one forward. Clean bowls, 1 player. Staying with it, there is Bielski, but Austin able to clear it out for now. Over the hands to Hops, going to get picked up. And dancing forward is Bell. Ding-dongs the ball forward. Almost taking the mark up over the top, and the ball goes.
That was Hogan there from the Crows.
Yep.
He's been scrappy today. He's getting himself
Really
involved in a lot of places. A couple of 1%ers here and there. That's a nice intercept mark, though, back in the pocket.
Ball will get taken now. With it is the 70 for Arizona, or rather for Austin. Big crunch in there. And then the ball is sent forward, and it's marked. And that will end that. San Diego hanging on to the lead here. Still about 5 minutes to go. Feel like this first half has really kind of dragged on a little bit. Not complaining, of course, just saying I feel like we should be done. And it's just one of those. Yeah,
I think that's a product of the vast majority of the game getting played in just half the field. And while Austin's certainly not out of this, they're holding tough. It really condenses the game. We've watched almost all of it take place in the Brisbane, gosh, I did it again, in the San Diego forward half of the field. I really want to drag that Austin offensive players that are just out of touch back into the play a little more.
And we'll have the opportunity. This one is sent down the ground. And the mark is taken over the top there by Connor Ross. Ross with the football up on the far side. Going to be sending this one down the ground. Ball gets knocked, one-on-one contest. And now it's going to get picked up. Sending it down the side. Off the top, 2, 3, 4 bites of the cherry. Not paid the mark, though, was Ludeman. And Ludeman will play it up the far side. I'll tell you what, that would have been an impressive mark.
Great effort no matter what.
And they were able to keep the ball going over the top, cleared everybody, ricochets back in front. There is Bielski, who throws in a tackle. Not gone, or was it? Yes, it was, and it is a free kick. So says the umpire.
Jeez, Huesler, the big full forward for San Diego there. I would have loved to see him just crash that pack. He was a little bit hesitant coming in because there were bodies in the way already. He is such a big unit. He will get to go wherever he wants if he acts like a runaway train that he could be.
He looks like a soccer goalie, kind of making it says, do I punch or do I gather?
Yeah, caught in 2 minds, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he did. I mean, it wasn't a bad result, but he was able to kind of keep the ball in front of him and keep the ball in play.
Maybe a touch of self-preservation up as much as they are.
There's that, too, as the ball gets knocked in front. This is Lindner, who has it but was knocked sideways, but he has a friend who tries to go in. Wasn't 15 anyway. Gets away. looking for a friendly face. That was Heusler, who goes and finds not Loper, that would have been Lindner, and they turn it back inside to a wide open Justin Valley. Valley will backpedal all the way back. He's about 70 meters for goal. It goes off the side of his foot. Austin able to keep it in play. Tried to get the ball forward and does. Going to get picked up. And the ball goes.
Austin obviously well coached. They're doing a lot of the right things. You know, you see the chase and the hustle right there to apply that tackle. So they're creating turnovers. They're creating possession opportunities for themselves. They just haven't been able to really build going forward. So what we're probably seeing here is a little bit more class out of San Diego. Austin certainly no slouches, and there again another phenomenal tackle. We'll see what the umpire actually pays here. Did he pay a tackle? I'm missing the signal, and he's not pointed a direction either. Is that San Diego's ball? Sorry for the confusion. We're just waiting on signals from the umpire. Okay, it is San Diego's ball, so something illegal about the tackle. But the hustle's been there, and they're creating turnovers. They just haven't been able to string enough passes together, and I think that's a big credit to the way San Diego's structured behind the football, able to rebound that.
Ball now on the far side, comes out, and it's going to get picked up once again by Lindner. Lindner is sending this one in, and marked over the top nicely, and a little bit of harassment afterwards, but able to hold on to the football was Curtis Bielski. 4-2-26 still, and Bielski trying to add to it, as we are going to check around the grounds in just a moment. And we have an interview coming up with Tyler from Movember at the halftime break, so stay tuned for that. Sending this one is up on the way. It is dead center. Perfect. Goal to the San Diego Lions. They go to 5-2-33. And Austin yet to score, and that's just classy from the Austin Crows.
Well, I don't care who you are, Brian. Five goals and a half here, or same amount of time as a quarter of football in a full-length game is a lot of goal production. San Diego's really stringing together some nice sequences. Their rebounding's been great. We've barely seen the ball travel past the midpoint of the field. I'd guess 80 or 85% or better of the play has gone left of screen for us to the west in the San Diego's offensive end. We'll expect that to switch in the next half. Not much wind to affect that.
No.
That either way, but Austin to get back in this, got to stay with the hustle, got to stay with the tackling, but then they need to start connecting passes after they disrupt San Diego's efforts.
Absolutely. Well, as we said, San Diego, I mean, they're really just taking it to the Austin Crows. They lead 32-0. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. A quick around the ground. Seattle in other Division II play leads LA 22-0. And in Division 4 play, it's the Denver Bulldogs reserves leading the Wasatch Wargulls 29-12. Hi. Well, we have we have a number of major sponsors, a number of sponsors who we have over the course of the weekend. We've mentioned Tasmanian, we've mentioned Visit Tucson, we've mentioned Cooper's, of course. But one of our sponsors over the last couple of years, and a great effort which has been initiated by the gentleman to my left, is Movember. And here to talk about this from the Houston Lone Stars is Dave Bryant. Dave, of course, a former member of the executive board. And Dave, you're the one who spearheaded this Movember movement. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Well, thank you, Brian. We've partnered with Movember. People don't realize this, but it goes back as far as 2012. But in 2019, we reconnected with Movember and started the USAFL Challenge, which has been a really competitive but fun way to bring awareness for Movember's efforts and the causes that it supports, and it's been really great ever since.
So talk about like some of the challenges. One of the things that I've really loved seeing is the Movember Challenge, and you see people, men and women, grow out their mows in one way or another. Talk about that and what some of the plans are for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've done the Movember Challenge, as I said, since 2019, and it's been really good engagement by the clubs to get involved and behind the cause. We've had anywhere between 12, 15 clubs participate with, in some years, up to 70, 80 Mo bros and Mo sisters are all growing or moving or doing something for the moment of men's health. So it's been really supportive.
And what I like about it is that all the clubs are getting involved, especially like the lower division clubs. Like I know Virginia's been involved, so it's great to see like everybody is getting involved. As we said, some of the women as well are getting involved in raising awareness for this as well.
Absolutely, and everyone can participate. And the beauty of it is that it's really all about raising awareness and people taking the time to think about men's health in and around their own circles, but also in a club environment where people can find hardship and you may not know about it. So this is really just trying to get that conversation started so that we can really do something about it.
And talk about what some of we were doing. We have Tyler, right? Tyler
Miller's here with us from Movember. Appreciate the support out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know if you wanted to come and say hello, but you can if you'd like. We'll do it. Yeah, it'll be fine. But as we said, Movember is one of the many initiatives that we have. And thank you so much for coming down from LA for this as well. Talk about like some of the interactions you've had this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been amazing. This is my first time coming out to a USAFL event. It's really cool to be able to check out the sport, obviously, and then just be able to have that one-on-one FaceTime with some people throughout the organizations. Just being able to talk to Movember a little bit more, some of the impact that we've been able to share with a lot of our programs that we have, and then also being able to talk to people that are on the ground as well, people that are in the communities every day, being able to grow out their mows and raise money for great awareness.
I'm starting fresh in November.
Yeah.
That's why I have this. And another thing I love about something like this is especially when we deal with men's health. I mean, sports is a great foundation for that, because obviously men play sports and there's a lot of that. So I know that you've probably seen obviously with us, but around the different sports, there's really been, it seems like a lot of organizations, there's really been an embracing of this as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And with Movember, we're wanting to meet men where they're at. So sports being one of them. A lot of men are get into sports, whether it's Australian rules football, professional hockey, basketball. It's either they're playing or they're going to those events to watch. So for us, it's a matter of meeting them where they're at, so that they're able to get the best support and resources that they need without having to stray too far away. So we're kind of meeting them in the middle and being able to provide those resources out in a common space.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for everything you do. I can speak from the voice of experience that mental health, especially when it comes on the men's side, is very important. Having gone through my own stuff, and we really appreciate the work that you and everybody at Movember has done, and to you, Dave, for really taking this and spreading it across the USAFL. Thank you so much for coming out. Keep up the good work, and go Mo.
Awesome. Yeah. Sign up at Movember.com this year for your chance to continue to grow out a mustache and raise some great awareness for men's mental health, prostate cancer, and testicular cancer.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And
Thank
you
you
so much. Y'all have a good rest of your day. Thanks
Awesome.
for joining us here as we get set here at halftime as this Division II game, as San Diego leads Austin by the score once again on the Watch AFL scoreboard of 32-0. And the teams are coming back out on the field for the second half. So we're just about set. And Dan Sarbacker, as he joins me again. SARS, I know we can talk very briefly about that. I think having gone through, like I've mentioned as well, mental health and also prostate cancer awareness and all that other stuff is very important.
Yeah, and what a great organization, right? And I think long time ago, St. Louis, the club I started with, we'd grow out funny mustaches for nationals before Movember was a thing, and so it's something that I think we can all get behind, whether you wear one seriously or you wear one for a costume or a joke, or you wear one for a month. They're noticeable, they draw attention, and it starts a conversation, and that's what's really critical. So we're thrilled to be partnered with them in this way, and the USAFL and the members, players, people up and down the league have done an awesome job getting behind that in past years.
Yeah, it really has, and it's great to see another initiative.
I expect nothing else in 2 weeks other than some dusty lips starting to grow out their mows.
I was going to say, some of those things are going to become butterflies at some point.
Yep.
All right, teams are back on the field. San Diego in the maroon jumpers, and the Austin Crows reserves are in the white jumpers, and we are underway here in the second half.
I don't expect much of a different half. San Diego won't want to take the foot off the gas in any way. But as we mentioned in an earlier broadcast, without a lot of wind, Sometimes you see a scoring end of the ground for reasons unknown. So we'll see if Austin can maybe find a few goals at this end of the sticks. I think it's been the more favorable end on the
Good
day.
pick out of the air. Sorry,
That's
by
all right.
Quincy Hildreth, who found Sironis. As the ball goes inside, staying with it, and then going and picking that one up. Bielski tried with a stiff arm, couldn't get out of the second tackle, and it was given as a high contact, and the umpire very quickly comes in, so it was high contact as he got him around the neck. It's Curtis Bielski.
Geez, he's quick, man. He closed on that ball really quickly to create that opportunity for himself.
Like a librarian, you might say, as that one is punched free. Ball bounces out into the pocket, little handball out to the near side, and it's a big tackle. And the mark is taken, or is taken by Hunter Gallagher.
One of the Crows there in a crunching tackle. He had almost no time or space, but apparently enough for the umpire to have had prior opportunity. And boy, San Diego, if they continue this pressure throughout the tournament, are going to be a tough side to contest with because they're rebounding so quickly after gaining possession.
Exactly, and they're really doing well, I think, to also, as they do here. Bielski was wide open, and he has a free kick, and it will come from about a 65-degree angle. When he lets go, it'll be from 40 meters out. Bielski's kick is on the way. The wind just starts to pick up, and I think he was expecting it to drift across. It didn't. In fact, it was taken on the last line of defense there by the Austin Crows as they kick out from the highway side to our right. Up on the far side, we talked about Movember as one of our sponsors. One of our major sponsors is Tasmania. And, of course, the wine here today, Jan's the sparkling wine, named after Abel Janzoon Tasman, the Dutch explorer who sighted Tasmania in navigating Australia back in 1642 and navigating the forward line. Another San Diego goal. And that there may be the one that gives them the victory and sends them into the semifinals. That was Stephen Loper. And San Diego has kicked their sixth. They go to 6-2-38.
It looks like they might have started to put the nail in the coffin here. They'd probably enjoy one of those cool climate wines right now from Tasmanian. Clinking the glasses a little bit. I think this one might be out of reach at this point. But they're still doing what's made them successful. They're relentless around the pressure. Austin's struggling to get clean connections out of their back, and that gives San Diego relatively easy possessions and intercepts across the center of the field, which they've rebounded immediately.
Ball comes rebound back in, handballs it in from behind, but he's gone. The important thing there was he didn't push the player in the back, he wrapped the player. Otherwise, he would have given away the free kick. Instead, he earns it, and the ball stays in play. And here come the Lions, sending this one in, drops in front. Again, that's Loper, dances away, handballs to Justin Valley, sending this one in to a wide open Bielski.
What a delicate kick. The touch that Justin Valley placed on that kick, it was probably only about a 25-meter kick, but he executed it just perfectly. He didn't put too much on it, made it easy for Bielski to collect.
That was a lemon meringue kick, silky smooth. It was like a souffle.
It's a bit of whip on top.
Whew. And now for the cherry on top of said souffle, as here is Bielski on the wind. Fading right, did it sneak in? It did. Goal to Curtis Bielski. I was going to call him Lucas. There's a lot of Lucases on that team. But a goal to the San Diego Lions, and they go to 7-2-50.
Brian, I think that was a microcosm of the whole game we've watched here. Tons of hustle and grit out of Austin to apply that tackle. In the previous sequence, it was inside their 50, their defensive 50. So the turnover, they kick out. A hustle across the midlines from San Diego spoils that. They collect. They're inside 50 to Justin. The nice touch to Bielski, and there's a goal. Microcosm of what we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. That it really is just playing out so well. As we take a look around the grounds and tell you, we have Seattle. Well, it looks like Seattle is going to clinch a spot in the semifinal, two alongside Baltimore. 4-7-31. For Watch AFL, they lead LA no score. In Division 4, it's the Denver Bulldogs reserves leading Wasatch 29-12. So some strong victories here, and the top two sides, the top seeds, both Seattle and San Diego, are right now just completely in control in their matches over the lower seeds in their group.
Yeah, we're seeing the plot unfold, aren't we? The drama on the day builds. We started this 4 hours ago, wondering what we might see, what might unfold before us. Who's going to win those first games in those divisions that have the dynamic seeding, or dynamic scheduling rather? And we're getting the answers now, and so you're starting to see it play out. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is. And in most cases, it looked like it was the top seed that's gone ahead and done it, but or the higher seed, the second seed. But what we're seeing now is we're seeing things set up well, and the 4 semifinalists are going to be determined. But those games this evening, and they are going to be amongst the last games this evening, are going to, they're going to be on Sunset, which, as you've seen here in this view that we've had here at the Keno South Sports Complex, is absolutely amazing. But also, those are going to be important to determining who plays whom. So if you win your matches, you are most likely going to be, I think perhaps we'll say it, an opponent that you match up with better.
Yeah, I think, if I have my geography right, the Santa Catalina mountains that we're looking at there, just to our north, provide a great backdrop for the games.
Watermark defensively.
And
Ludeman, sorry, go ahead, Sars.
No, and I think someone local can correct me, but maybe the Santa Rita ones to the west are the ones that sun's going to set over that you were just mentioning, creating that awesome sunset for us for these evening matches.
And Soronis took that. Aisen Soronis took that fantastic mark.
Oh, sprayed it out on the full.
And Michael Coffey, well, he's going to need a cuppa because that was out on the full.
Yeah, classic problem, right? You try to finesse it too much, and all of a sudden all your mechanics break down. He was leaning back, leaning to the side, trying to massage that inbounds and feather it over into his teammate. He needs to just go through his normal mechanics on the kicking there. Everything fell apart because he was trying to get a little too cute with it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up by, 46 points, you can afford to do that to an extent, but
it's easily forgotten, but you'd like to see him execute nonetheless.
Absolutely. Seattle's lead over LA, by the way, is now 37-1. So it looks like Seattle, as we say, Seattle and Baltimore are going to be through from Pool B here in Division 2. And
really nice intercept mark out of Austin there. And again, they've been able to do that today. They've been able to get tackles. They've shown some real grit. But right here, hand over possession again, right back to San Diego. That's been the story of the day here for the Crows.
And the ball has gone through, and it looks like it's going out on the full, so it'll be a free kick the other way. Brian Bauer, Stan Sarbacker here with you. Glad to have your company, no matter where you're joining us. Whoop, there we go. Well, only 2 fell this time. It was every single one in Denver a few months ago.
The wind it started swirling a little bit a couple games ago. It was out of the east earlier today. Now it's a little more consistently out of the west, but caught a stack of our rosters and sent them flying. It was alphabet soup all over the media box for a moment.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't even like the good kind. It was like the, but anyway, as the ball is sent towards the sticks, and once again by San Diego, and that one bounces through and does, in fact, get a point. So another point for the Lions, and they go to 7-3-45 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. And no score yet for Austin. And I think Austin, I think in a way, they like playing higher up. They want to get these guys like higher opportunities. Of course, when you have them go up against a team like San Diego, it's always going to be tough, but they're holding their own. This one is sent down. Ball goes to ground. Sent in. And, what a nice mark. Off the foot of Rob Pisalo, and then marked by the 65, who we do have a number for, so sorry, y'all. And he'll go back. He's walking with the football, and he's walked a long way back. He's going to be out 60 meters out. And it's marked defensively, and that ends that threat on this occasion.
It was one of those few times, Brian, that mark we saw where Austin's been a little more commanding in the air, and then immediately afterwards he handballs it off in a much deeper penetrating kick, and Austin unable to mark it, also unable to bring it to ground. So really a lot of letdowns in their forward line, not being able to keep these surges forward going for the Austin Crows.
Ball gets picked up, and big tackle once again put in there by Loper. And we'll have a ball up directly across from us. 5 fields going on all at once, and of course we're here on field 1. We have cameras over, actually on all 5 fields. We have cameras going over on field 2 as well, and we're hoping to get that rejigged for you in case you're wondering where the games on field 2 are, where the Gremlins have decided that they were going to stow away in the bags. But other than that, we're doing well.
You hear us apologize every once in a while for technical difficulties, but I don't think people appreciate how challenging it is to put on a production like this. You're not in a stadium where it's all set up and wired and ready to go and consistent every time. Every park we go to is different. The team does a great job sort of figuring it out, all the little nits and differences and such at every facility. So we do apologize when stuff conks out, but technology is what it is, and we do the best we can.
I should mention that we are self-producing this, led by our production manager, Jerry Long, who has done a magnificent job, and we have seen him go back and forth over the last few hours, just making sure everybody has what they need and just trying to get everything going. And that's something that San Diego has definitely done in this match so far, as the ball is tied up on the wing position. On the commentary side with about 8.25 minutes, it'll probably be less than that. I would say probably like 7.5 minutes to go.
Michael Coffey with a clever little pickup there. He was spinning as he's picking up the ball. Immediately took himself out of danger, actually. So that's an experienced move.
This is a San Diego Lions team that defeated Baltimore to win the 2019 regional national championships in Division III. 2 years removed from winning the division. Becoming the runner-up in Division III when they fell to Seattle at home in 2017 at that Nationals. Here is a kick on the way. Can the Crows get on the board? They do. It's a minor score off the foot of Jose Lopez. And the Crows Rezzies are on the board. Watch AFL scoreboard. They have 1 point, and it's 7-44 for the men in maroon and blue.
Yeah, glad to see them hit the scoreboard. Their effort's certainly been there. The tackling at times has been ferocious. They're unfortunately given the ball back right away after they collect possession. It's both demoralizing and exhausting because you work so hard to get it, and then to give it right back, you put yourself right back on defense.
It really is. Well, we've got some more score updates, which we'll give to you in just a moment, and it's. As we say, as we look at the other Division II match that's going on, as we said, Seattle in control. They lead LA 37-2. Philly and Boston look like they're going to go to 2-0 as they are up on Minnesota 27-14. The team that was the 4 seed in that group, and Boston, who won Division III in 2019, they won Division II in 2022. It's another behind for Austin, by the way. So on the Watch AFL scoreboard, they now go to 2 points. It is 45-2. And Philly has won 3 national they won in 2018, they won in 2021, and they won again in 2023. To go with the one that they won in 2002, the first year that Division III was a thing. So they're looking really good after defeating essentially the top 2 teams in that pool. So we'll see how that goes.
Really good signs for the Lions there. Andrew Bell just on that last play, diving to smother a ball that was going through for a goal. He doesn't have to do that at this point of the game. It's in the bag for them. But you never know, 1, when percentage matters, and 2, that's the sort of thing that lifts your teammates. That says to me they are locked in, their heads are in this, and they are intent on carrying this success through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Their heads are very much in this game. And if they're trying to, they want to see this game out. It looks like it's going to be, and again, well, I think percentage, if it does come into play here, Dano, one, it will be a tie if it comes into play, but I think it's just good to kind of see out the victory. You don't want to let your, I mean, you want to balance it. You don't want to let your foot off the gas pedal, but at the same time, you still have another game to play in a few hours' time. And they're going to be playing, I believe, at 4, San Diego, yeah, they're going to be playing again at 4 o'clock. They'll be over on Field 3. So against DC. So it will be, and DC is going to be tough no matter what the stakes are. It's going to be a really, really strong game against them.
Well, a developing theory this morning, since we saw 2 West Coast teams go down in the 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. games to East Coast sides. The East Coast folks are out of bed and their body clocks are more in tune with the game times. Maybe that flips this afternoon and the West Coast sides start having more successes.
There's another one for San Diego. That's another one. That's their 8th, 8-3-51. And that's the highest score I believe we've seen on this field. And I'm just scrolling to see if we've seen one on an other field. Let's see.
I think you're right, Brian. I don't care who you are. In 2 quarters of football or 2 halves in our tournament format, that's a lot of offensive production.
It really is.
San Diego looking really, really sharp. Maybe not as silky or smooth as New York maybe was with their kick-to-kick this morning, but boy, they have gotten it done today. They've been absolutely smothering in terms of the rebounds for repulsing the Crows' offensive attacks, and then they've gotten on their own attack very quickly as a result.
Minnesota, by the way, has the high score of the day with 60 in their game against Portland in the first round of the day in Men's Division 3. As the ball comes out to the near side, again, our thanks to Tasmanian, to Coopers, as well as to Visit Tucson for their support and all of our sponsors.
I'll echo that, Brian. We can't do this without the help of those folks, and we see a lot of their representatives come out to this, and we hope they see a good time and see the value. But man, what an extraordinary event, and we couldn't do it without them. So big thanks to our sponsors.
We have a couple of new sponsors, and Macquarie, who is a global finance in the global finance sector, he's there and being there. Speaking of which, is Wayne Hagan, who's all by himself. And he thought about going in. In fact, he ended up taking a step back and sending this one out towards the post. And then finally it's cleared. Did he kick that towards the wrong way? No, he kicked it the right way. I thought that I don't know what I thought. But it's marked either way by Andrew Bell.
There might be a knee injury here. We'll see how he gets up, how he's moving when he stands.
Nice.
Maybe a calf cramp. We'll see.
Maybe.
The way he went down and was sort of holding, he looked like he might have tweaked a knee, but I think maybe a calf cramp or calf injury. We'll watch him walk off after this free kick. But
Andrew Bell, either way, has the free kick. It's up on the way. It is tailing off to the side, and he has missed the lot. It's out of bounds on the full. About a minute to go, and San Diego is going to cruise home. And as we say, it'll be San Diego and Seattle who will play, or rather San Diego and Baltimore who will play later today at 4 o'clock. Both of those teams are assured of the semifinals.
It's a pity that's not broadcast, but if you're on the ground, go get over to that one, because that one's, I think, going to be a ripper.
And Seattle and DC, or rather, it's going to be. I think I had it. Yes, you have Seattle and I've lost the plot here. As the ball is out in the middle of the ground, this one goes in short and over the top, almost taken. Banged out to the near side, and it is marked. It is taken by Dom Gibbs. And Gibbs will try to get it the heck out of there, and it's marked right in the chest. Taken by the 65 for Austin. Not much time left. Mark taken in the middle there by Hogan, who's been their rock so far. Mark is taken right to the left of us. And they're going to try and play on quickly, but the mustard came off the old hot dog. And
taken high there in the tackle. That'll keep this forward surge going for the Crows here. Excuse me.
The ball gets sent in, so It'll be Seattle and Baltimore. San Diego will play D.C. later on, and there is the siren. And all 4 of those teams will go into the semifinals. It will be L.A. and the Austin Reserves in a consolation match, but San Diego, much the best. They come out winners by 49 points. The final score, it's the San Diego Lions, 8 goals, 3 behinds, 51 points. The Austin Crows, 2 behinds, and SARS, it's a straightforward victory, but, you know, the Crows fought as well as they could.
Yeah, I said it multiple times during the game. The effort was obviously there. The tackling at times was ferocious. They did manage a few intercept marks, but their big downfall is they gave the ball back immediately, and that is demoralizing and it's exhausting. Just in this last sequence, we saw them finally string a few kick-to-kick together. San Diego probably knew the game was in the bag and the clock winding down, so their defense might have let up there. But all hats off to the San Diego Lions. They're a well-coached team. I think they are one to watch throughout this tournament, given what I just saw. Their effort to repulse the Crows, building up and coming forward, lock down those corridors, smother balls, spoil marks, and then quickly collect and get on the rebound forward. That was very impressive. Don't crack open the champagne yet, Brian. Crack open the Nutter Butters maybe, but don't crack open the champagne yet. But they got to be pleased with that result, the Lions.
Absolutely, they do. Well, as we say, they're on to the semifinals, and so are the Seattle Grizzlies, who were 51-2 up. And I don't know, we're waiting on a final status of that. And over on Division III, again, this is around the grounds for Watch AFL. Philly and Boston 41 over Minnesota 20, and the Denver Bulldogs now have the top score. The Bulldogs reserves in Division IV as they lead Wasatch 62-19. Coming up next here on Cooper's Field, SARS will be joined once again by Jason Becker in men's Division III action as the Chicago Swans take on the Arizona Hawks. The Hawks winners over Columbus earlier, and so were the Swans winners over Nashville. 2 1-0 teams in Division III. You won't want to miss it. When we come back, you're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson, Arizona here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
of the league, coaching Denver on one of the other fields. And then I also saw Plugger wearing a jumper of the same team. I've never seen Plugger in a Denver kit before, and he just said, "It burns, it burns."
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. So Plugger, Paul O'Keefe's Wisconsin-based, and he'd be in with the Wisconsin Wombat side, which is combining with the Denver Reserves. They had a thumping victory, put up 62 points in the match just the last hour. So that's the highest score of the tournament so far. So they're looking good in their division. We saw a big score with San Diego defeating Austin Reserves. They scored in the 50s themselves. So, but a Div 3 match here, ready to get underway. And the ball's up. The Ruckmen go for it. Obviously in Chicago's favor, the way that ball bounced.
I didn't expect the ball to hit the ground there with the umpire bouncing it.
Yeah, it's a proper bounce. A rule going out of use in the AFL this next year. Rationale being there's less risk of injury with more consistent bounces, as well as a broader base of umpires that can make AFL standard without that really technical skill to have to execute.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but almost everyone who tries it for the first time, it hits them right in the mush.
Oh, it's good for breaking your own nose, primarily. Gonna have a boundary throw here in the early stages of this Division 3 match. Ruckman tap out towards the boundary. Chicago collects. And we're going to have another ball up there. So both sides keen at this point, feeling each other out in the early stages. That toss a little wayward, but the Ruckman drifted over to it fine. Chicago getting a forward 50 entry out of that. Could have gotten a push in the back, and he does, in fact, get a push in the back. Chicago's full forward, number 9. Forgive us, we don't have an actual printout, so we're looking these up online. Michael Fenwick Nevin, number 9 for Chicago, going to have a free kick here. Was pushed when his lead out from the goal square on that forward 50 entry. Umpire's got everything lined up. Fenwick's on his line. Probably will end up releasing about 30 meters out, maybe 25. Fenwick's going to have him on the board first. What is it? Umpire signals that is a goal. So Chicago first to strike, and it's a major here early off of the boot of Fenwick. Awarded for free kick for a push in the back on a forward 50 entry. So Chicago draws first blood.
That was a great looking stroke. That's a fantastic kick for goal.
So the Watch AFL scoreboard, 1 goal straight, 6 for Chicago Swans against Arizona 0-0. Charlie had her lunch. She's back on typing in numbers. We'll see how frantic this one is. She missed the big one, the 50-pointer last round. She would have atrophied in one hand because Austin Crows didn't put up much, but she would have been busy with the other. Ruck tap, and Chicago's on it again. Play's been in the forward half of the field for Chicago thus far.
Tried to clear it from center, went right up and down the mine shaft.
Umpire awarding a tackle there. Number 50 for the Swans attempted to get that ball free. Evan Danilo, the tackler, when he finally turns and shows his number to us, we'll get to you.
Well, that's
nice
a good
kick
hit.
Forward to 33 there for the, which is not listed for. Whoops, we have the wrong one up. I'm gonna get Arizona up.
They played on quickly.
Rewarded for the efforts of playing on quickly. Applied that tackle right at midfield, and the first advance forward for Arizona sees them slot a major. We're at 1-0 even, 1-0-6 to 1-0-6. Swans strike first. Arizona answers.
That was Tim Duckworth running by to grab the handball on the 45.
Duckworth was a name we called a lot in the first game. He had plenty of the ball. They managed to work around through him and the back lines on the switch of field of play. And Arizona goes to work again. The strategy for them in that first game, target their bigs. They have 3 talls up the spine. That ball's out for a behind, so we'll have Arizona 1-1-7, now leading Chicago 1-0-6. Chicago on the kick out. He plays on immediately, has a bounce, so he'll run 30 meters with this. Has a second, he'll get 45. He's still going. That was a great effort to take yardage in that fashion. Big flying mark from number 9 with the Swans. That's Fenwick again, so he's exerted himself early. He finds a target up the far boundary. Boy, I would have loved to see them go inboard a little more there, but that's where he saw the open man. The lead was way out, and he couldn't quite handle it, and it actually immediately spilled over the line. So we're going to have a boundary throw up there. Not a horrible result for the Swans all the way from kickout. A little bit flat on the boundary throw. Was collected by Ludostansky there, who immediately handballed backwards. That's getting Arizona going forward, but it gets intercepted by Chicago on the half back line. Arizona takes a mark there in the center of the ground. That was Schutzpell's roll. But again, Chicago intercepts. A little bit of a ping pong match here, back and forth in the middle. That ball actually hits the ground, not anywhere close to its intended target. And a bit of fracas in the middle. Big clearing kick out of Chicago into their half forward line. As somebody attempts a flyer.
Advantage paid.
Yeah, advantage paid. Chicago plays on. We'll explain what happened there in a second if the ball goes over the boundary, and it does. So we'll have a throw in from the extreme forward pocket. Advantage paid on a penalty. The penalty would have been an unrealistic attempt. So attempted at a marquee, a specula off the back there, really wasn't in range of the football, so that gets paid as a push in the back, effectively is what it occurs, but an insufficient, unrealistic attempt at the football.
That would have been a free kick to
And
Arizona,
this
but they
here,
didn't
what do
even
we
stop.
get? Out on the full gets called. Umpire also could have gone for insufficient attempt. It's not really going to matter. So it's going to be a Swans free kick from an extreme angle. Now, Jason, we've seen some heroics, 4 for 4 on extreme angle kicks here on this ground. Can we add to it?
Well, we haven't tempted the commentator curse, so one of those questions will be answered in the affirmative.
Might be Stu Nickel there. Number 1 is who I see. Yeah, as a longtime Swans player. He kicks across the face, so we did him in properly.
No miracle this time.
Just by bringing it up. Sorry, Stu.
That's on us.
That one is on us. So a kick out for Arizona here out of their back line.
As a bounce goes long, right to the corner of the center square. Good hands again. The usual suspect. That's Grogan again with the big hands.
So big men to big men going here. Grogan to Henderson.
Right up the spine, Dan.
Key guys for them. They went inboard much earlier than a lot of sides have today, and it's effective. Henderson actually finds space out on his wing, so a full 90-degree switch of play field. Switch of field play. Exactly where I was headed. Changes the angle of attack into the forward 50. They're starting to put Jeff Kramer there, the fullback for the Swans, former Rebel player, under pressure. He's got the assignment on Wilhelm right now. That was the third link in the chain if they were going to go big man to big man to big man. They just couldn't quite connect it.
Let's roll again, kicking the can down the road. Now it's a tight play in the pocket. They're going to try to work it out of the phone box, and it's picked off by Arizona.
Swans feeling the pressure, just throwing it to boot. It went right to Arizona there, who comes right back down the throat. So Arizona here exerting themselves a little bit. The big men starting to emerge in the match. They were, of course, a big storyline when we saw them earlier today. The question is, can the Swans nullify? Will they have the height? Will they have the aerial capacity? And here's a big man out of the back, 51. That's Tim Freet, who also had a good game in their morning match.
Oh, touched right on the line, I think, for a point.
Yeah, there's Kramer. Outstanding fullback, great defender, and he's got a great nose for it. He happened to be right place at the right time due to his instincts, and then plays on quickly through Hugh Robertson here on the near side. One-on-one contest in the air. I don't know where the umpire was on that one. That looked like it was high. Swans collect anyway. We got taken high again, so that's 2 misses for the umpires, unfortunately, but the Swans play on. Arizona to collect here. That was Abernathy off the halfback line. Doesn't get out cleanly. Swans are going to have another chance at this, and they do.
I do feel like Jeff Kramer's been the last line of defense for at least 2 decades for Chicago and the Revolution at times.
I overlapped with him a tiny bit at the end of my career. And that's a fair few years in the rearview mirror at this point. Arizona on the attack again on the far side. Swans, though, collect, and they've got numbers and handballs, and they've got the run. That's 30, I think, out of the back. That's Robertson again. He's been a really key figure for them, but did he run too far?
He did. He went a long way. He ran
So
his
Robertson's
full measure.
not afraid of having a bounce. He had 3 out of the goal score for a kick out earlier, but the umpire was wise to it this time. Expected him to touch that football to the ground.
Couple of great side steps, but yeah, he didn't have a bounce that time.
So he ran his 15 and then some, and the umpire was wise to it. Pinged him for that. So Arizona ball. Don't do much with it. Looks like they've kicked it out of bounds. Not on the full. Looks like it rolled across. So we'll have a boundary throw from over near some of the team tents there on the far side. Looking up at the Santa Catalina mountain range to the north.
Watching some trucks go by.
Boundary throws a little slow coming back in. There's players had plenty of time to get set up. Ludostanski's the fastest out of the pack to collect that one. He showed his pace earlier today in their first game. Was tackled during that kick. Ends out for a behind. So 1 added to the tally for Arizona. They're now kicking 1-4-10 to 1-1-7 for the Swans.
Yeah, so those errant points are the difference in the game so far.
Jeff Kramer going to kick out of the back. So Arizona getting some of what they want, but Chicago denying it more than Arizona's opposition earlier today, where the Bigs really ran amok up and down the spine, had their way with it in the air. Had a tie-up here on the far side, going to have a ball up. That's a favorable result for Chicago, where they were kicking out of the back.
Yeah, Kramer didn't connect with that one the way he usually would. He put it in a good spot, but hit his foot at a wrong angle. Little bounce.
So players a little wary of the umpire whistle now when they know they've run at least 10 meters. They're starting to think about, do I have to touch that ball to the ground? I'm trying to figure out what the signal actually was there. Are we getting a kick? We are. Swans kick.
Yeah, you see a guy get pinged for running too far, and then all of a sudden everyone's having 3 bounces in 7 meters.
One of the nice things about the national tournament we mentioned earlier is the umpire training that goes on. Jason, we were out at the grounds yesterday afternoon. There was a coaches session with Ron Watt from the AFL Coaches Association. There's an umpire session going on. We know there's a number of AFL umpires that come to nationals every year. It's a fun end-of-year trip for them, and they do some mentorship. In this Division 3 and then 4 and 5 games is where some of those trainees get their experience and get evaluated on the weekend by the senior and experienced umpires. So we probably have some trainees on the park today.
Yeah, another big bomb forward. You mentioned Ron Watt, great friend of USA Footy, as well as we've got Matthew Young, AFL umpire, and I think 12 Australian umpires that have paid their own way to come.
Gosh, that is just brilliant. So kudos to them, and thanks for their support. It makes us better. We know the games can't happen with all these people, and umpires are critical. I think any of us have been around for a while and at least know the rules well enough. We've got pressed into service from time to time behind the whistle, but getting trained, experienced umpires, and certainly having the chance to meet the folks that do it for the AFL when they're coming over on their own dime even is just amazing. So hopefully they have a great trip and a great time here.
I mentioned all the fields that are here, and you just picture how many umpires it takes to run those fields all day.
Yeah.
Kudos to them.
Yeah, you probably don't get the whole picture just from the broadcast, but multiple field umpires, multiple boundary umpires, multiple goal umpires. They're enormous fields. We're talking about 160, 170, 180 meters long, so
and then
a ton of mileage.
Times 5 fields.
Times 5 fields, right? It's a ton of mileage. Those folks are some of the fittest people on the planet, believe it or not.
They're freaks on sticks, as they like to say.
So Arizona's had a bit better of the play. Big clearing kick there from the Swans. Goes over Stu Nichols' head, but he was in chase. Swans have numbers and collect at the forward 50. A little bit undecided what to do, sort of handball there. That was some undisciplined patterned running there from the Swans, and they haven't completely loused this up because they still have possession here in the 50, but they didn't have a clear run at the sticks that they might have a few moments ago. Ball's in the air, not gone 15. Players try to punch because that would not have been paid as a mark. Same thing here. He's got to clear with hands, and now Arizona might be away. Running Good
there's the
pace, has a
bounce.
bounce, and he's through traffic. I think he weaved through about 7 swans there. Catch a number here, 2 for Arizona. That shoots Pell's roll. Boy, he was weaving in and out. He might have evaded 6, 7, 8 swans there on that sequence, and that's one way to clear the lines is to just run.
And he bombed it long to the sure hands of Pony Wilhelm, who's going to see if he's got the range for this one.
So Big Pony Boy will have a shot at the sticks.
I don't think
prefers
the wind's not in his favor this time.
No, prefers a short run up, and that's a big ass kicking over Jeff Kramer.
Oh, he
But
got
it looks like he got enough of it. The Hawks are certainly cheering. The umpire agrees. Goal to Jason Wilhelm, who's been a very sure-footed kick today. He doesn't get many because he's just on the receiving end of things up there at full forward, but he's a big unit.
Oh, he looks fit, and he just chest bumped a teammate and damn near killed him.
He commands a lot of space there in the forward line. Really impressive build-up for Arizona there, and they've started to extend their lead on the Watch AFL scoreboard now. Swans kicking 1-1-7 to Arizona Hawks 2-4-16. Pony Boy being on the end of that, but shoots Pell's roll with the work in the middle of the ground to get that ball forward.
Yeah, this is a good fight, but Arizona right now is the one connecting the dots down the field on occasion.
Swans look good in the early moments and hit the scoreboard first. They've not done much damage since, and the Hawks really settling into their game style. Haven't had to go through the big men as much as they did in the first game. Maybe those options haven't been as available as they were. Maybe there's a little fatigue in the big guys. They've used them certainly, but they're getting it done, the Hawks, without just relying on their tall spine.
And Robertson there clearing it from the back line, but only so far as it's coming back again. Nice short possession kick. Arizona just has a little more patience and sometimes finds the open guy.
Nice touch on that kick to Ludostansky on
That's
the far
gonna get
side.
picked
He
off.
kicks into the middle of the ground, which we love seeing the inboard kicks. Doesn't quite get picked off, brought to ground. We're going to have a tie up here, maybe, probably. Yes, says the umpire, and he'll ball it up. Has not been a goal kick, but it's almost right on top of the center circle. Rucks come in, 69, covering a bit of ground this time. That's Grogan. Again, key in their game earlier today. Here's Henderson, the big man, coming in. He's second to the contest. Swans have numbers right now. That's probably a push in the back. Doesn't get awarded. 8 for the Hawks, comes away with it. That's Riley Ludostansky. There's a couple of Ludos here. Jeff Kramer tackled there. And that free kick's awarded. 84, that's a new one. We don't have that number, apologies. So 84 for the Hawks. Another big body, not quite as tall as the big three we've been talking about. But certainly swift on his feet, applied that tackle as Jeff Kramer, as Jeff was trying to sneak out on the far side here.
84.
Sprayed that. Oh, did you find it?
Yeah, he's
Thank you.
Ryan
Marshall. Thank you,
The
Ryan
computer had it,
Marshall.
Our printout didn't.
Yeah, Ryan Marshall there on the kick from the angle, and guess who's on the end of it, Jason? That's Pony Boy.
Am I supposed to guess?
Oh, you can.
Again, and then that's another impossible
Yeah.
angle.
The answer's been the same for Arizona all day. It's one of their big men, and I think Wilhelm's gotten the lion's share of them.
Yep, they either find each other or the little guys find the big guys, and it's working out really well for them so far in this half.
So 2 to him now. The Hawks starting to run a bit here. I watch AFL scoreboard now. 1-1-7 for the Swans, 3-4-22 for the Hawks. Let's go around the grounds here and have a peek what else we see going on. Pair of Division I games on the adjacent fields, 2 and 3. Denver Bulldogs, Houston Lone Stars. Denver's having a good day over there. 6-2, 38-0-0 for Houston. Houston first time debutantes in Division I. Great job of that club building up through the divisions over the years. They've won a few flags at different divisions and playing in Div 1 for the first time, but having a tough go against a very quality side in the Denver Bulldogs. The other Division I game, Austin Crows 2-5-17 over the Sac Suns. Sacramento we saw play earlier, very gritty side, also first-timers in Division I, just getting outclassed a bit by Austin there.
And
Go ahead, sorry.
Speaking of that, that's exactly what's happening with Arizona here. Just a little bit too much class with probably about 30 seconds to go in this half.
So half winding down. Oklahoma Buffaloes in Division 4, 3-1-19 lead the St. Louis Blues 2-3-15. The straighter kicking the story there. And then men's Division 5, the Virginia Lions 0-2-2 down currently to the North Carolina Des Moines Combine of 1-4-10. So a few other scores around the ground. Arizona here looking again to build out of the back. They've had some success doing it and went to one of their secret weapons from this morning, that cross-field switch of play. They didn't do it through Ludo Stansky this morning. They used some other folks, and that one didn't come off. Swans were wise to it, and they've collected this one here.
I think they're going to be out of time.
They really could use some points here at the end of the half. That looping kick's not going to get it done, though.
And there's the siren.
Yeah, somebody needed to tell him to go straight into 50 on that, and hopefully get a big man on the other end of it. But that's where we end for the half. So Division 3 game here. One half is in the books in the locally 2 o'clock hour round of games. Chicago Swans kicking 1-1-7 on the Watch AFL scoreboard, but leading here Arizona Hawks 3-4-22. I'll do a super fast rundown of those other games again. Pair of Division 1 games, either nearing halftime or at halftime. Denver Bulldogs 6-3-39 over Houston Lone Stars. Austin Crows 5-7-37 over the Sac Suns, who now have a .011. Oklahoma Buffaloes 3-1-19 over the St. Louis Blues 2-3-15. The Virginia Lions 0-2-2. The North Carolina Des Moines Combine 1-4-10. Jason, thoughts on that first half?
Well, again, it's just Arizona with a little more, what it seems like, time, patience. They're able to find each other and just break the lines, and that's what it takes to be up by a couple of goals.
Yeah, chalk it up to what you want. They're a home club, sort of a host club, so to speak, not too far for travel, so they don't have that abuse on the body. Maybe a little more numbers in a regular roster because of that. But really you want to point to the things they're doing on the field that are so successful. Again, they've targeted the big men. Pony had a pair of goals in that quarter. He was key to them earlier in the game. They've worked through Henderson and Grogan through that half. They're getting that switch of play going occasionally. It worked for them this morning. It's working now.
Yeah, and you want to stop the big men, but you can also try to stop the service to the big men, and the smalls running through the middle and then finding them has been just fair class.
Yeah, I'd agree. So I think that's what maybe is the message coming across the Swans and their halftime talk right now. Got to apply more pressure through the middle of the ground. Don't allow Arizona to rebound the ball the way they have been. When they disrupt the Swans' play going forward, the Swans have to be more keen to recollect possession and move the ball forward.
Yep.
We'll see what happens in the second half here in a few moments. We're going to take a break here from the broadcast on AussieReelsUSA.com. Again, on the Watch AFL scoreboard, 1-1-7 Chicago Swans, 3-4-22 Arizona Hawks. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back to the 2025 USAFL National Tournament. We're here in Tucson, Arizona, the Keno Sports Complex, South Fields. Halfway through a Division III game between the Chicago Swans and Arizona Hawks. Hawks had the better bit of play in the first half, lead 3-4-22 to the Swans 1-1-7.
I think we've got a square violation here.
Yeah, we're going to figure that out in a second. Broadcast here on AussieRulesUSA.com. We're just sorting out the violation here. Actually, look, we've got a new umpire on the field. We didn't have that orange shirt earlier. He might be training.
They have paid a free.
Yep. So free paid. So there's a violation on the Swans. There at the opening bounce. 14 here, right in front of us for Arizona. Oh, I should have it here. Tim Duckworth, really instrumental in their game this morning. Got a lot of the switch of play going. Deep forward 50 penetration here with that kick. Looks like we might have a tie-up. They're trying to break the ball free, and they do. Jeff Kramer does get the ball free. Swans clear the 50 with a kick, and they can connect here. That's 25. I think that was Oliver Seward. Handball in through the middle. 30 there. Hugh Robertson's been instrumental for the Swans thus far. Applies the tackle as well. Arizona gets the handball free though.
That's number 2 roll again, just rolling right on through. He was rewarded a couple of times by sidestepping some players, and he's going to continue to try to do that.
Swans had numbers at that contest. Not a deep kick, but it was enough to free up. And the play behind a little slow. A lot of players walking in front of us, Jason, through the middle of the ground. No support coming in the forward line here for the Swans. Look, it's going to be the 5 of them that are up there, and that's it. A sixth joins. Stu Nickel there running up off the wing, it looks like. Arizona, relatively easy time rebounding, and the field's wide open now to play through Grogan on the far side for Arizona.
We've called his name a lot through the middle of the ground.
So Grogan on the lead, and he kicks long. Is that one of our Ludos? No, 27. It is not. I'm going to check numbers really quickly. Yes, it is one of the Ludos. My eyes did not deceive me. Ryan Ludostansky, he goes inboard here to, we assume, a brother, maybe a cousin. Joey Ludostansky, who has a ping, but drifts right for a behind. So another point to the Hawks. Now kicking 3-5-23. That score went up wrong on the scoreboard at the field.
You could see Duckworth kind of sneaking up on the fat wing side there. I anticipate before this game's done, they're maybe going to do a switch at the forward end.
So
Hawks.
If you're watching the broadcast and happen to see the scoreboard across the field near the flags in the background, that got recorded wrong. Charlie's all over it though here, so we've got it accurate. 3-5-23 for the Arizona Hawks, 1-1-7 for the Swans. That change of direction in the half confused our volunteer scoreboard operator there.
Long kick out of bounds on the full. That'll be coming right back from Arizona.
Yeah, we'll have a boundary kick here for Duckworth. Wears the brightly colored matching headband. I'm not going to call it rainbow. I'm going to call it matching. It matches the Arizona colors for their jumpers.
No one stood the mark. He just ran right into play and gained another 10 meters or yards. I'll do the math for you.
The first contested possession that I've seen Pony not come down with the ball. That's probably the value of having an experienced fullback on him, and Jeff Kramer from the Swans, former Revo. Jeff Kramer always got the tough assignments with the full forwards with the opposition during his time on the national team, and no different here. Pony's exerted himself, Jason Wilhelm, but crashing out of the back there. Again, Hugh Robertson, he's certainly put his name in consideration for best on during this game.
Almost got tackled, got the full tour, but got the ball away.
We got a couple of sore players after that tackle down in the pocket there. We'll get numbers for you in a second. Looking like a back and an ankle maybe. Swans player slow to get up. Is that 33? Is that what I'm seeing? Scroll to that. That might have been Tim Herman. I think that is 33. Arizona Hawks player still not on his feet. That's Schutzpell's roll, and he's been some of the pace for them through the middle of the ground. That'd be a big loss. Still grasping at his ankle. He hasn't moved from where he is. He's on his feet, but he hasn't walked a single step yet, so he's come up pretty sore. Arizona moving the ball forward here, getting some attack here into their, the Swans, pardon me, Swans getting some attack here into their forward line. Big man has a bounce. Oh, he gets run down there, though. That was Mike Gurton that chose to have a bounce there. He got in over the top, and a well-weighted kick to him. Probably ill-advised to have a bounce and continue to run on.
Chicago went right up the spine. They may try to do that again.
Yeah, if they sniff out what's working and realize that's where the success is, they may try to go back to that. Clever little sidestep, and he's begging for a call, although they had advantage to play on, was 50 for the Swans. Evan Danilo, he was right. He did get taken high. However, they had the advantage, so they played on through him.
Got caught high. They played on quickly.
And they do so again here. Danilo with the forward 50 entry. Hawks on the other end of that, although don't take it cleanly. So now we're going to pick it up off the ground. And it's a pile of bodies. The football, we presume, is at the bottom of it. They're going to unstack things here, and the umpire will have the pill. Still no signal, still no umpire. There he is. And we are going to have a ball up. However, 2 more players on the ground, 1 from each side. Everything's very equitable in that sense so far. Probable leg cramp for the Arizona player in Abernathy that's down, and it looks like the same.
Oh, it's synchronized swimming out there right now with leg cramps.
No kidding. The toe point, not a choice, unfortunately.
No,
that's
it's contagious.
That's the awarding points for artistry and synchronized swimming, that toe point. But it's not a choice here when there's a leg cramp. But we're back underway. Clearing kick here and ultimately not successful. Contested 30. That's let's see, Hugh Robertson again mopping up around the back of that. And the Swans are pressing. Umpires looking at each other confusedly. And it looks like we're going to have a kick out, so that would have been out on the full.
Yeah, it looks like I missed a lot. Now they're going to try to bring it out the other side here.
Duckworth there with the kick, that switch of play. He was on the receiving end so many times this morning. He orchestrates, now is on the receiving end. He went to switch play. It ended up getting switched back through him. They obviously like that. He's their man.
Again, patience. They're just doing the short kicks, hitting the soft spot. Now they've cribbed the mark, so that's going to be a 50-meter penalty.
It looks like we're going to pay a 50 correct. So they'll trot up. Arizona don't look like they want to press too hard here. Maybe a bit of preservation of energy.
They got 3 yards. They're going to take their time with the lead. And now they Duckworth again. I mean, he's just doing it all.
Big kick. Pony gets away maybe with a slight push in the back. Didn't take the mark in the end. Swans mop up around the back. They go wide instantly where the free space is. They're clearing the line there through Halliday. Not Roy Halladay of Ready Player One fame, but Josh Halladay.
Tim Freet just intercepted it, so again between the arcs it's coming back. Duckworth is going to fight for this one. Oh, he got beaten on that occasion. It's coming back.
So Swans doing what they want, what they really want to be doing here. Some intercept marks across the mids, able to rebound, but haven't been able to generate on the scoreboard yet as a result.
It's coming back again. We're going to try one more time.
Another forward 50 entry, so they're stacking them up.
But it's 4-on-1, and the one wins it.
Big fly there, 33. Oh, boy.
Pumps it deep.
Tim Herman there again. He came off a little tender earlier, but he looks all right. Was involved in that contest. Out for a behind, so the Swans get their first second half damage on the scoreboard. Now kicking 1-2-8 to the Arizona Hawks, who lead 3-5-23 on the Watch AFL scoreboard.
You know, Dan, speaking of the synchronized swimming and the toe points, your daughter had some gymnastics going on this morning, and you were in touch with her.
Yeah.
I understand she, her name's Adelaide, you know, except you call her Port,
well,
so she knows when she's in trouble.
Yeah.
But she did quite well with the gymnastics.
Yeah,
some high scores.
Proud of little Addie. Shout out to her. I know she's not listening, but yeah, my little girl had personal best on the uneven bars, and Boy, oh boy, they are uneven, aren't they? That's a challenging sport. She's really talented, and good on her for that. Big, strong mark there. Big, strong mark there. The umpire calls it back, actually. Strong mark there by 77. Spirakis dropped the mark as he was going forward to kick. He was still on his line. Umpire called it back, realizing the small gaff that was. Now plays on with hands, gets it back. Under pressure, kicks, spoiled unintentionally off the back shoulder blade there of, off of Gerton. Handball off the ground for the Swans as they try to mop up in their back 50.
Oh, they worked that out well by hands, and
There's
of course it's Duckworth,
on the far wing. His leading and his timing, he knows where to find the open space, and the Hawks have been good at finding him in that open space through 2.5 matches we've watched of them today.
And then a side step and a decent delivery to the forward 50. And again, in penetrating kick up and high. This looks like it's going to be marked by, guess who? Jason Wilhelm.
Big high kick from Grogan. So we're big to big there. Grogan to Ponyboy Wilhelm. Big Jason Wilhelm lines up for another one. He's kicked a fair few today already. You can see why he's the full forward. Big unit, commands a lot of space, comes down with the ball often. And he's worked on his kicking too. He's kicked, I think, only one behind on the day today. A lot of straight kicking out of Jason. That one's too high to reach, even though the defenders jump. Umpire walks up and signals another major for the Hawks.
And you're right about that short run up. That works for him. It's consistent, and he got the distance, and that was into the breeze. Worked for him.
He's not wasting energy, not wasting steps on his approach. His kicking's been incredibly accurate today. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think he's maybe kicked 6-1 on the day now. That's for sure his third here in this match, which brings the Arizona Hawks on the Watch AFL scoreboard 4-5-29, leading the Chicago Swans 1-2-8. Both these sides winners in their earlier games, so what's on display here is a couple of 1-0 teams. Hawks look the better side. Swans might be starting to run out of time to come back in this. If they could stabilize and generate some run forward, I think there is still time. Umpire, however, signals an infraction in the ruck. That'll be Ludostansky that earns that. Don't know if he was held.
You know, just talking about Pony's run up, when you've got the lead, maybe you'd want to take a little more time, take a few more steps, and pull your socks up, put the mouth guard in your bra, whatever you need to do. But he doesn't want to wreck a good thing, so he sticks with the routine.
Yeah. Tie up there on the far pocket. Down on the pickleball end of the ground. Umpire will have it up from there. The rucks go up. Major height advantage for Grogan. I want to keep calling him Spargo, but that is not right. For Grogan, big leap, and he's a tall, lean guy. Really effective for them in their forward ruck taps. Smother there from 51. That's Tim Freet. We've called Tim's name a few times. He's been an effective rebounder off the halfback for the Hawks today. We'll have a ball up. Boundary throw looks like from the far side. Afternoon sun's creeping around to our left side, Jason. The wind really strongly out of the south. No, I shouldn't say strongly. Firmly out of the southwest now. It's no longer swirling like it was earlier. Started the morning in the east. But really out of the southwest at this point, and the sun's starting to creep around and cast a little bit longer shadows again. So the afternoon's wearing on. It's been a lot of football in the rearview mirror at this point. Still a few more rounds yet today, and then some deciders tomorrow, of course. But the plot's starting to fall in place.
Especially on the women's side of the competition, where the format's a little bit different, and depending who you beat or don't beat, changes who you play tomorrow.
Good individual effort there. We have two. Thomas Freet, so we must have brothers, 51 and 53. 53 Thomas that time, individual effort to bump and knock the ball loose. Swans ultimately come away with it. That ball, incredibly long. We've called his name before, Hugh Robertson. That was just an entry into 50, hoping to target a forward, but it sailed over their heads. Maybe a touch of wind at the back there.
And then bounced all the right ways.
Just rolled right through. That's the kind of stuff you need to get back in the game. A little bit of luck turn that way. So the Swans hit the Watch AFL scoreboard here. 2-2 Should be 14 to 4, 5, 29. They're not out of range.
Bring it back to the middle and see if they can keep it rolling. Starting to see some tired bodies out there.
Yeah, Robertson sucking wind hard after that. Even to the point of maybe getting a little bit sick, it looked like. But he's shaking it off, going right back in. Show no weakness. That is the Aussie rules football way. Just don't step in that spot on the field where he was a moment ago.
Pony kept it going forward. Grogan lost sight of it, but he's gotten to it on the ground.
So Arizona showing a little bit different look here, brings Pony back into the ruck. We haven't seen him there yet today. We know he's certainly capable.
A.J. Crosley with some desperation, but didn't quite grab it.
Jason, you mentioned tired bodies. I see all three of the Arizona bigs within about 3 meters of each other right now. I can't believe that's how they draw it up on the marker board.
Maybe they have to get critical mass in order to get Uber Eats to deliver to that spot.
Maybe.
So some big boys.
So far they've earned it, but this game's certainly not in the bag yet. Second half's plodding along. Swans hoping to claw their way back into it. Arizona hoping to deny that and finish after 2 rounds 2-0. Swans here clear the pack, try to work through Robertson again. No luck. They ultimately do get the kick forward, but collected by Arizona on the halfback line. A drilling, penetrating kick up to full forward, and that again into one of the bigs, Grogan. Grogan fell a little awkwardly, thought he might have had a cramp, but no, just maybe caught a boot.
His hands are so strong and soft. It's just, what a great mark he is.
That ball was a laser, and he had no problems with it. The pace on that ball, and I don't think it went much over head height, the whole trajectory.
Beautiful, beautiful dart.
And Grogan reached out and just speared it. He's a big, long kick, too. Look at his range. That was well outside the 50. That is a thumping kick.
I wanted to say that sounded good off the boot, but I thought that was a ridiculous distance to make that claim, and it cleared.
Absolutely thumping kick from Grogan. Tired bodies, you're right. Nobody gets around him. Everybody's just walking back to the square. He gets a few high fives for people that happen to be walking past him. But, oh, man, get around him for that. Watch AFL scoreboard. Arizona extends their lead 5-5-35 now to the Swans 2-2-14.
Starting to get away with it.
And I'd have to say his strategy similar to this morning. They're really working through their bigs. They've got the tall bodies. Why not? Their deliveries have been good, the Hawks, up to their big men.
Nice clearance by Chicago, but they've gone wide instead of forward. But, of course, that's where the open guy was. We'll see if they can get up any deeper.
Find some space out on the far wing with Jed Martin. Big looping kick is forward 50 entry. Looks like Hugh Robertson there. Working into the forward line. He's gotten so much of the football that Swans may be trying him up there, or maybe that's where he's getting his rest after getting ill in the center square a few moments ago. But he's been a bright spot for them. You'd certainly want more of the football in his hand.
Yeah, he's just looking for the dry spot. Oh, well scooped.
Tim Herman playing well down at his feet, scoops that ball up. Arizona up to the task, though.
Good punch. That was
looking out through Aaron Miller, collected that and rebounded forward, the fullback for the Swans. Beautiful mark overhead.
Guess who?
Running over his shoulder. Grogan here.
Yeah, he caught it, looked inboard, and then darn near missed his foot.
Yeah, played online, maybe a little slightly prematurely, or just wasn't convinced of what he wanted to do with it after that. Looks a bit like a heifer when she gets out of the pen. She's excited to be running, but not sure where to go or what to do.
I know a few facts about sheep.
Do you?
If you want to talk about farming.
I think we heard a few the last game. Ball, boundary throw, from the no ruckman go up. Again, Grogan having a huge influence here. He takes it right out of the ruck and handballs away, and the Hawks kick another.
Just lands in his lap, handballs to a friend, and away they go. Almost raffling it off at this point.
His influence might be a little bit too late in the game to get the best on ground votes. That may go to someone else where the game was a little bit more undecided. However, he's a big influence again on the Hawks hitting the scoreboard. So we're now sitting 6-5-41 to the Swans 2-2-14. Let's just have a peek around the rest of the park today. In this 2 p.m. local time round of games. Division One Denver Bulldogs absolutely running amok all over the Houston Lone Stars, kicking 10-5-65 to the Lone Stars 0-1-1. Houston's first time in Division One, and they're feeling the change in pace and the change in quality, stepping up to Division One this year. It's a great challenge for them. In the other Division One game, similar story. Austin Crows 13-12-90 over the Sacramento Suns 0-1-1. Slightly slower start there for the Austin Crows, but holy cow, have they poured it on now. Oklahoma Buffaloes, I'll finish this up here as the siren blows. 3-3-21 behind the St. Louis Blues, 7-6-48, and the Virginia Lions 0-2-2 losing right now in the second half 1-4-10 to the North Carolina Des Moines Combine team. Jason, as the siren blows and we check the Watch AFL scoreboard one last time, the Arizona Hawks run out winners 6-5-41 over the Chicago Swans 2-2-14. Thoughts on the game?
Yeah, very well played by Arizona. Just ran it out right throughout the game. Just a comment on what you were saying about those Division One teams as you were going through the scores. It's super impressive to see teams like Sac Suns and the Houston Lone Stars, cracking into Division One. And if you guys at home don't know, it's difficult to do that when you don't have half of your team being Australians and growing up with the game. So those teams are mostly Americans, and credit to them for being in Division One in the first place.
Yeah, good on them. Exciting round of games here at the Keno Sports Complex, South Fields in Tucson, Arizona at the 2025 USAFL National Championships. Arizona Hawks winners again over the Chicago Swans in this Division III match. They finish right now their efforts on the day 2-0, so they might be the side to beat in Division III thus far. Swans will go back and regroup, see if they can find a way to somehow rectify and get back on track with a 1-1 record at this point. We're going to sign off here and take a quick break as we head in again from the Watch AFL scoreboard. 6-5-41 Arizona Hawks, 2-2-14 for the Chicago Swans. Back from the 2025 USAFL National Tournament in a little bit.
We're back here at the Keno South Sports Complex in Tucson, Arizona. 2025 USAFL National Championships presented by Tasmanian continue in the shadow of the mountains here in the middle of Arizona. And it's a men's Division III match between two teams who lost earlier today and are hoping to finish today, National Saturday, at 1-1 as the Portland Steelheads take on the North Texas Devils. Brian Barish here with you alongside Dan Sarbacker, and we are underway here in Division III. We'll tell you about how the teams did a little bit later on, but for right now, it's the Devils wearing the green and the yellow, headed from left to right on your screen of watching choice, taking on the Steelheads in the blue and the salmon and the black, as this one is set inside the 50-meter arc and it's marked, and the Devils will have a chance to set up. And this is Nathan Hatton just putting this ball off to the left. It hangs in the air on a mark. That could be a Tasmanian play of the day. And as he goes back, that was a fantastic setup, Dan, and we'll talk about that in just a moment, but that was David Orr.
Yeah.
David Orr or David Orr, whatever are you looking for? This meteorologist from the south will catch a football in his mouth. No, wait. I don't know. That just came from my dad somewhere. As this one is sent on the way. It is dead center. Perfect. We have played a minute, and the North Texas Devils have the lead on the Watch AFL scoreboard. They're 1 straight 6. Portland yet to score.
No surprise. Marty Coventry getting the clearance out of the middle for Portland. It wasn't big enough really to clear the lines. North Texas collects, probably were awarded a bit of a generous free kick on the high tackle. Steve Arnott on the whistle here. I'll trust his decision. Looked like maybe just the back of the jumper, but in the end, North Texas gets that build-up, entry into forward 50, big mark down there, approaching the pocket. Might have still had a decent angle from the middle, but Slots, the umpire, was keen. He sprinted straight to the center of the goal, so that was good right off the boot.
I was just making sure he was awake. The Devils coming off of a loss, a tight loss to the Boston-Philly combination, 28-23 this morning, and they are moving the ball quickly through Will Lyon. Lyon spelled with a Y as opposed to an I, which we saw them play a little bit earlier today. Good pressure put on as the Sockeyes trying to get it out of there. Ball goes up high in the air, bounces free, picked up once again by Mason. Daniel Mason goes all the way back. They swing it around nicely to James. Goes out to the far side. It was an intended handball looking for the captain and Stephen Bass, one of the two Bass brothers, and we'll have a boundary throw in just to the right of the commentary position.
Fair bit of the play happening between the arcs at this point. Not unexpected for this early in the match, but North Texas hitting the scoreboard first, of course, because they have the forward 50 entry.
North Texas winning the Central Regionals earlier in Division I back in June. That was in Olathe, Kansas, and it's worth mentioning that was a tournament that was devoid of a lot of the top teams, including, say, Denver and Austin, who played out west, as Coventry goes out to the near side. Talk about Tasmania. That's the Derwent Destroyer there, as he was called, in Martin Coventry, who used to play his football here in Tucson with the old Javelinas. As the ball gets marked up on the far side, it gets taken down. There's a shot across the body for Portland, and it just sneaks. Well, it bounced back into the field of play. Big scramble there. The Devils are on top of it. Big tackle, and the question is whether or not he had possession first, and he didn't. It'll be a free kick to the Devils.
Oof, bit stiff there. I thought maybe the ball got knocked out in the collision, which probably could have been a play on, but you know, good things happening for Portland here. That forward 50 entry, they're starting to apply pressure.
The Steelheads combined with the Wasatch War Goals to finish second in Division III at the Western Regionals. They were Division II champions in 2014 or 2015, and then again in 2016. As the ball moves up, they punch the ball forward. Here they come, and that one just went out of bounds. Chasing after it was Kean Kirby for the man in the light blue, and it is still 6-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. The Steelheads made it to the Division II Grand Final. That's the highest they've ever been, losing to Minnesota in a classic at Racine, Wisconsin, in the cold of Wisconsin on that day. And I must say here, SARS, is, you know, obviously you look at at Coventry as the leader of this team. But you look at some young guys like Max Ducey, who's the captain, Jonathan Benhame, who's come up through the ranks the last couple of years. They really have a couple of good young recruits to really help this team go.
Yeah, and of course you want to build a side that way. You've got experience and veterans that are teaching the game and helping with the structures and whatnot. You sometimes need those younger bodies to do just this right here. Apply some pace. Holderson there with the tackle. He's going to get the shot on goal as a result of his effort. That's a 1%er right there, applying that tackle. Doing that in forward 50 gives yourselves extra chances at scoring opportunities.
Meanwhile, Oliver Holdenson, number 21 for Portland, has been given a free kick here by umpire Steve Arnott. He's at a 45-degree angle. They do a cartwheel to try and put him off. Yeah, you're going to need to try harder, mate. He sends that one, and he gave him a pat on the back.
Yeah, to some
Did
degree
you see that? He gave him a pat on the back.
To some degree it worked. He pushed it a little bit left. Probably might have struck the sticks, so 0-1 on that effort down the field. But he got in his head enough with the somersault straight into the ninja squat.
That's USAFL footy, baby. I'm sure I've seen this. I've seen a handstand when I think it was in, what was it, like 2004 when Justin Longmuir won against St. Kilda after the siren, and somebody did a handstand to try and put him off. He did a cartwheel. You know, I mean, those are like good side points, but
Whatever happened to the old gum on the boot?
on the far side now,
Getting
it's
creative.
6-1 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. And we'll keep an eye on the other games that are happening as the ball has gone near in front. So Portland founded in as a through 4 behind, so that's a behind for the Devils. 7-1 the score on the Watch AFL scoreboard. We go around the grounds for Watch AFL and tell you that the Columbus Cats now lead the Nashville Kangaroos, also in D3 action, 2-0. The Cats, they played Arizona and lost earlier today, and the Kangaroos losers to the Chicago Swans. So those two teams are 0-1, and so we'll end up, unless there's a draw, we'll end up with a 2-0 team and 2 1-1 teams. And in this 8-team, we should mention, of course, 8 teams in Division 3, 2 pools of 4, the winner going to the grand final. And you have to feel like if you're one of those teams, if you have a team at 2-0 and you have 2 teams below you at 1-1, you have to feel like you're in a great position.
Yeah, of course you are. You know, still you don't know. You still got to keep winning out, but certainly your confidence is up after that effort.
Ball's coming out now in the middle of the ground, and it will be a free kick going the way of the Devils. The Devils founded in 2020. They are located officially in Plano, Texas, but all of the Dallas Metroplex. This should be a 50, I think, as they blow the whistle as Mason just booted the ball downfield. They're still acting like this game is played, and like that is one of those where you're so intent on it that you don't hear the whistle blow.
Yeah, and it's for some reason Steve Arnott's calling it back. Didn't see advantage in that play for whatever reason, or the wrong player played forward. So now Mason here out on the handball to restart.
So now they'll play again, and they find Justin Kenna, former LA Dragon, found the USAFL through the Manly Warringah Wolves. They were the Giants at one time, as this one gets punched away. Going after the footy, 2 players collided into each other, and that was Craig Clark, I think, who caught the worst of it. And
yeah, Clark tripped up from behind as they were both going for the ball, so the umpire awarded that. Probably a tripping call, maybe it could have been in the back. Doesn't really matter in the end. He's got a free kick and a shot on goal.
Final analysis, he has a chance to draw level. He is roughly 55 meters out. When he kicks, he'll probably be about 45. Ski jumped it, got underneath it a little bit, and it is almost marked, went off the chest. There's a steady breeze to that end of the field towards the highway end. And then there's a big tackle, and that'll be pinged. And it will be a free kick.
Forward 50 tackles, creating forward scoring opportunities for both sides here. Portland a few minutes ago, and now here North Texas.
And it's David Orr who will go back. Try and tie, or at least try to extend the lead. Kick is on the way. It is dead center, perfect. Daniel Estes gives the two-finger salute you can show on television. And on the Watch AFL scoreboard, NTX 2-1-13, Portland PDX 1 behind.
So again, a lot of the scoring opportunities generated from forward 50 tackles. That's pressure your forwards apply when you don't have possession. The opposition is trying to rebound out of their back. Instead, you thwart that in some fashion. That pressure that's applied is either going to result in a tackle like we've seen, or potentially a missed kick and you recollect it along the halfback lines. Really critical your forwards pressure highly when you don't have possession on the ball.
Around the grounds for Watch AFL, 2-1 Columbus leads the Kangaroos Division 3. Ball back in the middle of the ground once again, and we'll have a secondary ball up as umpire Steve Arnott separates everybody, tosses it to the heavens, and Clark is in there, and he is able to get the handball out again, looking for Mason. And what is it my dad always says? My father's a Mason. Care to see my bricks? It's if you miss basketball, and that's it. Anyway, the joke was in there. It just was ill-timed. As the ball gets sent in, and it'll be sent in. There's a big booming kick towards the pack in the goal square. Portland able to keep it out. Now they got to stay with it. And it's 2-on-2, an ill-advised handball, but what else could you do? Now he's looking for a man. It's going to bounce out to Kenna, and Kenna is wrapped up for Hanukkah, and we'll have a ball up as now a little bit of elbowing and a little too much roughhousing.
Tiny bit of negotiation happening after the play there. Not sure what they were disagreeing about.
I think where to get the best tacos after the game,
be.
probably. As this one comes out, drops in front. Portland able to keep it in front of him, but it bounces right to a Devil who winds up, kicks this one on the way, and it's there.
Was it touched on the way through?
Well, the question is
Nope.
whether it was touched.
Nope.
It wasn't, and the other former LA Dragon, Paul Iokum, has kicked the Devils' third. 3-1-19 North Texas, 1 behind Portland. Watch AFL scoreboard.
Maxwell Poor chasing back, trying to get a touch on that. Looks like he missed it. Umpire was right on it to make the call. Unlucky not to get a finger to it, but yeah, North Texas hitting the scoreboard again through the big sticks for 6.
So 3-1-19 North Texas. Score update around the grounds for Watch AFL. Nashville has kicked a goal. They lead Columbus 1-1-7 to 3 behinds. The Division II Women's Challenge match with DC leading Portland 1-0. That game won't affect either of those teams' status. They'll be playing in Division II tomorrow in the semifinals against the two teams that lose at 4 o'clock. And we'll have one game coming up for you right here in the quarterfinals. There's another chance for a goal, and there's a fourth for the North Texas Devils. And they are just buzzing away with this one early as they go on the 4-1-25 on the Watch AFL scoreboard, 1 behind for Portland. And let me tell you, this North Texas team, we started to say, founded in 2020. When they came in 2021, they lost all 3 of their games. They went on to very slowly go up the ladder over the last couple of years. A lot of people, they were ranked essentially, a lot of people were tipping them to win their pool in Division III a season ago. That didn't happen. And a lot of people were tipping them to be on top here. Philadelphia and Boston may have upended that, but they can stay in if they get a victory.
Well, they've obviously committed themselves. The club's growing, and they're on a great trajectory. They hosted the national team reserves, the Rebel Reserves, this year for a exhibition match. So they're putting themselves up against competition to challenge themselves, and it's showing. They really have the better bit of play here, although turned it over on a throw just now.
So here is Coventry, and Coventry sends this one in, pounded back into the middle of the field, and out in, going to pick this one up, going back to get it. Oh, how did that stay in his hand? That's what I want to know. And now rushing through there is Chapman, who sends this one down. It rolls through, kills a family of worms on the way through. It's on the wing position, commentary side in front of the mountains, and going to get picked up. And here come the Devils. And nope, it was a whistle before all of that, and in fact, it will go back the other way to the Steelheads.
Steve Arnott signals a hold, so he spotted that, pulled it back, no play on. Wasn't even the North Texas ball, so it got back to the Steelheads to restart.
And they'll send this one on. Not a great kick, but it is stopped and then one-handed into his chest, and There was no prior opportunity before he was held, and we'll have a ball up on the wing position commentary side with under 6 minutes to go here in this first half. Brian Barish alongside Dan Sarbacker, former USA national teamer, current head of the USAFL international program. I know you've got some big plans possibly coming up for next year, which I'm sure will come out at some point. But the ball comes back up high in the air, and this one is moved forward by North Texas. The Devils trying to move it forward. Everybody shoving everybody sideways. In there was, for Portland, was Jonathan Ben-Haim. And we have a free kick going to be given the way of North Texas. And to take it will be Nathan Hatton.
So Portland steadied here a little bit. Things were fast and furious on the scoreboard there for a minute or two. Charlie was typing in scores like crazy, trying to keep us up to speed when North Texas was hot. And I might have spoken too soon because they've just taken another forward 50 entry, but Portland was good to steady there for a few moments.
Yeah, and they've really, it seems like over the last couple of years, their dynamic has changed, but they really have had like a lot of good young players who've come up through the system. And they've played well, but this North Texas team has slowly built not only their on-field, but their off-field culture. This one's on the way. I think he's trying to coax the umpire. And Daniel Estes says we're going to have a conference.
Goal of umpire Daniel got completely distracted by the fight going on between those two players. So he's going to confer with
it's going to be a behind.
Center umpire who has signaled a behind.
Yep. So, North Texas on the Watch AFL scoreboard, they go on to 4-2-26. 4-2-26 North Texas, and one behind for Portland. Thanks to our major sponsors, Tasmanian. Speaking of a Tasmanian, he takes it right in front of us. And they will play it out to the far side. Of course, Coopers visit Tucson. And our thanks to the Australian Consulate in Los Angeles and all of the volunteers from Arizona State University, who I know are down here in enemy territory this weekend helping us out. As this handballs it on. High up over the top, one-on-one contest. Ooh, manages to stay in play somehow. He did the tightrope walk, did Holdenson. Played that one into the middle to Weinstock, who is a veteran of that grand final in 2018. And then rushing all the way through there was Greg Smith. My goodness, he rumbled and fumbled and stumbled his way, but got the handball on, almost taking the mark, but the ball drops down, and out to the near side we go, and we have a whistle, and it'll be a free kick. It will go the way of Portland and Max A.C. Ducey.
Ducey's been good off the halfback for them. Marty probably could have gotten one in the back and one high there afterwards.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah,
as the ball is put in, and a good kick, good weighted kick by Chapman.
And Marty's sucking wind after that too. Portland had a little success on the previous sequence working out this side through Marty, but North Texas immediately sniffed that out as they tried it again, and Marty's pulling up a little bit sore as a result.
So it will be Stephen Bass who will go down, and he sends this one on the way. It's hooking left. It was touched on the line, yes. Umpire Daniel Estes says that's a behind, and so 4-3-27 North Texas, one behind Portland, and we have about 2 to go.
Well, Portland will want to readjust at halftime. By no means are they out of this, but they've got to start to build their sequence better and not allow North Texas to rebound so easily. Right here is a great example. Can Portland apply enough pressure, and they do, to tie it up? That's what they want. They got that kick out this direction. If they can't take a clean mark, they at least want to tie up in this zone. Oh, it was paid the other way. That's unfortunate.
Sobol finds a target, and that is Willis. And Willow played well. He was a key forward, and Portland, I think, just completely taking their eye off the road here.
We might have just witnessed the capitulation. That guy was wide open. Ioakim there, wide open there in the forward pocket. So Portland's starting to lose track of their men. Hopefully they can get a rest at halftime and come back. But the hotter end of the day, multiple games on the legs. Everybody's a little tired. The fatigue might be setting in for them, and might be sniffing the inevitable.
Well, there was an infraction in the goal square, so no score on that occasion, and it will be a free kick from the goal square to. Well, hang on a second. We'll double check I didn't think a point was awarded. I think it was just I heard a whistle, so it looks like it was. Yeah, I second-guessed myself. This is what it's like to hear me do cricket as this one comes inside, as the ball dances free, and everybody just kind of falls on top of each other here in beautiful Tucson, Arizona. And I'll tell you what, we came out here at about 6 o'clock last night. The lights will most likely take hold for the final game of the day here on this field, and it should be something to see. Sunset at this ground is absolutely picturesque. Handballed back, going to get picked up. They got to hurry. What was that? I don't know. It was a little selling of some candy. Bass sends this one on the way, and it's gone through for another behind. If we're selling candy, could I get some, like a couple of Reese's Pieces and maybe some Junior Ones? What do you
The
want?
Nutter Butters weren't good enough for you earlier?
Well, but that's not candy, dude.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That doesn't. It's selling candy, not selling Nutter Butters.
Fair
And at halftime here at the 2025 USAFL National Championships in Tucson, Arizona, the score, it's the North Texas Devils, 4 goals, 5 behinds, 29 points. The Portland Steelheads, 1 behind only. And SARS, hopefully we didn't see the capitulation of the Portland Steelheads. You know that Martin Coventry, you know that the rest of the team is going to get around it. They'll take a blow. And they got to hit. They need a goal probably within the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, you're around the sport long enough, you start to see some signs here and there. And, I'm not saying there's a spray coming at halftime, but a bit of a fire up would be good for Portland at this point. A little more chase, a little more tackle, preventing North Texas from so easily doing what they've done thus far. And really, North Texas has found a lot of different ways to score. They've taken some marks inside 50. They've also built up through their halfback line, running the ball forward. They've gone through a lot of different players, so that makes it harder to have a strategy for the Steelheads. However, it starts with preventing forward 50 entries. If they can increase their tackling, they'll be on their way.
What are you?
Yeah, we're rectifying.
Yeah, you got it.
Here.
North Texas 4-1. Yeah, you got it. You're good.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Thanks, Charlie.
We'll double check the scores at halftime. Charlie's been doing great work
Well,
here all day, but
we'll
volunteer score people on the
double check
scoreboards.
We'll double check, but we'll also tell you around the grounds for Watch AFL. Nashville 3-3-21 leads Columbus 1-3-9. That's in men's Division 3 as well. The Division 2 challenge match for the women's side, DC leads Portland 13-0. Still waiting to hear from Division 5 where Baton Rouge plays Maine. We're going to step aside, come right back with the second half of this one. You're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson here on USAFL. It's blah blah on AussieRulesUSA.com. Back here in the second half of the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson. Men's Division III action as the Portland Steelheads trail the North Texas Devils. We've adjusted the score. It's 4-4-28 for the Devils. One behind for Portland. And now the is it a 50? It is a 50. It's a 50-meter penalty, and they kicked it without hearing it. It was as he came over the mark. Marcus Sobel will get it and come downfield, and that is an undisciplined start for the Steelheads.
Exact opposite of what you're talking about, Brian.
Yep.
You know, Steelheads needed to get that goal to steady in the first couple minutes here. The clearance comes out North Texas's way, and as they're preparing to play to kick over the mark, and so 50 paid, he'll have a shot on goal.
Marcus Sobel, a kick on the way. It fades right, and it stays in the field of play. Gonna handball it off, and that one is kicked up high in the air. Big kick down, gonna get shoved through. Big, and everybody got taken sideways. They come out to the near side, goes high up in the air, ball comes to ground. There is Mason, who was able to get to it, sends this one back towards the 6. Daniel Mason, put down your glasses. What a fantastic goal. And that is a punch in the gut for the North Texas Devils. And we said Portland needed to prevent that and get one of their own. Well, it's another one, 5-4-34 to one behind.
Great individual effort, collected the ball, ducked under a tackle, shed another one, and a kick straight on the big stick. So good on him for that. He's had these little flashes of explosive play for North Texas here throughout the game. He's playing on ball right now. He's definitely one to keep an eye on because he's had an impact.
Ball comes back in the middle of the ground once again, and the game this is one of those games where, again, it's Sobel who takes the mark, where Portland just trying to
Another intercept mark there for Sobel. He did that off the first sequence, did it just here. That's really been the problem point for Portland is this stuff keeps getting rebounded in the middle of the ground. They're not even getting up to their forwards.
Sent into the goal square. Crash boom opera, gonna get kicked out here. Ball goes up high. It is almost taken down. Goes back, gonna get picked up. Long handball back. Gonna get picked up now by North Texas. Going to go in. Going to get picked up once again by Mason. Mason sends this one in. Ball goes to ground. Going to get sent sideways, and big shove from behind there by Ducey, and the ball goes out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw.
Brian, injury to number 20 for the Steelheads. Nathan Weinstock went off a moment ago. The way he was carrying it looks like a wrist or elbow or forearm, possibly a fracture. He came up really sore after a contest and saw himself off. He doesn't look great on the sideline right now.
No, not unfortunately. We don't like to see those, and unfortunately in something like this, we'll see those from time to time. But meanwhile, North Texas gets another behind, so they go on now to 5-5-35 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. One behind for Portland. Brian Barish alongside Dan Sarbacker. Glad to have your company as well. Round the grounds for Watch AFL. It's a Nashville leading Columbus 21-16, as both of those teams 0-1 earlier today. It was Chicago and Arizona who were both 1-0 in that group, and the Hawks 41-14 winners in the last game, the game that you saw here thanks to Dan Sarbacker and Jason Becker. And in the other group, well, we'll go back and check that in a moment. The other Division III game, it's Philadelphia and Boston, who are out to 2-0 with Minnesota at 1-1. So these two teams trying to keep pace. That one's on the way, and that one is a good football goal. That is another goal for North Texas. It is their 6th. They go to 6-5-41. Well, we'll double check it. 6-5-41 to one behind. 40 points the lead.
Yeah, well and truly out of reach at this point. Portland will catch their breath here for a second because the ball got pinned between the electrical units and the fence just beyond the goals back there. Someone's sneaking back there. Hope they don't get a shock going to fetch that football. But all the play is with North Texas at this point. They rebound the ball extremely well through the middle of the ground, and they've had all the bit of play in their forward half.
Now here they come once again on a Saturday afternoon here in Tucson, Arizona. As the ball gets picked up on the far side. One player went down, and that's Mason, who caught one to the head, and then one of his own players tripped over him in the process, and then the ball ran around him. I'll tell you what, that's all sorts of chaos happening, and poor Daniel Mason is perhaps copped one in the head. And
it's all happening, BB.
It is all happening, and finally the umpire stopped play. And they will attend to Mason, and I believe the clock has. I'm curious as to whether or not they have stopped the clock.
He's going to go have a breather. Looks like he caught one maybe on the side of the head, temple. That's what he keeps rubbing. But
and then one of his own players, SARS, kind of just accidentally ran into him too, like bowled over him on accident.
Yeah, he was on the ground and definitely not trying to sell or play for a free. I think he legitimately got hit in the head, and the call was missed.
As a kick on the way, sailing to the left and through for a behind, and so they keep peppering the goals. It's like the pepper that you get in a whipped cream and a farmhouse bagel, and it's North Texas going to 6-6-42, Portland 1 behind. We have our first score report as we head around the grounds from Division 5, Maine 3-4-22, leading Baton Rouge 1 behind. In Division 5 action, 4 teams playing a round robin today and tomorrow, and the top 2 playing again in the grand final tomorrow afternoon.
Brian, what we're seeing out of Portland at this point is really even not even getting to the other end of clearing kicks, and it's just not going to come together for them if they can't provide a contest at those. Don't have to mark them, but the ball's got to come to ground, and they're not giving themselves a second chance with that.
So ball incoming on a beautiful day here in Tucson, Arizona. It's going to be as we say, going to be a little warmer tomorrow, maybe about another 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. Mark taken. Was it paid? Yep. It appears that it wasn't.
We'll go through a fair bit of sunscreen and water through the weekend.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, that's every Nationals weekend, except for the one weekend we were in Racine, Wisconsin. Oh, he stretched himself out to try and take the mark. And
I dare say for the old-timers, Colorado Springs in the snow, that was hand warmers and hoodies that weekend.
That was my first Nationals, and I stuck around.
You came back.
I did.
It was extraordinary, the snow coming in sideways.
I'll tell you what, we spent an hour and a half in the van in between games with the heat on. I don't want to think about how much gas we wasted that weekend. The ball moves up on the far side now. That is a long time ago, and here we are just on the other side. Through for another behind. So they've scored 2 behinds in succession, and North Texas now goes on to 6-8, I believe. Just watching the score. Yep, 6-8-44 to 1 behind.
It was unkind of us. 20 years ago, the women's comp started, and the very next Nationals after that, we tried to freeze them out.
Well, no, that would have been 2006. Would have been Vegas. I think Vegas was in 2006. Yeah,
you're right. So
it was the other way. Yeah. In 07 was Louisville.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It was 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years.
And it was. And I'll tell you what,
I stand corrected. Your mind is a steel trap.
For things that aren't terribly important. Now you asked me to remember to do something important, and then again, remember my laptop cord. There's something else. But there was Arizona and Calgary in a game on Saturday, and I was a goal umpire, and I thought I was going to need flares. There's a chance in front, and it goes over the. They're looking for perhaps out on the full, but it's going to be a boundary throw in. And again, North Texas looking to add some more. And a situation here, especially, when you're dealing with Philadelphia. Should they lose to Portland tomorrow, and North Texas, if they can build up a pretty big advantage. I mean, the Philly has played 2 relatively close games. Then the percentage may come into play should they lose and should Portland possibly win.
So we talk about percentage. For those that aren't familiar, this is just a goal differential or a score differential. So we see these 44 points for North Texas and only conceding 1. That's used as a tiebreaker, and it's really important. there in Australia is zero cultural acceptance for mercy rules like we would have here in the States. All of us sort of grew up with, oh, don't punish them too badly if you're winning by a lot. Take a foot off the gas. None of that happens in Australia. It's not part of the game. It's not part of the culture. If you're getting flogged, get better.
Yeah, I know. Good mark taken on the far side there. And they'll go back quickly. In fact, it was Daniel Zorni. No, check that. That's the other side. That was Holdenson once again. Yeah, every once in a while we'll see a score out of like Country South Australia or Country Victoria where a team kicked 519 or scored 519 points. In fact, we saw that. The team that did that ended up winning a premiership 2 years later, which was nice to see. But yeah, you see that a lot. And they've talked about doing that in Queensland. I think in Queensland they have in some of theirs they have a rule. But I have an idea, and I'll extrapolate it a little bit more after we have this boundary throw. And I think, and I don't know that you do this at the AFL, but I think at junior levels, you give 12 points if you win in the table if you win a game. You do 6 points if it's a draw, and then you do 2 points for every quarter that you win. And if you draw a quarter, you get 1 point. So it's a 20-point must system.
Gives you incentive to keep playing hard if you're getting flogged.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. I call it the Barish method.
Well, somebody out there who's running an administrative role for a league somewhere, give it a try. Run it on a test drive. Let us know how it goes.
Absolutely. And here is Holdenson once again, who sends us one, a nice backwards mark. So here's Portland. They finally woken up, and here's Austin Snow. And Snow with the mark about 35 meters out.
Well, Portland was able
there was the gum on. There was the gum on the shoe. I saw it. I saw it. There's the Rocky. There's, let's see, the kick is on the way. Well, it kicked it through him, but it went to the right, but it stayed in play, and in fact was marked on the last line of defense. Touches the ball to the ground, puts it on down, kicks this one up through the middle of the ground now, goes up high, going over, and mark. Seen some good high marks taken in this match, and it's Willis who takes the mark. Willow, as they call him, goes into the middle of the ground, plays this one up high. Going to be a one-on-one contest, but nope, it's going to be taken all the way back, and done so by Sam Brookham. Comes out to the near side, going to be marked by Martin Coventry. Marto turns around, drops in front. The Steelheads with it now, sending this one in. Once again, that is Stauffer, but he turns it over. The Steelheads were founded roughly 20 years ago. They were the Portland Power originally, and then in 2010 they dropped the Power affiliation and became the Steelheads. And the women's team originally was called the Bridgetown Banshees. In fact, the first nationals they were at, I want to say it was 2014. They were alongside San Francisco, and they changed their name to the Portland Sockeyes a season later.
The regional flora and fauna often inspiring team names. I don't know that's the case for the Wisconsin Wombats.
I was going to say, or the Atlanta Kookaburras.
Correct. But some of the USAFL clubs taking inspiration from their local areas.
Yeah, I like the fact that I'm going to die on this hill. I prefer that teams use non-AFL names. I mean, you think about the Minnesota Freeze, you think about the Houston Lone Stars. I mean, this is the same league that's giving us the Fort Lauderdale Fighting Squids.
Yeah, the original names certainly are fun. The upside of an AFL club name is you might have a bit of a affiliation and get some old wool jumpers off of them when your club starts up. So
yeah.
As we did in St. Louis, we wore the old woolies from Carleton for a number of years.
Yep, and it just so happens that there was a professional hockey team with the same name. Holdenson has the football with a good steal, and then is going to play this one up on the far side. 1-on-1 contest. Ball goes to ground. And over to get to it and overrunning the football. Now it's a 1-on-1. Looks like a rugby scrum situation. A little bit of grappling and holding and things of that nature. Umpire's okay with that. Oh, he got his own handball, but then his tackle from behind. Gus got the kick away, though, and sent back by Coventry. Dropped in front. Ball goes into the pocket. And it will stay in play for now before getting the ball away. Good job there by Sean Dixon to do so. And then turning this one in, going up high, marked nicely, and brought in by Bartnick. Bartnick has a bounce, has a look. Directing traffic. Thought about having a second one. Now goes in tight. Going to go. And goes this one off into the pocket. Soccers it on to himself. stabs it out in front, looking for Silva, but it's going to get cleared out by Portland. 5 minutes to go in this game, and North Texas looks well and truly home unless Portland can manage to score 7 goals in that 5 minutes, and it may be impossible, but a mark is taken, and they'll have a chance to add some more. And so North Texas will go to 2 as they kick that one through. That's another goal, 7-8-50. A half century, raise the cricket bat to 1 behind for Portland. And on the Watch AFL scoreboard around the grounds, Nashville is out to a 10-point lead in what looks to be a barn burner against Columbus. They lead 5-3-33 to 3-5-23.
I'll tell you, Brian, over the last few rounds, we've seen some blowouts here, but some close games going on the rest of the park.
Absolutely. And, North Texas is going to go to 1-1 behind 2-0 Philadelphia. Minnesota, who is also at 1-1. So North Texas is going to play Minnesota, and then the winner of that game is just going to have to hope that Portland can upset Philadelphia and make it out of this Pool B. And from what I've seen, what I've heard, it's been talking to the Philly boys. A lot of Boston's players have really risen to the top, especially Jared Fernandez, who kicked a bag of goals.
Well, a time-honored tradition of USAFL Nationals Saturday evening doing complex math to try to figure out what your odds are of getting through and what you have to do and who has to score what. The only ones that have a clear path at that point are the 0-2s, and they get on the piss.
Yeah, pretty much. I've been there before as they come out to the near side. Although I like to be, I figured that was my time to shine, so I wasn't on it until Sunday morning. Sunday evening, I would say, as the mark is taken by North Texas. Playing it out to the far side there was the vice captain and Kyle Bass. And they'll play it up on the far side. The ball gets handballed back. Staying with it there is Sobel, who is nice and calm. Calm down, said Ray Chamberlain when he was our umpire. This was a kick from the right side. We should mention, we'll do that in a second, Matthew Young from the AFL umpires is here. He's umpired 45 games at AFL level, and he was here. He's here observing some of our umpires. Got a chance to talk to him yesterday.
We appreciate that help for the
Here's a chance for
help.
Portland. There it is, I think, off to the side. Nope. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, big thanks to the AFL umpires that came over. We talked about it earlier today, and a big contingency of folks that pay their own way to just come help us out. They get an end-of-year trip out of it, but we get a ton of mentorship, which is, we think, a great exchange. Hopefully they have a fun time in the States, a fun time at Nationals.
Yep, absolutely.
Brian, I want to revisit the mascots. We've got a unique situation here. You say you're not a fan of AFL mascots. Well, our North Texas Devils got there before Tasmania. Where do you fall on that one?
You know what? I think that's the Tasmanian Devils has been like a VFL and a junior side or a lower level side, but I think it's great, and I think that there's, especially in the lead up to them getting Tassie. So I think I like it. I think it's fantastic. It'll be interesting to see if they take the Tassie Devils logo when they do become officially a club in 3 more years' time, I believe.
Yeah, the women come in 2 and the men in 3. I got to double check my timeline on that. And
stadium's
got to get done.
Chance off the outside of the boot. Did he get that? Don't tell me he got that. No, off to the side, off the foot of Paul Iokum, who has been, he's been turning all sorts of magic in the forward line, first, as we say, for LA, and now lately for North Texas. 7-9-51 for North Texas, 2 behinds for Portland. Around the grounds on the Watch AFL scoreboard, Maine 6-6-42, Baton Rouge 3-1-19. That's in Division 5 play.
Great effort for the Maine Cats.
Absolutely.
Fantastic to see them in a standalone side this time. I think they're the only one in that division. Maybe have 1 or 2 infill players, but largely it's just them. So good to see them getting the result.
They have 1 from, as that one goes through, another behind. So Watch AFL scoreboard is back out to 50 points, 52-2. They have 1 player from the Wilmington Bombers.
There you go.
But that was Nick Parker, who was an original member of the Maine Cats, who moved down to Wilmington as well. So they're going to be 2-0 as we keep an eye on that. They're having beaten North Carolina / Des Moines earlier, and So North Carolina and Des Moines, that combination are 1-1. And Baton Rouge is going to be 1-1, and then 0-2 is going to be the Virginia Lions. So those teams will play tomorrow, and remembering that the top 2 in that 4-team division will play in the grand final.
Nice mark there, right in front of us, Brian. Again, just kind of shows what North Texas has done all day. They've prevented Portland from building out and rebounded the ball extremely well.
And the final hooter goes, and the North Texas Devils never really worried in this match as they go on to a 50-point victory on the Watch AFL scoreboard in this Division III game. It's the North Texas Devils, 7 goals, 8 behinds, 52 points. And that says 7 goals, 11. I don't know where that all came from. 7 goals, 11, 53 points. 7, 11, 53. And then 2 behinds for the Portland Steelheads. So, as we say in Pool B, Philly and Boston, that combination are 2-0. North Texas and Minnesota at 1-1, and Portland at 0-2, and the Hawks and Demons combination in the catbird seat to make the grand final. Well, we'll be back. When we come back, we've got the women's quarterfinal match. The Golden Gate Iron Maidens taking on the Arizona Hawks. The winner will be in Division I. The loser will be demoted down to Division II. That should be a fantastic game. We'll have it for you when we return. You're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson, Arizona, here on AussieRulesUSA.com. As the sun sets on the Keno South Sports Complex in Tucson, Arizona, the action is heating up at the 2025 USAFL National Championships presented by Tasmanian. It's a women's quarterfinal match as the Golden Gate Iron Maidens, 7-time national champions, take on the Arizona Hawks, the home side, looking for their first championship in 5 seasons. Good afternoon, everyone, back here in Tucson. My name is Brian Barish. I am joined by Jason Becker for this match. Here is what's at stake. The winner of this game will take on the Minnesota Freeze, the defending champions, in the semifinal tomorrow. The loser of this match will head down to Division II, where they will play the DC Eagles in the Division II semifinal. It's as simple as that. We'll be keeping an eye on the other quarterfinal game between New York and Austin on the other field. We are just about set to go. The ball is in the air, and we are underway as the Golden Gate Iron Maidens, perhaps a little bit of a surprise, losing to Denver in the opening game in the qualifier. And there is Katie Klatt, who has come out of retirement there wearing number 10. That was, I was told, kind of a last-minute decision as umpire Lori Roop gives the free kick and does so to the Arizona Hawks. Bex, we saw Arizona play earlier today. They blitzed Portland pretty well. And, you know, they have to come into this match thinking they really don't have anything to lose. We'll get to that in a second as Armstrong sends that one in. And the ball is marked, and that one will come out to the near side. Looking for Sarah Maglione, who picks it up on like 3 hops. Now cuts to the inside. Mag sends this one high. It's going to be a one-on-one contest. Knocked down there by one of the Maidens. Going to get steadied and picked up. This is Sequeira, who's able to get this one free. Player went down. Now going to go back. That's O'Halloran, who is there. And then it's Blecker, who handballs it off. Going to send this one in. It's going to go up high. It drops in front. It will bounce away from Cuthbert. And now it goes up on the far side. And we have a wrestling match in there as 2 of the players, one for the Maidens, including the number 63 in there for the Maidens, and we'll have a ball up on the side. So yeah, Arizona, I would tend to think, has really nothing to lose because they're a Division II quote-unquote side.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a huge surprise. I did have a chat to Katie Klatt just before this game because we didn't get a chance to see the Denver game against Golden Gate that you just referred to. And I just said, you know, what happened over there? And she said, Denver's really good. They played really well, so no excuses from their end. But I do believe Katie is still wearing the same tropical shirt across the ground as a coach. I don't think she's on the ground.
Well, they said that she may have been, so that was Nicole Feary who was there, but Katie was talking about the possibility that but the ball is in and it is taken down, and we'll have a ball up. They were talking about maybe her coming out of retirement, but they'll have a ball up on the far side.
I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I just think I see her over there.
Yeah, you probably do. That was Nicole Feary, who looked a little bit like Katie Klatt. Here's Nicole Feary, USA Freedom player, and she runs through. She's going to get run down from behind by the other number 10, and that was Leilani Cordova-Silvio, who was taken down. And it will be a smothered, a great smother, and they're keeping them in. Feary dropped the pill, and she's going to get pinged. And once again, that was Leilani Silvio who was in there.
And she didn't give herself enough room, and she backed off the mark, and she's getting herself a do-over after another follow-up.
And she is one of the hardest workers. We mentioned Arizona. They're combined with players from Orange County, San Diego, and the North Star Blue Oxes. That one was taken there by the number 92, and I've managed to do that as the ball is up on the far side. And they now move it through the middle of the ground. This is what I get, by the way, for not looking at the score sheet before. It's because I thought number 10 was somebody else, but it was Nikki Feary. They come off to the near side now. Big tackle put on there by Sequeira, the former Sacramento Sun. Sequeira just gets the ball forward. Big tackle put in. And we'll have a ball up, wing position commentary side. Had a couple of players come back after giving birth last season, including number 11, Elise Leone, and Jess Estrada Finley is out there as well as the ball gets knocked down in the ruck for Golden Gate there was the 67. That is Maddie Hildenbrand, who gets the ball back. Going to kick this one up on the far side, and it bounces in front, and it runs, and here is sending this one in. It's going to roll. It's going to skip, and big tackle, and found Danny Marshall. Danny Marshall runs the ball through. It drops in front, ping-pongs away, and here is Leo Gaillard. Has a Belcher's run down, but she bounced off of her. She's going to send this one inside 50, and it's going to just go out of bounds. Wow, I'm not sure who that was, Bex, but she almost ran her down.
I thought she was going to be caught. Little sidestep right at the end there.
That saved her, and it's gone through 4 behind, and that is the first score of the game. It goes to the Golden Gate Iron Maidens. They lead 1-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. They'll come out now looking for on the kick-in. And that one is taken down. That one is sent in, and it's going to get picked up. Bouncing one way, bouncing the other. Now lost the football, played on. And then going after it again is Hildenbrand. That is O'Halloran, who is taken down. They try pushing the ball. They try kicking it around. Rebecca Choate was in there. And the ball is flipped up over the top. And goes through. And here comes Arizona. I don't know what that was, but it was effective for the most part. It was a sidewinder inside. And here comes Nikki Fury. Fury kicked the ball up on the left side now, and it's dropped. And umpire held up, and it will be a 50-meter penalty. They didn't give the ball straight back to Leo Gaillard. And Arizona, if they want a chance here, and they've been parrying away some early chances, backs, they want to make sure they stay disciplined.
Yep, yeah, they're doing well to absorb some of the pressure early. You don't need to be giving that away, so that'd be disappointing.
So here is Gaillard, born in France, represents Canada, sends this one on the way. It is punched away, and then turning around, there's Brett Thomas, a.k.a. formerly known as Brett Brower. She's another one who's returned after a couple of years. She started a family as well, sending this one back in. Thomas is there. April Munn holding out the back there. As there is Hillenbrand. There's a whistle, and it'll be a free kick. And it will go the way of the Maidens. And it will be Jess Estrada Finley. So here is Jess Estrada Finley, who won the grand final with the final kick of the 2023 title, the one that gave them their 7th and to date last grand final. Kick is up on the way. It is straight and majestic like a flatulent moth, and the Iron Maidens have kicked the first major score of the game on the Watch AFL scoreboard. The Maidens 1-1-7, Arizona no score.
Yeah, Jess has been in that position many, many times before. That was always going to go through.
We are underway and all right now going around the grounds for Watch AFL. No score in the New York-Austin game. And in Men's Division 2, we have San Diego and D.C., who both know they're going to play in the semifinals on the men's side. They're scoreless. And then a Men's Division 4 game, no score yet between Denver Reserves and Orange County. We're back in the middle once again here. And the Hawks, again, a lot of talent on them. Umpire Lori Roop.
Looks like we might have had a center square violation. I don't know if that was a warning or.
I believe it may have been it's a blood rule as
you got it.
O'Halloran comes off, the number 85.
So Arizona playing one down right now as they make a quick exchange.
And now out on the far side, and here they come once again. Hands it over to Sequeira, who kicks this one in. It's going to bounce away. One-on-one contest. Going after it is 43, who's the one number in the middle we don't have. Big tackle, just getting the foot to the ball there was April Munn. Out to the near side, dropped by Fury. There was Sequeira, a couple of national teamers. There was Thomas, who went in, the former Freedom player. And it is a free kick going out the other way now. And it is off of a defender and ricochets nicely. That was Naomi Altman who saw it go off of her chest, tried to soccer that one along. It ping-pongs around like a ping-pong ball. Going out to get it now and sending this one back the other way. And settling under it and taking the mark is Eileen Yoon. Yoon, who started her career with Sacramento, playing closer to home now in Orange County, drops in front on the far side, bounces away, handball up over the top, going to get picked up, and here comes Sequeira out to the near side, or check that, that was Gaillard. Blecker is in there, former VFLW player for Collingwood, picked off by former VFL and AFLW player and Danny Marshall. Comes down the middle of the ground, comes out to the near side, one-on-one contest, little shovel pass. They work it around quickly. That was Maggie Owen. Now there's Elise Leone who will send that one down the ground. Going to get picked up. Moving around is Altman. Altman trying to find a handball. Lost the pill. Big tackle put in there. Ball scribbles loose. There's a whistle in front. And as Altman was taken down, it's a free kick, and it will go the way of the aforementioned Naomi Altman. And in fact, they will give it to Elise Leone. Watch AFL scoreboard with 10 minutes to go approximately. It is 1-1-7 Golden Gate, no score for Arizona. Brian Barish alongside Jason Becker.
That's a good series of handballs from Golden Gate just then. Maybe one too many, but then they got the free kick, so it worked out for them. They're doing really well blocking the exits, so Arizona gets it out to midfield, and then Golden Gate seems to get their hands on it and keep it moving back the other direction. So playing the game between the arcs at the moment.
Both teams have really good defenses, and so far Arizona has been tested. They have bent but not broken so far, but right now they are limiting the chances. Leone goes in over the top. Goes and picks that one up, handballs it over. Here is the 64 who kicks this one down the ground. Up the far side they go, turning around and sending this one up high. 1-2 bites of the cherry marked by Elise Leone. Leone has won her share of individual titles at this tournament. Finds Nikki Fury. Fury gets through, breaks by one defender, handballs it off. Little 1-2, but the mustard came off the hot dog. Ball comes down the ground. Scrambling over and picking that one up once again is Blecker. Blecker is clobbered, and she is gone. And once again, it's Leilani Cordoba-Silvio, but I believe she may have caught her a little bit high. And so Blecker, the San Jose native who began her career with the Portland Sockeyes, went over, played for Nightcliff and NTFL before playing for Collingwood, sending this one down, and Marshall is there to intercept it, and that ends that.
Yeah, Blecker, she outran one, and then I don't think she saw the other one coming, and honestly I didn't see the foul in that, but that was the call.
The high was maybe the only thing I could think of. I didn't see it either, but if I had to take an educated guess, I imagine she got up over top of the shoulder.
Well, I'm not going to roll my eyes and risk a red card over here.
Yes, well, don't do that. Otherwise we'd have to press Charlie in the service doing commentary, and she's already said no as the ball comes out the other side. We want to thank, by the way, our volunteers from Arizona State who are working around the grounds, not only with other operations, but also are giving us the score updates for all of the matches heading around. So it's great to have them along and great to be able to bring those scores. And in fact, as I say that, that came very close to being out on the full, but the ball slugged its way over first. Let us look around the grounds and tell you we don't have any first half scores that I could see. It's all 0, so it may very well be 0-0 between New York and Austin. That is the one game we're keeping an eye on. Again, the winners go into the Division I Grand Final. The losers will play in Division II. Minnesota and Denver had the bye thanks to their wins earlier today. That Denver victory, as we say, perhaps a little bit of a surprise. But one thing I've noticed, the way to beat Golden Gate that I have seen, or the one way to frustrate Golden Gate, is to freeze the ball and to really put the pressure on. We've seen teams in this same sort of situation, and teams that were, shall we say, lower ranked than them, force them into missing shots on goal and also force them into making mistakes. They're a very talented side, but there's a specific way, Max, that if you go, you can get them into making mistakes, and that's how you beat them.
I think you're right, and that's what they're kind of doing right now. They're not doing a really fast slingshot. They're just kind of eating away and pushing forward ever so slowly.
Went out to the near side, went to go swing that one. I think that was, we'll find out who that is in a moment as the ball sails out of bounds on the full, the 23 for Golden Gate. And again, I have to make sure I'm clicking in the right spot. There we go. That is, in fact, Jenny Kang. That's another returning player from the Golden Gate Iron Maidens from their early days. Won a couple of their their early championships with them. And if you're not familiar with the USAFL women's competition, which, by the way, is in its 20th season, big tackle. There is Gabby Callis, who's able to get it away. Long one-on-one contest. Well, we'll talk about this more in just a moment. And the ball is bundled over the boundary line by Lauren Dawes. And Laza playing very strongly. She's the president of this Golden Gate competition. And she has played well. Golden Gate winners they were runners-up in 2013 where they lost, or 2014, when they lost to Denver, and then 2 years later all they did was beat Denver, and they won every year from 2016 until last year when they lost to Minnesota. So 7 consecutive national championships not done by any team, man or woman, in the USAFL Nationals, and they thought, and coming in, it looked like they would have a chance. And what will happen is if they win this game back, they're going to have to beat the team that beat them last year, and that's beat them 3 out of 4 at Nationals, and that's Minnesota.
And that wouldn't be easy. Again, Arizona pushing forward. I think that was Eileen Yoon with a nice tackle that kind of pinned the arm of Golden Gate, but now they've given up a free as soon as I say that.
Around the grounds for Watch AFL, New York on the board, 1-0 in the first half of that other women's quarterfinal. Again, the winner of that game will go up against Denver in that other game. So they have it now up on the far side. So no, the winner of this game actually, the winner of this game would go up against. Winner of that game would go up against. Now I'm second guessing myself. Well, I'll bring up the bracket again in just a moment. But the winner of that game goes on to the Division 1 semifinal.
Arizona breaking through as quick as they have all day, and now they've got a mark in the forward 50.
Yeah, the winner of that New York game will go on to play Denver. I was right the first time. It's been a long day. And I still have one more game to do. And here come the Hawks, as they say in Chicago. Little chip in over the top, off the fingertips, staying in front. Now just tried to chip it back. Going on and running to get it there is was Emma Latcham up on the far side, and the mark is taken. And we'll have a free kick, or rather we'll see, in fact, sorry about that. It will be a ball up. Still 7-0. Watch AFL scoreboard. It's been a very, very tight game here at the base of the mountains here in Tucson, Arizona. Again, our thanks to our major sponsors, including Cooper's, Visit Tucson, and our big one in Tasmanian. And Tasmanian has signed through 2030 as our partner, and that's great news. We've loved having them as a partner. Was just talking. In fact, I was interviewed by Emily from Tasmanian here, and it's been a fantastic partnership for them.
Yep, Emily's fantastic. Arizona finally got a mark up forward. Marie LeVictor got it. They needed one more connection to get close enough to goal, and they just haven't made that happen. But they continue to press to right of screen. So we'll see if they can get something out of this trip.
LeVictor from the North Star Blue Ox. She's here with Helen Doherty Phillips, and that one has crumbled into an opportunity for the Iron Maidens, who now chase up at the far side, going and trying to pick that one up. Handballs up over the top, where it's taken by Eileen Yoon. Yoon with the football now, and a big tackle put in, and we have a whistle, and it's going to be a free kick, or rather the ball went out of bounds first. 7-0, again the score. And again, repeating, we're keeping an eye on the other quarterfinal game. It is still 1-0. The Magpies leading. Comes through the middle of the ground. She's going to get run down from behind. She's gone. Great run down from behind there for the Maidens. And that was Jenny Kang. Kang came through, and she, as we said, it's been a while since we've seen her in the maidens' colors. Ball gets knocked down, staying with it. That's Panda win. Panda, one thing I love about Panda Bex is she has refined her ruck play. She used to get her knees up a lot. In fact, I remember a regionals game against Seattle where she injured 3 of Seattle's rucks. She's playing a lot more disciplined, not only in this contest, but everywhere else as the ball goes out into the pocket. Hillenbrand is there. There, too, is a win once again. They handball it around. They go out into the pocket. Turning around now. There's 38 seconds unofficially in this half, and it's a free kick.
They found a free kick.
And it is, and it will go the way.
This might be right on the siren, Brian, and that's a killer if it was 7-zip coming into this passage. And
so 54, who we don't have, is it Linda Ravano? I'm not sure. But the kick is off the left side of the boot. Ball goes to ground, gets knocked around. Going to get picked up there. Going through again was Win. And we have a whistle, and the siren should be coming. And there it is. In fact, it wasn't a siren, it was a whistle, but that is that. Well, it was been an arm wrestle of 20 minutes of football here in this women's quarterfinal as the Golden Gate Iron Maidens, 1 goal, 1 behind, 7 points, lead the Arizona Hawks yet to score. And Bex, we said Arizona really has nothing to lose, but one thing I will say is that their defense has stood up to the task. They've managed to keep Blecker under control. They've managed to keep Fury under control. It's that 1 goal by Jess Estrada Finley that's really been the thing that's been keeping them at arm's length. But the Hawks rather, with Silvio running down as well. There was another player in here in Haley Duffield who almost had that 1 tackle. This is a really good game, and if the Maidens are going to make it back into Division I, they're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, Hawks were lucky to not get be capitalized on in that late threat. So it's only 7-zip at the moment. I would say statistically, the Maidens have a little bit more going on in terms of making some connections, but in such a low-scoring game, that's part of what makes it exciting, is things can change very quickly.
And in the other game for Watch AFL, the New York Magpies lead the Austin Crows 1-0, and that we were keeping an eye on if that match were to have come to fruition, and it did. If the Austin Crows could perhaps pull it out and be amongst the Division II teams. And one score to report from Field 3, DC leads San Diego in Men's Division II 13-2. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back for what should be an exciting second half of this women's quarterfinal from the 2025 USAFL National Championships presented by Tasmanian here on AussieRulesUSA.com. Second half of this quarterfinal of the women's division between the Golden Gate Iron Maidens and the Arizona Hawks in the 2025 USAFL National Championships. Golden Gate hanging on to a 7-0 lead, and we are underway in this second half. Brian Barish alongside Jason Becker, and we just happened to be chatting with Lori Roop, one of the umpires, and we were going through the extra time procedures, and we won't propose to go through them unless it gets to that point. But now you have Arizona, who's kicking towards the pickleball end, and the mark is taken by Kaylee Martin, who did a good job to win defensively. Martin has really emerged as a keystone in that back line for the Maidens, and now Nikki Fury is down right in front of us. It looks like she collided with an Arizona player, and it does not look good. And
it was an amazing mark by Martin in the back line. She threw a fist at it, popped it up in the air, and like you say, took it on the second bite. But right now we've got more concern in the center of the ground if that's Nikki Fury that's down.
It is Nikki Fury. It appeared to be number 10. We'll double check this, and it looks like she may have copped one in the head. They are playing on that. If you want to keep an eye on that, Jace, as we have it looks like she's up now, and a knee maybe.
Yeah, you might be wondering why are they continuing play, depending how they get her off. If they stop play to get her off, then she can't return. So they want to get her to the sideline safely, assess what's going on. But they kind of have to cross through where the ball's being played right now.
Well, I'm watching her, and she's walking. I think she's going to be okay.
Yeah, she's trying to walk it off.
She's trying to walk it off. She's just trying to walk to her position. Meanwhile, we're seeing the play back up here. And the ball will be cryogenically frozen in there just like Walt Disney's head, and we'll have a ball up on the far side.
Nikki Fury continues to walk slightly better with each step, so hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, maybe she just got her bell rung a little bit.
She's going off now. She looks a little proppy maybe on that left ankle.
Yeah, so that's a big loss, and the Golden Gate Iron Maidens originally had 31 on their roster, ended up coming with 26. And I was talking with Jess Estrada Finley before, and they were saying that a couple of their players have gotten banged up. It is marked. Is that Meg Leone? It sure as heck is. Leone will go in short, drops in front, and now comes out with a big tackle put in, drop the football. Little shovel pass to Sequeira, who bangs it forward. Up the far side now. It'll roll, it'll skip, but here comes Halloran back the other way, who sends it back, and we're playing aerial ping pong. It'll bounce in front, it'll roll, it'll be stopped in front. Boom, crash opera, trying to extract it in there was the 75, was Ruth Mendez, who's played well in the first game. Arizona got here. As we said, Golden Gate lost a minute to Denver in their opening game, and it was Arizona over Portland, who was playing with Seattle and North Texas. So Portland will be playing down in Division 2. Players going A over proverbial T as the ball gets handballed out. Banged down to the near side, goes up high in the air, swatted by Maggione. Going back to get it was Gaillard. Comes up now, she's going to get it on the second bite of the cherry. Sends this one out to the logo side, right in front of us. It's going to hold up and bounce away. Going to get picked up once again and getting away. Goes in front, big tackle. And upon looking at it, we've been calling 43 Panda Win, and I don't think that's Panda Win now that she's in front of us. 42 is Panda Win. We don't have a 43 in true USAFL style. So, Tracy McLean, national teamer, nominating in the ruck for the Hawks. Emma Latcham doing so for Golden Gate. Ball goes to ground. Somebody got flattened. And in pancake mode right there was Olivia Devia, who kicked 2 goals in that win earlier. Here's a chance for once again, that took a wicked off break. Devia came all the way back to touch it through. And it's through for her behind. Great job by Olivia Devia. And she's lucky because if she doesn't get that, April Munn is waiting out the back and she pounds it home for a goal.
Yeah, Blecker had a really solid kick and then it rolled in her favor, and it was just a diving save right on the goal line.
So, watch AFL scoreboard. First goal of this second half. It's the Iron Maidens 1-2-8. And the Arizona Hawks no score.
They get into Marshall. They're trying to work it around the outside.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see at what point they throw her forward. A big tackle. She's gone. And they are happy as Larry, however happy he is. And again, that is Jenny Kang, who has really stepped up. She is one of their better players in the early part of that dynasty. She's come back after a couple of seasons and has played extremely well. Smothered, kicked right in the Gaillard. Munn is in there. She got knocked sideways. Going to get picked up. Here is Gaillard off of a steal. Munn is there in support. And wrapped up. Good job by Gaillard to get in there and prevent the ball from going any further. And now you're starting to see the pressure beginning to be put on a little bit more by the Maidens.
Yep, they just keep moving further and further to the right of screen. We'll see if they can knock one through or if Arizona can rebound.
Well, it's a mark, and it is Carol Sequeira. Sequeira marches herself all the way back. Strides in, kick from 40, low, spearing, knocked away, into the hands of Thomas. Stopped on the last line of defense by the Hawkers. And out to the near side where it is marked nicely by Naomi Altman. Altman takes the mark, and they'll set it up 40 meters out, maybe 45. Strides in with McLean, it looks like, on the mark. Overkicked everybody, comes down. Thomas is in there. Big tackle laid on. Was she claimed or was it a foul tackle? And I think Arizona's going to end up getting the free kick from this in the personage of Kenzie Pfeiffer, one of the San Diego recruits. The Hawks, as we say, with players from San Diego and North Star and Orange County, and a really, really good write-up on the San Diego Lions Instagram. And if I have a chance to find it for you, I'll read it out because she does amazing work. And we'll do that in between.
Arizona's just gotten a free kick, and now they've gotten the ball to midfield. And this game really is one of just take the territory where you can get it.
Pretty much.
Eileen Yoon with a nice grab in the middle.
Yeah.
They'll try to grab another 30 yards if they can. That's 30 meters if you're doing the math at home.
Yeah, out to the near side, comes in front, but it's going to be picked up. And here comes Leo Gaillard, leads two defenders in her dust. She's now harassed by Marshall. She's able to get this one back. It bounces in front. Now they got to get out of there, and they do. Up to the far side now. Big bang, boom, baby, something. Altman has it at her feet. There comes Armstrong to affect the tackle, and she said that they say that Altman had it, and it's a free kick to Melissa Armstrong. And she's another one. She can come out of nowhere and close down quickly.
I really like the attack on the footy from the deepest part of the back line from Arizona. They've done that a couple times, gained some ground. They just can't break the line right there in midfield.
I'm going to read in a moment the write-up that they did, Kenzie Pfeiffer, how she found us. She showed up to Big Brothers Big Sisters Day expecting wholesome mentoring activities, left with a concerning addiction to Australian football and the inexplicable urge to tackle strangers. Isn't that everybody who plays this sport? And that's a great story. And hopefully the Lionesses of San Diego can grow. They've had some interest some years ago, and very slowly, alongside the Orange County Giants and Arizona Hawks here in the southwest portion of the country, as this one goes in, and Denver is able to parry off another attack. Or Arizona is, beg your pardon. Again, winner of this game will play Minnesota in the D1 semifinal tomorrow morning. Loser will play the DC Eagles in the D2 semifinal. Ball comes out, picked up. Kicked for a goal, Bretto. Brett Brower. Now she's Brett Thomas. And the former USA Freedom Rock has come back and kicked the goal for her side. And that is a huge goal in the context of a very low scoring game. The Maidens on the Watch AFL scoreboard go to 2-2-14. No score for Arizona.
Yep, the Maidens, they were knocking on the door for a good 10 minutes of this second period and finally opened it up.
Watch AFL scoreboard around the grounds in the other quarterfinal. New York Magpies 1-1-7 leading Austin, no score. Winner of that will get Denver in the next game, while the loser will go and play Portland in the Division II semifinal. And men's games, Division II, it's DC leading San Diego 13-8. And in Division IV, it is Orange County over the Denver Reserves 26-19. I believe those are second quarter scores.
Arizona just had a nice little jailbreak out of the center, but then run down, unfortunately for them.
And now the ball comes back into play once again. Going to get picked up. Blecker got away from one tackle, passes it off to Hillenbrand, who sends this one down the line. Going after it, it sits up nicely. Here is Dawes, who sends that one in short, bounces away from Estrada Finley, who gets it on the second bite of the cherry. Big tackle put in, and going to get picked up. Now back the other way is Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer has it, and will send this one down. She's listed as the captain on this Arizona combined side, setting this one back now, the Maidens, but it's almost marked again. Again, it's Pfeiffer. Check that. No, that is Duffield. And Duffield, now they play that up on the far side as the sun sets to our left. And I'll tell you what, sunset's going to be back in about roughly an hour's time, and those lights are going to come on, and that should provide a great backdrop for the final game of the day.
Yeah, we've got a postcard right now with the mountains, and you're right, it's going to be even more beautiful. Was it Duffield that touched the ball to the ground while doing a couple of spin moves? That was quite entertaining.
Yeah, it really was. She has done a fantastic job, and she has been a leading ball getter in the two games we've seen today.
Looks like someone else is down now, and I think it's a Golden Gate uniform. I can't see the number 46 maybe. Brian, you got the binocs.
That sounds about right. We're going to look. She's up now.
Yep.
And
ball's coming back, but it's going to be Arizona's kick. Duffield again.
I'm going to say 46 is right. And it is Laz Dawes as we have it here, and Laza, they're taking her off straight away.
Yep.
That's who we have there is 46, and they've managed to get her off the ground. So will be interesting to see. Well, hopefully she's okay. And the Maidens, that's the one thing now as they head in, if they can hang on into a game against the Minnesota Freeze, will they be able, what kind of team are they going to have on the field?
This is Arizona's first foray into the forward half
Yep.
in this half of the game. See if they can get anything from it. Interesting what you said about tackling strangers, and that's a draw to the game, and that we're all a bunch of weirdos. I think it's true that we are all a bunch of weirdos, and somehow we find something common in this madness.
And yet we like each other, most of us.
Well, yeah, this is a chance to be the best version of yourself and not a second-rate version of somebody else.
Yeah, so. and I will say that I have met some of my best friends through this sport.
That's right.
And I have made, and listen, and I don't want to wax too much, but I know it's given this sport so many, and especially, again, we talk about this anniversary of the women's game, this 20th anniversary. The women in this game, I think, this has given them such a great outlet for them to become leaders on and off the field, and for them to play a contact sport and to be involved in this community. We hear so many great stories. It's really good. It's just absolutely fantastic.
It's a place for connection and belonging, and you can be yourself. It's fantastic.
Exactly. So the ball about to come back in.
Arizona inching closer to the goalpost. We'll see if they can get on the scoreboard.
I mean, they've got 6 minutes to get 3 goals. A little over 6 minutes. They need 3 goals, and the rule as well, you say a goal a minute, but the other side of that is when you score, you have to subtract 30 seconds because they have to move the ball up.
Yep. Tournament format like this, running time.
There is Maggione, who lost it, turned and fired. Defense was there. Out to the near side, marked. And that is marked by Ryan Ludostansky. And the Ludostansky name is a famous one in Aussie rules here in Arizona. 4 members of her family on the men's side playing, and that one sails off to the left. Moore was there, and Martin is there to watch it go over. And there's the first score of the game for Arizona.
Cross the line for just a point, but they do need 2 goals and 2 points, so you got to start somewhere.
Well, we have some news from the other game. Austin has entered the chat in the second half of that game. The Magpies 1-1-7, Austin 1 straight 6, and the Crows, if they can manage in the second half, if they can, they may have a chance to get up and get into that and get up over the Magpies. And I imagine there's probably maybe a minute more in that game than there is in this one.
I bet there's a few New York players having a watch of that game.
I'm sure there is on that side. Santan.
Another mark.
I'll say that these two games have lived up to their billing. They've been very tight. And here is Lindsay Haystand, the veteran, another player who's returned, especially with Nationals here in her backyard. Kick is up on the way. It's a low, slow kick. It's across the face and through for a behind.
Well, that's 2 points. Now they need 2 goals
Now
in 4 minutes.
They need 2 goals, so they've got essentially maybe 3 minutes to get 2 goals.
It's not out of reach.
And not out of reach at all, and that's just to force extra time. So, yeah, as we come out to the near side, comes out to the near side now. They look up. Went after it, ball popped in the air, picked up by Sequeira. Sequeira bangs it down, one-on-one contest up over the top, bounces away, going after to get it. 93 there for Arizona, and then getting taken down was Marshall. And what will happen? It's Marshall who has the ball, tosses it to Lori Roop. So Marshall in the ruck. Wins it out to the near side. Going to get picked up by Gaillard. Gaillard gets slung around. Sequeira over the top. Lost it. Leone took her down. And it is going to be a free kick. Or it's going to be a ball up. Check that. So ball up. McLean now in on the ruck, went right into the umpire. They work it back to Marshall. She gets it out of there, going to drop in short, picked up by Meglione, who sends it back from whence it came. Drops in front, over the top now. Golden Gate trying to hang on, trying to make it through to the D1 semifinal. And it's Eileen Yoon who got it and gives it to umpire Roop. Ball up. Toss to the heavens, punched forward. And now this one goes out to the far side. And goes after it now. And everybody, there is LaVictor. And then that's the other Minnesota North Star player who has the rainbow socks. Ball dropped down, going to get picked up. Now turning around and rushing forward. Going to get knocked forward now. Here now is Gaillard. Gaillard sends this one in towards the sticks. We'll see what happened. Mark. It is a mark in front. So, a chance to put the game away for Brett Thomas, who kicked the last one. And she kicks the goal that will send the Iron Maidens into the Division I semifinal. Golden Gate goes on to 3-2-20. And the Arizona Hawks 2 behinds. And we have a minute and 15 seconds to go. And that will just about do it. So the Maidens will play the Minnesota Freeze again for the 3rd year in a row. They'll play them before the final, but this time it's for a spot in the final. And on the other field, you've got New York and Austin, and right now we still have New York hanging on to a 1-point lead. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard around the grounds. And the winner of that game will go to Denver. We'll play Denver in the other semifinal. And I did just hear a cheer, so not sure what that indicates, but the ball goes high up in the air once again, knocked forward. Trying to soccer it on, but needs to go in the other direction. She's soccering it backwards. And And we'll have a ball up. Oh, no prior, says umpire. Lori Roop, we can hear her from here. Hooters should go in about, I would say, about 10 seconds or so. There was one injury, so not sure how much time has been added on, if any. But for the maidens, they have a couple of injury concerns. We saw Nikki Fury go down. We saw Laz Dawes go down. But they will play in the semifinal against the Minnesota Freeze tomorrow morning, and we'll have that game for you right here on Cooper's Field. The ball gets sent up on the far side now. It'll roll, it'll skip, it'll hop, it'll get picked up. Handball up over the top. Looking for Michelle Collins. Sending this one up to the far side, into time on. Ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. And that is it. And the Golden Gate Iron Maidens got a deft challenge from the Arizona Hawks, but it is they who are on to the Division I semifinals in the women's division. On the Watch AFL scoreboard, it's the Maidens 3 goals, 2 behinds, 20 points. And the Arizona Hawks combined with the Orange County Giants, the San Diego Lions, and the North Star Blue Hawks, 2 behinds. Congratulations to both teams. The Blue Hawks, or rather the Hawks, will play DC in the Division II semifinal. And look at this, for Watch AFL, the Austin Crows have taken the lead over the New York Magpies 12-7. Not sure how much time is left in that game, but the Crows on the verge of an upset, a 5 seed beating a 4 seed. We have to remember, and I'll tell you that my partner Jason Becker has had a bee in his bonnet, not literally, but like in his ear fizz here, which is why you're only hearing me. But the Crows, 3-time defending Division II champions, winning it with combination teams 3 years in a row. So the fact that they are doing so well is not a surprise, as we hear the teams in the middle. And we do have a final from men's Division II, as San Diego has defeated DC 51-21. So that means that San Diego will win that group. And the score from Division 4 as Denver leads Orange County. That's the reserves for Denver, 36-27. Well, oh, and New York has taken the lead. New York has kicked the goal. They're back in front. It's 13-12. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a heck of a game that's on the other field, and Pat Machado is over announcing, and wow, that has been looks like it's the game of the day on the women's division. But just keeping an eye on, I believe it's Colby who's over there keeping the score for us. He's the one who's updating us, and what we'll do is we're going to step aside because we'll have another game to do in a moment. But as we come back from it, we'll update you on that particular score and the women's bracket. But we'll tell you once again the final score. It's the Golden Gate Iron Maidens 3-2-20, the Arizona Hawks 2 behinds. We'll have the final game of Nationals Saturday here on Cooper's Field as the Denver Bulldogs take on the Golden Gate Roos right here. When we return, you're watching the 2025 USAFL National Championships from Tucson here on AussieRulesUSA.com. last game of the day of the men's Division One Grand Final. Last game of National Saturday as the Golden Gate Brews take on the Denver Bulldogs. Both of these teams know they'll be in the semifinals tomorrow. It's just a matter of who wins Group B. And we're underway. Brian Barish and Dan Sarmacker. And a little buzzy friend of ours, but that's okay. The ball moves up on the far side. And high contact, and it'll be a free kick. East. They saved a treat for us for the end, Brian, didn't they? Yeah, absolutely did, with the sun going down. And as we said, the sun will go down pretty quickly. They started it a little bit before 5 o'clock, so we'll see what happens. But this one's a kick that will roll inside the 50-meter mark, turning and firing for the Bulldogs. It will bounce, it will go through. They got there right before it went over the line. And give that goal to the Denver Bulldogs in number 48 in Lincoln Uter. And the Bulldogs on the Watch AFL scoreboard go to 1-6.
Quick turn after he collected that ball inside 50 there. He just shrugged his shoulder one direction and pulled the defender. Heels back the other way, and that opened up the kicking lane for him. He just ended up slotting the 6 after that. Fired the prettiest kick, but he got it done.
That's all. Listen, they all look like bombs on the scoreboard. And here are the Bulldogs who won the Western Regional Championship, defeating Austin in the grand final. And unless something changes here, it's very possible those two teams may be meeting in the Division One grand final on the men's side tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. But still plenty of time to go in this game, and then of course the semifinal. And it looks like, based on what we've seen, it will be they'll play either Austin or New York. Those two teams are playing right now after their women's teams put together a classic, which, by the way, we have as Austin having defeated New York 19-18. There was a little bit of confusion, but I do believe it's the Crows that came out on top, upsetting the Magpies women.
Reggie Collins getting up a little tender a few moments ago.
There are 3 games going on right now. Division One game happening on Field 2, on Field 3, and that's Austin, New York. Division 2 game between Seattle and Baltimore happening over on Field 2. Ball gets up on the far side. This last game of the day with the sun setting. And the question is whether or not we'll be here long enough for the lights to take hold. Ball moves up on the far side, drops in front. Bulldogs, he's looking for a guy to handball the ball to, and it's stolen out of the air by the number 5 for Golden Gate. Now he'll play that one on. It was Timmy Linfeld at one point in time. I don't know that he's still wearing 5. And we'll have a ball up on the wing position commentary side. Nice mark over the top. Oh, what a fantastic grab.
That off the boot of Dan Libby. I'll tell you what, Golden Gate's always a better side if he's getting plenty used to the football. He's such a good user in the middle. They targeted him right outside 50. It was kind of a short, very tender
Turner has kicked the goal and tied the game. Watch AFL scoreboard, one straight kick each. It's 6-6. And
Great result there for Golden Gate. Answering that first goal by Denver was key. They weren't getting as much of the football. Denver seemed to have the answers around all the packs that were forming. Ball on the ground. Denver was coming out with the football, but against the play a little bit there, Golden Gate managed one.
ball on the foot, ground on the ball. That sounds like some weird thing.
Oh, we're deep into the day, aren't we, Brian?
Yeah, we are.
Starting to get loopy.
Yeah, this
Probably our
is.
ninth
I was gonna say this is 7 for me. I think this is what 6 or 7 or 8 for you. It's
7 or
yeah, 25 or 6-4. As the ball is taken, it'll be sent down the ground, high in the air. It is big collision, and Denver ended up with the football. Handball up over the top, big taken down, and got it away. Now being taken down up on the far side, gonna get picked up. Handballs it over across again. Everybody flying in from everywhere. Wilkinson is in there for a Golden Gate. Was gonna call him. Oh no! That was tough. He got his bell rung there after taking the mark, and once again, that was the man who kicked the goal earlier. And I managed to again screw things up. It's this one, yeah. It's Uter. The kick is up on the way. He's a little groggy. You can see the stars around his head. Almost a big fly. Ball goes to ground.
Yeah, really poor contact on the boot there. It didn't make the distance. Was way offline, so it created another contest down there. To Denver's benefit, they tied the ball up though.
Ball gets hit around, and the ball gets kicked out up on the far side. Ball bounces free, and gonna run on. Ball gets knocked. Big crunching tackle, and then got the handball off. Duffield handballs it on. Now it wasn't Duffield. There's a long kick in. One-on-one contest. Ball goes into the pocket. Ball went out of bounds first as Brian Boy was in there, and it was a good clean one-on-one contest.
Denver probing took a different point of attack around the edge of the 50. Repulsed by Golden Gate, they managed to tie up and get it over the boundary.
Assuming New York doesn't beat Austin, this is essentially a game to avoid playing the Crows in the semifinal. And it would be interesting if we saw Denver play. And last time Denver didn't play New York in a grand final, they had met in the semifinal back in 2021, where Denver basically dismantled the Magpies in the grand final that year. Here the other way come the Roos, sending this one high down the ground. One-on-one contest, good contest. It's clean so far for these two sides. Handballs it around, quick handball for the Roos. It's like a drill kick by Rowe. Was smothered and covered like Waffle House hash browns. Little chippy handball in there by Linfeld, and then rather that's Rob Bunn. Bunn, a big pickup for the Roos, moving down from Seattle. And the mark was taken by Denver, and that ends that for the moment. About 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go here in the first half, the final game of the day here on Cooper's Field. And the ball goes out of bounds. Cooper's one of our major sponsors. We'd like to thank alongside Visit Tucson and Tasmania. And
Surprising there that they actually Denver came back to where they were and found that much space. Usually it's crowded where the ball came in from.
Tasmania, of course, known for its clean air, open spaces, vibrant communities, and that makes it a standout destination for visitors from around the world. And our friends from Tasmania, as the ball went out up on the far side. And there's a chance, and there is another goal for Denver. They've kicked another, and the Bulldogs have a 1-goal lead. Watch AFL scoreboard. 2 straight 12 for the Doggies, 1 straight 6 for Golden Gate.
Golden Gate obviously very capable, but the Dogs stringing a few more sequences together at this point. You've seen it a little more kick to kick. You're finding some of those openings. The leads are a little sharper, and the kicks have been good, and putting them right on the man.
Just peeking in, and all of our volunteers reconvened for the evening, so we don't have any scores at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on what's happening here on block. Remember that we will be back here at Cooper's here Second half of this final game of the first day of the 2025 USAFL Nationals. And we're on the far side as the Denver Bulldogs leading by 30 points by 5 straight kicks. As the sun sets to our left, the Bulldogs, as Star said, kicking probably towards the easier of the two targets, and Lincoln Uter is going to kick a third. At least 3. He might even have 4. I've lost count. But it is the 7th goal of the day of the game for the Denver Bulldogs. They go to 7-1-43.
So conversion there was easy. Lincoln Uter, the kick was the easy part. He did the hard part prior to that, leading back into the sun. That kick's trajectory was so low. It was a beautiful delivery, but it would have been really hard this time of day to see that football. But he took care of that, got his mitts on it, and brought it in. After that, slotting the 6 was easy.
Taking the opportunity to take a picture for socials of what it looks like from behind the desk as the sun sets to our left. I think in my this is tangential, but it's a 6-goal game at this point as Denver will move the ball forward. I have called, including today, I think somewhere in the neighborhood of about 380 games as this one goes into the middle. And this one is kicked in. It's going to be one-on-one. It'll be marked. And running on again is Uter. It's party time. That's their 8th. 8-7. Or check that. Sorry. It's 49 is the score. It's 8-1-49.
Yeah, Uter ran his opponent underneath the ball on that. He read the flight better than the defender, and it's really hard as a defender because you're trying to cover the man and pay attention to the ball at the same time. Uter runs him underneath that. The quick turn, he was quicker than his opposition, turns, manages to mark that over his shoulder as he's turning, and then plays on for the goal.
I've called a bunch of games at sunset, like right around this time at Nationals, but I don't know that I've probably called a handful of games at either dusk or at dark, and if at all. So this is kind of cool.
Well, I had the privilege of being there for your 300th, Brian. We did a regional game together a few years back, and that was a ton of fun. Big milestone for you. I was glad to be alongside.
Yeah, glad you were there for it. That was last year. It seems like it feels like it was a long time ago, but that was last summer in Ohio. And I think some point this weekend I'm doing 150 for the regionals. Here comes another goal for Denver.
Well, the floodgates have well and truly opened at this point. Denver's showing their class, and they are just running amok around the ground. Golden Gate doesn't have any answers.
And we talked about this. You talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the percentage. Like, they're going to win the division. They're going to win the pool here. They're going to finish in first place. At what point do you start throwing the magnets around and start preparing for the game tomorrow?
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, it isn't. It isn't a move to show mercy. The coach is going to be looking at this because that culturally is just not a thing in Australia. You don't pull your foot off the gas for any reason. However, the coach should be looking at preservation of his key players. He's probably going to go to his bench a little bit more. He may use people in places that aren't normal for them in the effort to start to save the legs. Anyone that's not familiar with the tournament format, 3 or 4 games in a weekend is a colossal ask. The body's got to get up and down for those. As we look at a possible injury here for Golden Gate, so it is a big ask. Tim Linfelt there,
yep.
Looking a little wobbly, but he's got the free kick. So yeah, the coach should be starting to manage this, knowing they've got this one in the bag, but he'll see it across the line. His guys will still go hard, but he'll probably do it in a way that starts to preserve the legs of the guys.
Comes out to the near side, does Denver, and yeah, I mean, you're playing 2 full games in 2 days, whereas, over in Australia, it would take you 2 weeks to play 2 full games, especially even at the amateur level. And it is a hard ask, but, many of these teams will only play 3 of the 4, but, Denver, as we said, every season since 2019, they've been in the grand final. Before that, they were winners of 8. They have an 8-6 record in the Division I grand final all time, and that goes back to their first appearance in the men's D1 grand final all the way back in the year 2000, which was in Los Angeles.
Brian, we end up talking a lot about the differences of the game here in the States versus back in Australia. And full invitation. This is an open invitation. If you've never been to the USAFL Nationals and you're a fan of Aussie rules football, whether you live in the States or abroad, especially Australia, come visit. It's quite a spectacle. 5 fields going at once. We think it's the biggest football carnival in the world.
It is.
It's a massive effort to put on. I have a ton of fun calling the games with you because we get to see a ton of football, and I get to sit and talk about football with you.
Yeah.
But you start to get an appreciation for how different the game is in the States and how we do things differently. It's not just a game every Saturday like the comp back home for Australian folks. These tournament formats are front and center for the league structure and the games our teams get here.
Absolutely, and this game especially, this is the carrot, and there's no necessarily qualification to make the tournament. You just, if you're able to come, you come and you play your 2 days, and if you're able to put together a good team, then you're higher up on the ladder essentially. And we've seen these teams, especially these two, they're fixtures in Division I. Here they break away. Oh, what a good tackle! They had his ears up, and that one was Andrew Hazelton, who has not given up. Hazelton, yep, go ahead.
Bit ill-advised from Uter there. It's probably the only mistake he's made all day to try to play on in that spot. He thought he could run past his opponent, and then he said, not happening.
As the ball gets knocked down, going to get cleared out into the middle of the ground. It is dropped, going to get picked up. And a big spin in there, as that was David Thorne for Denver. The Bulldogs, again, watch AFL scoreboard, lead 55-7, 8 goals the difference. The lights turned on at exactly 5:30 local time.
You can tell night's coming in the desert. Just a bit of chill in the breeze now.
Oh.
The shadows are extremely long, and the lights turned on the field, so it's coming.
It still says it's 79 degrees, but it doesn't feel like that. As you said, there's still a decent wind, and say maybe about 5 miles an hour as we have a whistle. And I'll tell you what, it did get cold pretty quickly yesterday evening when we were out here as they work it around to Willis Brasil.
It is a gentle breeze, but you're starting to feel just a little nip in it now as the evening starts to settle in.
They work it around quickly and send this one inside the 50-meter arc once again. Mark, they've done some good marking.
I think that was Uter again. Yeah, gosh, he's been everywhere. Really, I mean, just a total ball magnet up in the forward 50.
Dakota Hunt was there. And now he's inside the 50-meter. Now he's inside the goal square. And it is Lockie Fleet who kicked that famous goal after the siren to beat Austin at the Super Regionals 2 years ago. Kick is on the way. It's tailing right. It does have the distance, but it's through forward behind. Golden Gate.
We had a great angle on that, Brian. His line was good off the boot, but I think there's just enough breeze that pushed that to the right of the big stick.
Yeah, we can see the flags just to our left fluttering in said breeze, and that did, as SARS so eloquently put it, essentially they took it, the ball got taken and pushed to the side. 9-56 to 1-1-7. Golden Gate hasn't kicked a goal in a while, and the way things are going, they really haven't had the opportunity to as the ball gets sent down the line.
Yeah,
up on the far side.
Denver's really shut down any rebound attempt that Golden Gate's had, other than that early goal. Traded goals right at the start of the beginning whistle, but aside from that, haven't put much of a pressure on the offensive end.
Up on the far side, ball bounces up in the air, ball comes down the ground, and big tackle put in, and we have a whistle. And a good tackle put in. So ball up will occur. As you can hear the fans gathered on the other side.
Brian and I both have snapped a few photos here from the booth. The backdrop is just extraordinary, especially as the shadows start to cast across the Santa Catalina Mountains. I'm learning my Tucson geography, Brian.
I mean, as it just gets better minute by minute. Like this is amazing. And I'll tell you what, they don't have this back home in Philadelphia. They don't have this back home in
not in Wisconsin.
Not in Wisconsin either.
Rolling hills, and we live up a pretty good one with about 14% grade. But
yeah, that's about it. But those aren't hills.
Yeah, no, it's My kids would be licking their chops to try to sled down something like that.
I was going to say. Yeah, I think Hazel. I think my daughter Hazel would like that as well.
And I'd have a heart attack dragging them back up, which is what I have to do right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
200 meters up a 14% grade at our house is no joke.
Yeah, I was
going
to
to
say.
Me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. As this one is kicked in towards the sticks once again. Denver looking for another one as the ball bounces away. Going to get picked up. Settles this one and dances away from one defender and then runs into a brick old wall. And we'll have a kick out on the far side where it's taken down and marked. One thing I will say is that this game has largely been clean.
Yeah,
there hasn't been
well contested, hot at times, and a lot of clean hits. But yeah, nothing untoward, I think.
Yeah, I know there's been some reports, like not sure of what exactly that is, but
we called Jason and I the Portland and Arizona game earlier had some fireworks, shall I say?
Yeah.
Those were visible. I don't know if a report came out of it, but and it was enough to distract a goal umpire at one point from making a correct call.
Yeah, that's that'll do that. Bless you. Up on the far side, and here they come running on, and yeah, the shadows are getting long, and I'll tell you, sundown is actually in about 12 minutes, so the lights will be taking hold at some point. And I asked Jeff Person, who's the tournament director for the USAFL Umpires Association, and again, thanks to him and everybody else for umpiring and for coordinating this. I said, are you going to switch to the yellow ball when the lights come on? And he chuckled, and I don't think he actually gave me an answer.
I don't know if they could switch a ball mid-match. We should look back. There's probably historical precedents. All the AFL media was wild about the twilight finish in one of the prelim finals, I think, this year. So
yeah, I feel like if there would be a cutoff, and I'm talking in AFL terms here, I would tend to think that if there was a cutoff, you would probably know at what point.
Yeah.
So
well, it's an interesting topic. Having lights opens some new opportunities. I'll throw this out there. Any clubs back in Australia that want to do a postseason trip, come see the USAFL Nationals. Get onto us. There's maybe a Friday curtain raiser Friday night under the lights that could be played. Get two clubs to do their postseason trip and play at Nationals for us.
Ben Collins sends this one off to the right, and I thought I heard a double tap. I thought it may have been deflected, but in any event, it is through for a behind, and another point goes on the board for the Bulldogs, and things have slowed down considerably with just about 6.5 minutes to go.
Went through for a behind, so we didn't need to consult the tachometer. To see if that was.
I was going to say Snicko. We didn't need Snicko for that, like in cricket.
No. Yeah, correct.
Well, once again, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning will be underway here at Cooper's Field. We know we were having some issues with the stream at Field 2, but another opportunity comes in short. But we'll fill you in on what's going to happen with that as best we can. We're going to set up as if we're going to be streaming on both fields, and we'll just cross our fingers. And hope that the gremlins that plagued us today stay the bleep away tomorrow as the ball is up on the far side again. Sent back the other direction, goes up high, marked by Rob Munn. Munn really hasn't been utilized too much in this game, and that's to Denver's credit, I think, as the Revo player puts that one up high, and it's marked by the 16 for Golden Gate, which is nobody who's not listed.
Yeah, Denver's done such a good job of locking down any transition that Golden Gate's wanted to get going, and so that the opportunities haven't even been there for the Golden Gate forward line to excel. I think it's Jackson Schur. We've got 2 27s on our list, but there's a 29 on the field and not in our list. I think that might be Jackson that's been very, very busy at fullback today.
And that one,
the opposite end, forwards, nothing.
First point in some time for the Roos. They go to 128 on the Watch AFL scoreboard, and that takes it down to under 50 points for the moment, 57-8. And Denver going to wrap up their day at 2-0. They're going to win Pool B, and we haven't heard anything. As we said, we don't have any reports from the other field as to what the Austin New York game was. And if you're just joining us, from all accounts, an absolute classic in the women's quarterfinal as Austin, and we're confirming this, Austin defeated New York 19-18. And there was some confusion because our score originally said that New York had won the game. And in fact, the score now shows that Austin has won the game. Definitely a bit of an emotional roller coaster.
And to clarify, the one you're talking about was the women's game.
The women's quarterfinal.
And playing right now is the other men's D1 game
yep.
of Austin, New York. So back-to-back Austin, New York matchups. Big rivalry emerging, right? Women and then men back-to-back in the waning hours of day one.
Yep. And if Austin has been on the precipice of making the step up on the women's side to Division I on a numbers basis. They have played their way into Division I. And as the sun continues the set here, and now, SARS, I think the entire field is a shadow. Which
very nearly. I think just maybe the far forward pocket has about 3 minutes left until the I believe those are the
Did you forget the name of your mountains?
Well, yeah.
That's Santa Catalina.
Yeah, I think the west, I've been told, is the Tucson Mountains are to the west. There's 4 ranges here. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like you're in a bowl with this phenomenal backdrop every direction you look. But I got to learn 4 mountain ranges to get it right. So
I was going to say, I'm the geography guy, and I didn't even, you did more than me. Oh, nice mark. And that was a tough collision, but everybody came out okay. As this one is, what a nice mark. We've seen good marks on both sides. That's 15, and that is Chris Casano. Casano has the mark.
It doesn't look like he fancies himself from this distance. He's been looking for an option, but he's going to have to go for it
And
now.
he got under it a little bit, and the wind is going to blow it back. Oh, what a mark, though. And jumping through and taking it was Declan McCarthy.
Really great from the small forward there. He recognized that there was a tie-up underneath the mark in the pack, and he slotted right in front and took it.
And he kicks a goal. And there's a huge cheer from the Golden Gate contingent. It's a consolation goal, but when you haven't scored one in, maybe 40 minutes with 2 minutes to go, there is some cause for the citizens rejoicing in Monty Python style. Watch AFL scoreboard shows the Golden Gate Roos at 2-2-14 and the Denver Bulldogs 9-3-57. So the Doggies will go up against the loser of that Austin, New York game, and the team that wins that game will get the Roos. And with all due respect to everybody involved, at least in terms of matchups, the Bulldogs and the Crows are looking at battling each other in the grand final for the 5th time in 6 years.
A last meter of sunlight is creeping off the field. It looks, I feel a little bit like Marion Ravenwood and Indiana Jones watching the torch go out in the snake cave as the last little bit of sunlight creeps off the field here.
I love when somebody else other than me makes the references. As this one goes in, and it was marked, I believe. Everybody's just kind of looking around, but in fact the ball's going to come all the way back, and that's going to probably take away any up. Well, they're going to get another opportunity here, as this is 50 for Golden Gate, who will send this one on the way. It tails off to the left, but it's through for a behind, and that will probably be the last score of the day on Cooper's Field. 2-3-15 for the Roos, and it is 42 points.
Kevin Farley's played a hard game. He looked a little unsure of himself as he was lining up for that. I don't know how many shots on goal he ends up having as he spoils right here on the boundary to again add another 1%er to his tally for the day. But looked a little uncomfortable looking at the sticks.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's getting to be, as we say, the end of the day. After a long day of Aussie rules football that began at 9 a.m. this morning local time, it will begin again at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow here in Tucson, Arizona, and we hope you'll join us because we will crown champions here at the ground. And
we'll be on first thing, won't we?
We sure will, and that will do it. He says have a kick. All right, well, you know what? Why the – come on, do it.
Torp it.
Torp it. Yeah. All right. Well, that is, in fact, the end of the game, and that's the last game of the day in men's Division I. It's the Denver Bulldogs, much the best, 9-3-57 over Golden Gate, 2-3-15. And the Bulldogs have stamped their authority. They said, listen, we want another crack at Austin, and we're going to show no mercy.
Hey, what I saw today, I think they're every bit a chance. They know they've missed out a few times in hoisting and drinking from that absurdly big Division I cup, and they'd love to do it this year. They've certainly lined themselves up for the opportunity tomorrow.
Well, we will be back here at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Daniel Sarbacker will be here. Jason Becker will be here. Troy Thompson and Pat Machado will be over on field 2. We'll cross our fingers with that. A big thanks to Jerry Long, who's been running around trying to kick all the gremlins aside, to Ani and to everybody else, all of our camera folks who have brought you these amazing pictures today. And we'll be back here at the desk tomorrow, again at 9 a.m. for Decision Sunday, the day that we give out the trophies here as the champions of the USAFL Nationals. Until then, for our major sponsors and for everybody here in Tucson, this is Brian Barish wishing you a pleasant good evening.